It was one of those late autumn evenings where the chill in the air makes the entire neighborhood feel empty. The kind of night where the silence outside your window presses against the glass. My parents had gone to visit my aunt in Rochester for the weekend. I was 18, a senior in high school, and for the first time, they were trusting me to stay home alone for 2 nights. I remember my mom fussing at the door, giving me a list of reminders: lock the doors, don't stay up too late, call if anything feels off. My dad double checked the back door latch before finally following her out to the car. We lived in a modest 2-story house on the outskirts of town, surrounded by thin woods that stretched for about half a mile before the next property. The closest neighbor was an older man named Mr. Holloway, but he was hardly ever home. The place was quiet, which was fine most of the time, but that weekend, the quiet started to feel heavy, like it carried its own sound. That Friday night started normal. I ordered pizza, turned on a horror movie, and settled into the couch with the family cat, Murphy, curled against my legs. The house creaked every now and then like old houses do, but I was used to it. The movie was halfway through when I heard something, just a faint tapping at the front door. It wasn't a knock exactly, just light, deliberate taps. I paused the movie, muted the TV, and listened. Nothing. The cat's head popped up, though, ears twitching toward the door. Probably the wind, I muttered, trying to convince myself. I got up, went to the window beside the front door, and peeked through the curtain. The motion light hadn't come on, and the porch was empty. My street was pitch black. Most of the houses were dark. I hesitated a second, then shrugged it off and went back to the couch. 10 minutes later, it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. This time I muted the TV immediately. The sound came again, slow, spaced out, like someone dragging a fingernail across the wood. The cat jumped down and ran behind the couch. My throat went dry. I didn't go to the window this time. Instead, I stood still, waiting. Then came the faintest creak from the porch, like someone shifting their weight on the wooden boards. I finally got the nerve to step toward the door, my heart thumping. Through the peephole, I could barely see the edge of the porch lit by the dim light from the street. No one was there. I waited, held my breath. Still nothing. I locked the deadbolt, pulled the chain across, and went upstairs. I told myself it was just kids playing a prank. Halloween was around the corner. But something about the slowness of those taps felt wrong. Around midnight, I was lying in bed scrolling on my phone when Murphy, who had been asleep near my feet, suddenly stood up and hissed. His fur bristled and he stared at the bedroom door. Then I heard it, the sound of the back door handle rattling. It was faint, but unmistakable. Someone was trying it slowly, testing it. Every muscle in my body locked. I turned off my lamp, my hands trembling. The house went dark except for the faint glow of my phone. The handle rattled again, this time more forcefully. Then silence. I slowly crept out of bed and grabbed the aluminum baseball bat from my closet, the one I'd used back when I played Little League. I listened from the top of the stairs, barely breathing. Then came a soft thump, like a shoe against the back deck, and another. I didn't move for a full minute. Then I reached for my phone and opened the camera feed. My dad had installed a small motion camera over the back door. The feed loaded slowly, buffering for what felt like forever. When it finally cleared, the motion light in the backyard flicked on, and for a split second I saw movement. A shape, tall, human, standing just beyond the light near the edge of the woods. Then it stepped back into the darkness. My heart was hammering so loud I thought it would wake the neighbors. I called my dad immediately, whispering into the phone. He picked up on the second ring. "Everything okay, kiddo?" "Someone's outside," I hissed. "By the back door. I saw them on the camera." He went quiet for a second. "Did you call the police?" "Not yet. I didn't want to." "Call them. Right now. Don't open the door. Don't go downstairs. Just lock your door and stay put. I'm calling our neighbor too." I hung up and dialed 911, whispering to the dispatcher what was happening. She told me to stay on the line. While I was talking, I heard it again, this time from the side of the house. Slow footsteps in the leaves. The dispatcher told me officers were on their way. I stayed crouched beside my bed, staring at the dark gap under my door, every sound amplified in my ears. The footsteps stopped. Then from downstairs came a noise that made my stomach twist, a creaking floorboard. Inside, I froze. The back door had been locked, but I suddenly realized I'd forgotten about the basement door. It had an old lock that sometimes didn't catch right. My dad had been meaning to replace it. "Please hurry," I whispered into the phone. Murphy darted under the bed. Another creak, closer this time. I could hear slow, deliberate steps moving through the kitchen. I felt sick. I backed into the closet and pulled the door nearly shut, holding the bat tight. I could hear my own pulse. The dispatcher kept talking, telling me the police were minutes away. Then the footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. Each one was drawn out, almost careful. The stairs groaned under the weight. My heart was pounding so violently that I could barely hear her voice anymore. The steps stopped halfway up. Then silence. I wanted to scream, but couldn't even breathe. My phone screen dimmed, and I instinctively tapped it, the faint light reflecting off the closet wall. That's when the footsteps started again, faster now, coming up the last few steps. I clamped a hand over my mouth. The floor outside my room creaked. Then, nothing. The silence stretched on for what felt like an hour. I didn't dare move. When the police sirens finally echoed in the distance, I almost cried. A moment later, red and blue lights flickered through my blinds. I heard loud knocking on the door and muffled voices yelling, "Police!" Only then did I crawl out, shaking, and run to open my bedroom door. 2 officers were already inside, guns drawn, flashlights sweeping the hallway. They found the back basement door forced open. The old latch had been snapped clean, but whoever it was had disappeared into the woods before the police arrived. They stayed for over an hour, checking every room, every closet, every window. I followed them in a daze. Nothing was stolen. Nothing seemed touched, except one thing. In the kitchen, on the counter near the back door, there was a small, wet footprint. It was bare, human, and muddy. Just one. After the officers left, my dad called again, his voice tight with worry. He wanted to drive home immediately, but I told him not to. I didn't want him driving half asleep through the night. The cops had done another sweep outside. They said it was probably a drifter or someone looking for an easy break-in. But that explanation didn't sit right with me, because later, after they'd gone and the house had gone quiet again, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still off. Murphy wouldn't stop staring at the basement door, growling low in his throat. I barely slept that night. Every little sound made me jolt awake. By morning, I tried to convince myself it was over. The sunlight helped. It made the house look normal again. I cleaned up the kitchen, tried to watch TV, and even went outside for a bit just to feel normal. That evening, though, when the sun started dipping low again, that same unease crept back in. I decided to go to bed early, figuring the faster the night passed, the better. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to the sound of whispering. It was faint, so faint I thought I was dreaming. But then it came again. A hushed, gravelly voice, too low to make out words, but definitely real. I bolted upright, straining to listen. It was coming from downstairs. I grabbed my phone again and opened the camera feed. The backyard light was off this time, but the kitchen motion sensor had triggered. On the screen, I could see the faint outline of the back door. Nothing moved until a shadow crossed it. Then another. My stomach dropped. There were 2 of them this time. I didn't even think. I called 911 again. As I whispered to the dispatcher, I heard the distinct sound of the doorknob turning, slowly, testing it. When it didn't open, the sound stopped. Then came a low, heavy thud. Something hit the door. Once, twice. Murphy hissed and shot under the bed. The dispatcher told me to get into the closet and stay quiet. Officers were being sent again. I crouched there, shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. Then came another sound, glass breaking. The small window above the sink. The footsteps were inside seconds later. I could hear the crunch of glass under shoes, then slow movement through the kitchen. 2 sets of steps. They weren't speaking now, just moving. Methodically. The stairs creaked again. Tears filled my eyes. I clamped a hand over my mouth, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps were heavier this time, like one of them was larger. They paused outside my room again. I could hear them breathing. One of them whispered something, too soft to catch, but I heard my name. That's what froze my blood. They whispered my name. I didn't even know how they could have known it. I could see the faint shadow of feet beneath the door. One pair moved toward it. The other stayed back. The knob turned slightly. Then the pounding of boots downstairs. The officers. Yelling, shouting, commands. The figures at my door turned and ran. I heard the crash of glass again, shouting, then silence. By the time I came out of the closet, still shaking, one officer was standing by my window, gun drawn. They'd come through the woods, fast this time, and caught one of them near the edge of the property. The other had vanished. The man they caught was filthy, clothes torn, covered in mud. He wouldn't talk at first, just kept muttering. When they finally got him to say something, all he said was, "He said the boy was here. He told me to bring him." They never found he. After that, my parents came home early. The police installed a patrol near the area for a few nights. The man they caught was apparently a drifter with a record of breaking into homes, but he'd never been connected to anything violent. He was taken to a state facility after claiming he'd been following the voice. The second intruder was never found. For months after, I couldn't sleep without the light on. Every creak made my heart race. The weirdest part was that a few days later, when the police returned some items they'd collected from the scene, one of the officers handed me something in a plastic evidence bag. It was a Polaroid photo, grainy, dark, taken through a window. It was a picture of me sitting on the couch that first night, eating pizza and watching TV. Story the end. It was a cold October evening in a small suburban neighborhood in Ohio. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows of the old two-story house at the end of Willow Lane. The leaves had mostly fallen from the trees, leaving behind bare branches that scraped against the siding like skeletal fingers. Inside, the house was unusually quiet. My parents had left that morning for a weekend trip to visit my grandparents in Chicago, leaving me, just 17 and alone, for the first time without any adult supervision. I had spent most of the day telling myself that it would be fun, that it would feel like freedom. Little did I know it would feel like something far worse. I remember the day had started normally enough. I had woken up late, breakfasted on cold cereal, and watched a few episodes of my favorite shows. My parents reminded me repeatedly to lock the doors, check the windows, and not answer the door for anyone. They laughed as they left, joking about how my life as a teenager was about to get very independent. I waved goodbye, pretending I wasn't slightly nervous, although the house felt emptier than usual even then. By late afternoon, I had settled into my usual routine. Music in the background, homework scattered across the dining table, and the faint smell of the autumn air seeping through the slightly cracked window in my room. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the living room. Around 6, I remember thinking it was odd how quiet it was. Not just the quiet of being alone, but an unnatural quiet. No cars passing on the street, no dog barking next door. Even the wind seemed to soften, almost like the house itself was holding its breath. I was downstairs in the kitchen, scrolling through my phone, when I heard the first sound that unsettled me. It was a soft, deliberate tapping coming from the front door. I froze. My first thought was that it was a branch hitting the window, but the sound was too steady, too rhythmic. Tap, tap, tap. I approached the door slowly, peering through the small peephole, but there was nothing there. Just the empty street and the dim glow of the street lamp. I shrugged it off and returned to my homework, trying to convince myself that it was my imagination. But as the night wore on, the tapping returned. This time it was accompanied by a soft scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across the wood. I froze again, my heart thudding. I called out, "Hello?" But only my own voice echoed back. My hands were shaking as I double-checked that all the locks were secure. Every door, every window, every bolt. I made sure nothing was left unlatched. Around 9, I went to the kitchen to get a snack. That's when I noticed the basement door. I live in a house with a small, unfinished basement, accessed by a narrow door in the hallway. It was always closed and always locked, at least when my parents were home. Tonight, however, it was slightly ajar. My stomach dropped. I was sure I had closed it that morning. I approached slowly, hand shaking as I reached for the knob. Just as I touched it, I heard the faintest whisper. "Hey." I stumbled backward, dropping the bag of chips I'd been holding. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe I was imagining things. But the whisper came again, louder this time. "Hey? Up here." My eyes darted toward the dark basement, the shadows swallowing the bottom of the stairs. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly, I crept closer, squinting into the darkness. There was nothing. I bolted upstairs and locked myself in my bedroom. My phone's battery was at 20%, and for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to call anyone. My parents were hours away, my friends too far. I tried to distract myself with a movie, but every sound, every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind made me jump. I was too afraid even to text my best friend. Around 11, I heard it again, a heavy thud like someone dropping something in the living room. My first instinct was to ignore it, but curiosity and fear mixed in a toxic combination. I crept down the stairs, phone flashlight on, heart pounding. The living room was empty. Nothing had moved except the lamp I always leave tilted slightly, now perfectly upright. I shook my head, telling myself it was the house settling. Old houses do that, right? Then I heard footsteps upstairs, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth above me. My blood ran cold. My room was upstairs. My parents' room was upstairs. The guest room was upstairs. Nobody was supposed to be upstairs but me. I whispered hello, but the only reply was silence. I tiptoed toward the stairs, straining to hear. The steps stopped, and then a whisper from directly above my head, "I see you." I froze. Every horror story I'd ever laughed off now felt like a warning. I backed away slowly, barely breathing. My mind was racing. Should I hide? Should I try to leave? But the front door was locked. The windows were secure. There was nowhere to run, and whatever was upstairs knew it. I grabbed the baseball bat from under my bed and crept out, trying to make as little noise as possible. The house felt alive in a way it never had before, every shadow stretching and twisting unnaturally. As I reached the top of the stairs, I realized with a sinking feeling that the footsteps had circled around me. Whoever, or whatever it was not just walking. It was hunting. Then came the sound of a lock clicking. Not the front door, not the basement. My parents' bedroom. I froze in place, heart hammering. The doorknob slowly turned, and I caught sight of the dark silhouette standing in the doorway. I couldn't see a face, just the outline of someone or something tall and impossibly thin. My mind screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, waiting. I swung the bat with all my strength, but my arms felt like lead. The figure recoiled slightly, as if it didn't expect me to fight back. Then it moved toward me, fluid and unnatural. I ran, stumbling down the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind me. My plan was to barricade myself in the kitchen, but as I reached it, I saw something that made my blood run cold. All the windows were fogged over, and scribbled in the condensation was a single word, alone. I backed into a corner, clutching the bat, listening. The footsteps returned, circling the living room, up and down the stairs, but never entering the kitchen. I realized it was playing with me, enjoying my fear. Minutes felt like hours. Every sound, the creak of the ceiling fan, the whisper of the wind, the distant hum of the refrigerator felt amplified, sinister. Hours passed. I don't know how long I sat there, too terrified to move, too awake to sleep. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I dozed fitfully, waking to the sound of the front door opening and closing. I thought my parents had returned, but when I rushed to the window, the driveway was empty. No car, no lights, nothing. Just the darkness, stretching across the yard like a void. I called 911 with trembling hands, whispering into the phone, afraid that whatever was in the house could hear me. The operator told me to stay on the line and not leave the room. I did as instructed, gripping the bat, waiting. Then the footsteps stopped. Silence returned. I could hear only the faint sound of my own breathing and the occasional rustle of the old house. The police arrived about 20 minutes later. I flung open the door, running to meet them, tears streaming down my face. They searched the house thoroughly. Basement, attic, bedrooms, every closet. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no intruder, nothing. They told me it was likely a false alarm, that maybe I had imagined the noises. But I knew better. I had felt it, smelled it, seen the shadow. I knew I hadn't imagined the whisper. I see you. My parents returned the next morning, groggy and cheerful, oblivious to the terror I had endured. I didn't tell them everything. Not about the whispers, not about the footsteps, not about the word on the window. They would have thought I was overreacting, just a teenager alone in a house. But I couldn't forget. Every time I walked past the basement, every time I glanced at the front door, my stomach tightened. I felt like the house was still holding its breath, waiting. Months passed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was never truly alone. Sometimes at night, I hear tapping at the door or soft footsteps in the hall. Sometimes I hear my name whispered just outside my bedroom door. My friends laugh when I tell them I'm afraid of being home alone, but I know better. That night changed me. It taught me that some fears aren't imagined, that some presences linger, waiting for the perfect moment to remind you that you are indeed alone. I eventually moved out for college, and my parents sold the house a year later. The new owners never reported anything unusual, but I don't trust their quiet claims. I know what I experienced, and I know what I felt. Some nights, when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I hear a faint tapping at the window, a whispering voice just beyond my door, telling me, reminding me, I see you. Even now, years later, I cannot bring myself to spend a weekend alone. I cannot watch the empty streets at night without feeling that something is waiting in the shadows. The house on Willow Lane is gone from my life, but it's never gone from my mind. Some things don't leave you. Some presences never go away. And I know, in the quietest moments of the night, when the wind is just right and the shadows stretch a little too far, that I will never be truly alone again. Story the end. It was late November, one of those weeks where the days felt gray no matter how bright the sun shone. My parents had gone to visit my aunt in Maine for a few days, leaving me home alone in our two-story house in western Pennsylvania. I was 22, working part-time at a hardware store while taking night classes. It wasn't unusual for them to leave me alone. I was an adult after all. But that particular weekend ended up being one I can't forget, no matter how hard I've tried. The first night started ordinary enough. My parents left that morning around 8, and I had the day off. I cleaned up a little, did laundry, and planned to have a quiet evening. I remember it being windy that night, the kind of wind that makes every old part of the house groan and knock as if the walls themselves are alive. I didn't think much of it at first. I microwaved leftover pizza, scrolled through my phone, and played some music while folding laundry in the living room. Our house wasn't isolated. It sat in a quiet neighborhood about 15 minutes outside of town, but it was at the end of a cul-de-sac with woods behind the backyard. In the daytime, those woods looked peaceful, especially when the leaves changed in autumn. But at night, when the trees swayed and shadows shifted under the porch light, the woods took on an unsettling kind of life. Still, I wasn't the type to spook easily. Around 9, I started hearing what sounded like faint tapping on the back door. The first time, I thought it was the wind blowing branches against the siding. Then it happened again, 3 steady taps. I paused my music, listening. Silence. I waited for another minute before shrugging it off, probably just something hitting the screen door. I went back to watching a movie, trying to relax, but around 10, I heard it again, this time louder. Tap, tap, tap. I muted the TV and sat up, my heart beating faster. The sound was definitely coming from the kitchen where the back door led out to the deck. I turned on the kitchen light and glanced toward the door. Through the glass window of the back door, I couldn't see anything but my own reflection and the faint blur of the yard light outside. Probably the wind, I muttered to myself. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I walked slowly over, trying to peer outside. The porch light illuminated the deck, the railing, and the first few feet of the yard, but beyond that, everything disappeared into darkness. No movement. No one there. I pressed my face a little closer to the glass and squinted, but the night just stared back. I locked the door again out of instinct, double-checking the deadbolt, and went back to the living room. I tried to ignore the goosebumps prickling my arms. I told myself it was just the weather or maybe a raccoon knocking something over. The rest of that night was uneventful, but I didn't sleep much. Every time the house creaked, my brain told me to listen closer. Around 2, I swore I heard footsteps on the deck, soft but deliberate. I froze in bed, staring at the ceiling, holding my breath. Then the wind howled again, and I told myself it was nothing. The next morning, I woke up groggy. The sunlight filtered through my blinds, and for a few minutes I almost convinced myself I'd imagined everything. I checked outside before making coffee. The deck was empty, but when I looked closer, I noticed something strange. Muddy prints. Not animal prints, but footprints. Human. They were faint, but definitely there, tracked across the deck boards right up to the back door. My stomach dropped. I crouched down to look closer. The prints were small, maybe a size 8 or 9, and it looked like whoever made them had been barefoot. Who walks barefoot in late November? I stood there, staring at the prints for a long time before shaking it off. Maybe one of the neighbor kids had snuck through the yard. We'd had issues before with teenagers cutting through the woods, even daring each other to sneak up on houses. That had to be it. The day went on normally. I went out for lunch, ran some errands, came home before dark. I told myself I was being paranoid. But when night fell again, the air around the house felt different, heavier, like something was waiting. I closed all the blinds, locked every door, and even checked the basement window latches. Everything was secure. Around 10, it started again. Tap, tap, tap. I froze in the living room, my heart hammering. The TV was on, but muted. I could hear the sound clearly, those same 3 deliberate knocks at the back door. My phone was on the coffee table. I grabbed it and quietly opened the camera app, switching to video, and started recording as I walked toward the kitchen. The tapping stopped as soon as I reached the doorway. I held my breath and moved slowly, every creak of the floorboards sounding deafening. When I got close enough to the door, I aimed the camera through the glass window. Nothing. The deck was empty. Then, just as I lowered my phone, something moved at the edge of the yard. My heart jumped into my throat. It was fast, just a shadow or a figure ducking out of the light. I couldn't make out any details, but someone had definitely been there. My pulse pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. I turned the deadbolt again, checked it twice, and backed away. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone steady. I wanted to call the police, but what would I even say? That I saw a shadow? That someone might be in my yard? I didn't sleep that night. I stayed on the couch, every light in the living room on, gripping a baseball bat my dad kept by the stairs. Around 3 in the morning, I must have dozed off because I woke suddenly to the sound of the back door handle rattling. Not just once. Someone was actually trying to turn it. I bolted upright, the adrenaline hitting me like ice water. The metallic rattle of the door handle went on for a few seconds, stopped, then started again. Whoever it was tried a few more times before silence returned. I crept closer, every step cautious, holding the bat tight in my hand. Through the glass, I saw movement, someone standing just beyond the deck light, too far to see clearly. My breath hitched. They were facing the door. Standing perfectly still, I didn't move. I just stared. My mind screamed to call 911, but my body wouldn't respond. Then, slowly, the figure took one step forward, enough for the light to hit part of their face. It was a man. Middle-aged, maybe, with a scruffy beard and something strange about his expression. He was smiling, but not like someone trying to be friendly. It was a wide, frozen grin. Too stretched, too deliberate. He looked straight at the door window. I backed away, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. Then he lifted one hand and placed it flat against the glass, his smile never moving. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a chair. I ran into the living room, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. The operator's calm voice barely registered through the panic in my head. I told her someone was at my back door trying to get in. She said officers were on the way and told me to stay inside and not engage. I stayed crouched in the corner of the living room, watching the kitchen doorway. Every few seconds, I strained to hear footsteps or movement, but it was silent except for the wind outside. When the police arrived about 15 minutes later, I was still shaking. They searched the property, checked the yard, and found fresh footprints leading into the woods, but no one around. One of the officers told me it was probably some vagrant or a trespasser who'd taken off when they saw the lights. They promised to keep a patrol car nearby for the night and told me to call if anything else happened. I thanked them, even though my voice was trembling. I didn't sleep again that night. Every sound made me flinch. I kept thinking about that man's face, how his smile didn't look human, how he seemed almost delighted that I saw him. By morning, I started doubting my own memory. Maybe the light played tricks on me. Maybe the smile wasn't as wide as I thought, but then I remembered the handprint. When the sun came up, I went to check the back door. There, smudged faintly against the glass, was the outline of a hand. Long fingers. Too long, maybe. It looked greasy, like the residue left by skin that hadn't been washed in a long time. I wiped it clean with paper towels, telling myself it was over. But it wasn't. That night, I made sure every window and door was locked again, even slid a chair under the doorknob for extra measure. I tried to stay busy, keeping the TV loud enough to drown out every creak. Around midnight, I went upstairs to grab something from my room. When I passed the hallway window that overlooked the backyard, I glanced out and froze. Someone was standing at the tree line, not moving, not hiding, just standing there, watching the house. My throat went dry. The figure was too far to make out any details, but I could feel their eyes on me even from that distance. I dropped the curtain shut and backed away. I didn't call the police this time. I just couldn't. I didn't think they'd believe me anymore. I spent the rest of the night in the living room again, with the lights on and the bat in my lap. Around 3:30, I started hearing noises from upstairs, faint creaks like footsteps moving slowly across the hallway. I sat up straight, every muscle tense. Then came another sound, something scraping against the wall just above the ceiling. It was impossible. I'd been sitting by the front door the entire time. No one had gone upstairs. I told myself it was the house settling, but the noise grew louder, closer, like someone dragging a hand along the walls. I could hear it move toward the staircase. I gripped the bat tighter and whispered to myself, "You're imagining this." But I wasn't. The creaks descended one step, then another. The air in the room seemed to thicken with every sound. I stared at the base of the stairs, half expecting to see a shadow appear. Then it stopped. Total silence. I sat there for what felt like an hour before finally standing up, every nerve screaming not to move. I flipped on the hallway light and climbed halfway up the stairs, listening. Nothing. The house was still again. I checked each room upstairs. My parents' room, my sister's room, the bathroom. Empty. I even opened the attic door just to be sure. Nothing but dust and insulation. By morning, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept properly in 2 days, and I was starting to feel delirious. I called my parents, pretending everything was fine, not wanting to worry them. But I could tell from my voice that they knew something was off. My mom said they'd be home the next day. Just one more night. That night, I made coffee to stay awake. Around 10, I double-checked all the locks again. Everything was fine until the power went out. It happened suddenly, a loud click, and then total darkness. The hum of the refrigerator stopped, and the house went silent. My phone flashlight was the only light I had. I checked the breaker panel in the basement. Everything looked normal, but when I tried flipping the switch, nothing happened. That's when I heard it, slow, deliberate footsteps above me. My heart froze. I was in the basement. There was only one door to get out, and it led to the kitchen. The footsteps moved across the floorboards directly overhead. I stood still, clutching my flashlight, trying to breathe quietly. Then I heard the faint sound of humming. A man's voice, off-key, slow. He was inside the house. I didn't move. My mind raced. I thought about hiding, but there wasn't much space down there except behind the water heater or under the stairs. Instead, I moved as quietly as I could toward the basement door. I pressed my ear against it, trying to hear where he was. The humming stopped. Then the floorboards creaked right above the door. I backed away slowly. My hand trembled as I held the bat in one hand and my phone in the other. I didn't even have time to dial 911 before the doorknob turned. The light from my phone caught the handle slowly twisting left, then right. Whoever it was, they were testing it, checking if it was locked. It was. Then came the whisper. So faint I almost thought it was in my head. "I see you." I dropped the phone. The sound of it hitting the floor seemed deafening in the dark. My chest tightened so much, I could barely breathe. I grabbed the phone again and bolted toward the far end of the basement, crouching behind the storage shelves. I heard the door rattle once, twice, and then stop. For a full minute, there was silence. Then heavy footsteps retreated. I didn't move. I stayed hidden for nearly half an hour before creeping back toward the stairs. The door was still closed, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. When I finally opened it, the kitchen was empty. I called the police again, whispering the whole time. They came faster than before, 2 cars this time. They searched the house from top to bottom, inside and out. Again, nothing. But they found something that made my blood run cold. The back door lock had scratch marks on it, like someone had been trying to force it open with a tool. The officer asked if I had any idea who might want to break in. I didn't. I didn't even know anyone who'd do something like this. They stayed outside for about an hour before leaving, promising to patrol again through the night. When they left, the silence returned. I locked myself in my room, this time barricading the door with a dresser. I sat awake until dawn. When my parents came home that afternoon, I nearly broke down telling them what happened. My dad didn't say much, just listened quietly, his jaw tight. He checked every door, every window, even the woods behind the house. He found something there too. Near the tree line, half covered by leaves, was a sleeping bag and some trash. An old water bottle, food wrappers, and a pair of muddy socks. Someone had been living there, watching. The police came again and took everything away. They told us it looked like a transient camp, someone who might have been staying out there for days or weeks. They said it wasn't uncommon in that area. But I could tell from their faces they knew it wasn't just a random drifter. Whoever that man was, he'd been inside at least once. The scratches on the lock proved it. The humming in the basement proved it. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep without lights on. Every noise in the house set me on edge. Sometimes, when the wind howled through the trees at night, I could still hear that faint humming, and I'd jolt awake, heart racing. It's been over a year now, and I still live with my parents. They replaced the doors, added cameras, and even put motion lights all around the house. But no matter how many times I check the footage or how bright the lights are, I still can't shake the feeling that he's out there somewhere, maybe in another backyard, waiting for another night, another person home alone. Sometimes when I take out the trash late, I feel eyes on me from the woods, and I swear I can see that same faint smile glowing in the dark. Story the end. It was a Friday evening in early October when I found myself alone in our house for the first time in years. My parents had gone out of town for a weekend wedding in another state, and my older sister, Emma, was spending the night at a friend's place. I was 15 at the time, which in my mind was the perfect age to be left home alone. I'd been looking forward to it for months, free reign over the TV, junk food, and no one to tell me to go to bed on time. At first, everything seemed ordinary. I had dinner, frozen pizza because who wants to cook when you're alone, and then settled on the couch with a blanket and my laptop, planning to binge some horror movies. There was a storm brewing outside, rain lashing against the windows in thick sheets, lightning illuminating the walls for brief moments, and thunder shaking the house like it might collapse. I loved storms normally. The atmosphere was exciting and cinematic. That night, it would become something else entirely. I was watching a movie around 9 o'clock when I heard it. A faint thump from the back of the house. I froze. The sound wasn't close. It was coming from the kitchen or maybe the hallway beyond it. My first thought was a branch hitting the window or maybe a loose gutter in the wind. But the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I could feel my pulse quicken. I told myself it was nothing and returned to the movie. Then I heard it again, louder this time, a dragging sound, like something being pulled across the floor. My stomach knotted. I tried calling Emma, thinking maybe she could calm me down, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I considered calling my parents, but I didn't want to sound paranoid. Besides, their plane had just landed hours ago. They wouldn't be able to help anyway. I crept down the hallway toward the kitchen, my bare feet silent against the cold wooden floor. The kitchen was dark, the only light coming from the flickering street lamp outside, casting shadows across the countertops. Everything looked normal, nothing out of place. The noise hadn't repeated. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just the storm or the old house settling. I tried to laugh it off, but the tension was gnawing at me. I returned to the living room and locked the doors and windows, double-checked that all the locks were secure, and even shoved a chair under the doorknob of the back door just in case. My rational brain told me I was safe. After all, the neighborhood was quiet, suburban, nothing bad ever happened here. But the fear lingered, a weight pressing down on my chest. Around 10:30, I went to make some popcorn and grabbed my phone to check messages. That's when I noticed it. The garage door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it earlier. My heart dropped. I hadn't even gone near the garage since my parents left. I swallowed hard and slowly approached it. Peeking inside, I saw nothing. The storm made it hard to see clearly, rain streaking the glass panels, shadows dancing across the floor. I exhaled slowly and pushed the door fully closed, jiggling the handle to make sure it was locked this time. I tried to calm myself by turning on all the lights and sitting back down in the living room. The rain was still pounding, and the wind howled around the eaves. My laptop battery was low, so I decided to go upstairs to charge it. I climbed the stairs carefully, each step creaking under my weight. The house felt different at night. Even in the familiar spaces, the shadows longer, the noises louder. Halfway up the stairs, I heard it again. A soft scratching sound from the living room, followed by a quiet, deliberate thump. My stomach dropped. I froze at the top of the stairs, listening. Then I heard a voice, low and guttural, muttering something I couldn't quite make out. It wasn't human, or at least it didn't sound like anyone I knew. My first instinct was to bolt to my bedroom, lock the door, and call 911, but something paralyzed me. I stood there, frozen in place, heart hammering. The voice came again, clearer this time. "I see you." I yelped and bolted down the stairs, my bare feet slipping slightly on the hardwood. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the drawer, and then realized something horrifying. The back door was wide open. The chair I had used to block it earlier had been moved aside. My mind raced. I had locked the doors, checked the windows. Someone had been inside. I ran to the front door to grab my phone, intending to call the police, and froze. In the storm-lit driveway, I saw a shadowy figure standing just at the edge of the light. It didn't move, just stood there, watching. My hands trembled as I dialed 911, barely able to speak. The dispatcher's calm voice contrasted sharply with my panic. I explained what I saw, the open door, the figure. She instructed me to stay inside, keep the doors locked, and wait for officers to arrive. I hung up and retreated to my bedroom, locking the door and barricading it with the dresser. I could hear faint footsteps from downstairs now, slow and deliberate, accompanied by the sound of rain and wind. The figure hadn't come inside, but it was close enough that I could feel its presence. Minutes felt like hours. My chest burned from panic. I stayed crouched behind the door, knife in hand, listening to the storm and the intruder moving around below. Eventually, the sound of sirens broke through the storm. I ran to the window, seeing police cars pull into the driveway. The figure was gone, vanished into the darkness as if it had never been there. The officers searched the property but found no one. There was no sign of forced entry, no footprints in the mud outside, no fingerprints on the door. It was as if someone had appeared, lingered, and disappeared without leaving a trace. The rest of the night passed in a haze. I stayed awake, flashlight in hand, every creak of the house making me jump. When my parents returned the next day, I recounted what happened. They believed someone had tried to break in and ran off when they realized the house wasn't empty in the way they expected. But it didn't feel right. The figure, the voice, I knew I had seen and heard something more than a random intruder. Months later, I spoke to neighbors about that night. A few mentioned seeing a man in dark clothing wandering the neighborhood during storms, always vanishing before anyone could approach. Some said he had been spotted for years, but no one knew who he was or why he was there. I never saw him again, but every storm since then brings back the memory of that night. The rain lashing against the windows, the figure standing in the driveway, the low, guttural voice, and the terrifying realization that someone or something had been inside my home while I was alone. I learned to never underestimate the quiet moments in an empty house. What feels safe in daylight can become terrifying in the dark. Every stormy night, I check my locks, double-check the windows, and sometimes when the wind howls just right, I swear I hear that voice again, whispering from somewhere just beyond the shadows. It reminds me that home, no matter how familiar, can be invaded in ways that leave no trace, no explanation, only fear. Even now, years later, living in my own apartment hundreds of miles away, I still remember that night. I remember the sounds, the figure, and the suffocating feeling of someone watching you in a place you thought was safe. I've never stayed completely alone in a house for more than a few hours since. Some things can't be explained, and some fears don't fade. I know what I experienced was real, even if no one else saw it. The house was mine, and yet it wasn't. I was alone, and yet I wasn't. The memory is vivid, the rain, the lightning, the way the shadows seemed to shift just out of the corner of my eye, the way my own house, normally so familiar, became a maze of threats and possibilities, the way I could feel someone's presence even when no one was there. I try not to think about it, but sometimes when a storm rolls in, I can't help it. The fear comes back, sharp and immediate, as if that night is happening again. And I know, deep down, that if I were home alone tonight, I wouldn't be able to ignore it. I would see him again, the figure in the storm, silent, patient, and watching. I would hear the whisper, low and guttural, echoing through the rooms, and I would remember the most terrifying truth. Home is only safe until someone decides it isn't. Story the end. It started on a Friday afternoon in late October. My parents had to drive down to Atlanta for a last-minute business thing, and I was left home alone. I was 17 at the time, and my parents trusted me. They'd left me alone before for weekends, but never for a long stretch, and never without any neighbors around because our street was unusually quiet. I had just finished my sophomore year at high school, and I remember feeling excited, almost giddy, about the idea of having the house to myself. No curfew, no parents asking where I was going, and all the freedom to watch whatever I wanted on TV. The morning they left, everything seemed normal. My parents were in a rush, arguing over whether to bring the dog or leave him with the neighbors. In the end, they left him, a big golden retriever named Max, with the neighbor across the street. They hugged me, told me not to do anything stupid, and waved as they drove off. The house was quiet, except for the hum of the air conditioning and the occasional bark from Max being petted next door. I remember feeling a strange sense of anticipation, like something big was about to happen, though I brushed it off. The first night was fine. I stayed up late, watched movies, ordered pizza, and chatted with friends online. The house creaked in the usual ways. Pipes groaned, the wind rattled a few of the windows, and the floors made noises that were familiar from living there my whole life. Nothing unusual. But around 2 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of a door closing somewhere downstairs. At first, I thought it was the wind. Our front door has always been a bit finicky. Sometimes it swings shut even when the lock isn't engaged. But then I heard it again. A soft click, like a latch. I froze, straining to listen. My first thought was that maybe I had left a window open and a branch had brushed against it. But our house had security sensors, and I remembered locking every window that evening. I told myself it was nothing, maybe my imagination. But I couldn't go back to sleep. I got up and crept to my bedroom window, peeking out into the yard. Nothing. Not a shadow, not a car, nothing. I laughed at myself nervously and went back to bed, convincing myself that the creak must have been the house settling. The second night is when things started to get strange. I was lying on the couch watching a horror movie when I heard footsteps upstairs. My parents' bedroom is on the second floor, and all the bedrooms are up there, so I knew I was the only one home. I paused the movie, my heart hammering, and listened. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, moving from one end of the hallway to the other. I tried calling my parents, but my phone had no signal. Weird, because normally it worked fine inside the house. I debated calling 911, but I didn't want to seem like a crazy teenager over something that could be my imagination. I grabbed a baseball bat from the closet and slowly made my way up the stairs, trying to make as little noise as possible. As soon as I reached the top, the footsteps stopped. Dead silence. I checked every room, my parents' room, the guest room, the storage closet where we keep cleaning supplies. Nothing. I chalked it up to being stressed and imagining things, though deep down, I knew something wasn't right. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every little noise made me jump, and I kept imagining shadows moving across the walls. By the third night, I was starting to feel paranoid. It was Saturday evening, and I decided to make dinner for myself, grilled cheese and tomato soup. While I was in the kitchen, I heard the front door open. Not just a creak or a click, the sound of the door actually unlocking. I froze. No one was supposed to be home. I slowly turned around, and my heart dropped. The front door was wide open. I never leave it open, especially when I'm home alone. I run to it, slam it shut, and lock it multiple times. My hands were shaking. I looked outside. The street was empty, quiet as ever, but the feeling of being watched washed over me. I called the police, and they came within 15 minutes. They checked the house, the yard, the perimeter. Nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, no evidence anyone had been there. They left after an hour, telling me I might have just left the door unlocked earlier and the wind had pushed it open. But I knew better. I had locked the door. Always. That night, I slept with the lights on, the TV blaring in the background to drown out any sound of movement. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to Max barking furiously in the neighbor's yard, though I didn't even know the dog was awake. I got out of bed and looked out the window, and there was a shadow, just a silhouette standing near the tree in my front yard. I couldn't make out any features, but I could feel its gaze on me. I blinked, and it was gone. I stayed frozen for what felt like 10 minutes before I finally pulled the curtains closed and tried to sleep, convincing myself it was a trick of the streetlight. The fourth night was the worst. By then, I was a wreck. I barely ate, barely slept, and jumped at every sound. Around midnight, I was in the living room trying to distract myself with a movie when I heard the back door open. This time, it was definitely someone. I could hear the soft click of the deadbolt and then footsteps across the kitchen floor. I grabbed the bat and crept toward the kitchen, heart racing. When I reached the kitchen, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I swung the bat and it hit something solid. There was a muffled groan. I froze, blood rushing through my ears. I realized I had just hit someone or something, but before I could process it, a shadow moved past me and up the stairs. I ran to the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I finally got a signal and called 911. The police arrived within minutes. They found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no intruder, no evidence at all. I tried explaining what happened, but I felt ridiculous, like I was losing my mind. The dispatcher told me to lock all doors, stay inside, and wait for my parents to get back. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my parents' bedroom, clutching the bat and trying to stay awake. Every little sound, the wind, a creak, a car passing, made me jump. I didn't sleep at all. The fifth night, I decided to set up my dad's old security cameras. I had never used them before, but I figured it was better than nothing. I set them up in the living room, the front door, and the back door. Around midnight, I sat on the couch, watching the feed on my laptop. Nothing for hours. Then, at 2:17 a.m., the camera at the front door picked up movement. A figure was standing there, just outside, barely visible in the dark. I could see the shape of a person, tall, wearing dark clothing, just standing there, staring at the door. My hands trembled as I grabbed the phone and called 911 again. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line and not confront the person. I stayed frozen, watching as the figure slowly raised its hand and touched the doorframe. Then it stepped back and disappeared from the camera's view. The police arrived. They checked the perimeter, the street, the neighbors' yards. Again, nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, no one around. They told me maybe it was someone walking by, but that didn't make sense. This person had been standing still for over 10 minutes, staring at my house. Nobody just does that. After that night, I couldn't stay in the house alone anymore. My parents returned that morning, and I told them everything. At first, they thought I was exaggerating, but then they checked the security footage and saw the figure. My father's face went pale. He insisted we call a professional security company. They checked all doors and windows, reinforced locks, and installed motion sensors. Even after all that, I still had nightmares. Every time I was home alone, I felt watched. I never saw the figure again, but sometimes I would catch glimpses of shadows in the corner of my eye or hear footsteps when I was sure I was alone. I never felt truly safe in that house again. It wasn't until years later that I found out about a series of break-ins in our neighborhood around that time. The police had suspected a man who liked to stalk empty houses, watching families, and disappearing before anyone noticed. He was never caught, but several homes reported seeing a figure standing outside, staring for long periods. Some families had cameras that caught glimpses of him, just like mine did. I realized then that I hadn't imagined any of it. That shadow, those footsteps, the door opening on its own, it had all been real. I had been completely alone in the house, completely unprotected, while someone had been outside, watching, waiting, planning. And the worst part? I'll never know what would have happened if the figure had decided to come inside. Even now, I still jump at the sound of doors clicking. I can't stay home alone. I avoid being in houses where I know I'm the only one there. That weekend changed me, and it's a feeling that never truly goes away, the feeling that someone is watching, just beyond your vision, waiting for the right moment. Story, the end. It was late October, and the leaves outside had turned shades of amber and rust, swirling around the quiet suburban streets as the wind picked up in small, uneven gusts. Emma Parker's parents had left for a weekend trip to their cabin in the mountains, leaving her alone in their house in Cedarville, Michigan. She had been home alone before, of course. Overnight babysitting stints for her younger cousins, like the occasional late-night sleepover while her parents were out, but there was something about this particular weekend that made her stomach knot with unease. Her parents had stressed she should lock every door, double-check the windows, and not answer the phone for anyone she didn't know. Emma had nodded and smiled, though inside her mind was buzzing with that faintly irrational fear she couldn't quite shake. The first night started uneventfully. Emma made herself a quick dinner, a frozen lasagna she had shoved in the oven, and watched some mindless TV shows while sipping on a cup of hot chocolate. The house felt enormous and echoing. Every creak of the floorboards amplified against the empty rooms. At first, she convinced herself it was just the old wooden floors settling, but then, around 11:30 p.m., she heard it. A soft knock at the back door. She froze. Her parents were gone. No one was supposed to be here. Slowly, she crept toward the door, peering through the peephole. Nothing. Just the darkened backyard, trees swaying and shadows stretching across the lawn. Probably just a branch, she whispered to herself, trying to calm the rising panic in her chest. She told herself it was nothing, locked the door again, and went back to the couch, though she found it hard to focus on the TV. Every gust of wind sounded like a footstep. Every thump of a branch hitting the window sounded like someone pounding on the house. By 1 a.m., Emma decided to go to bed. She double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains, and slipped under her blankets. But sleep didn't come easily. The house, so quiet in the daytime, seemed alive with noises she had never noticed before. The subtle creak of the pipes, the hum of the refrigerator, even the faint hiss of the heating vents sounded like whispers echoing through the walls. Around 2 a.m., she woke to a faint tapping sound coming from the living room. She sat up, heart thudding, and listened. Tap, 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 like something or someone was lightly drumming their fingers on the hardwood floor. She convinced herself it was her imagination again, but the sound persisted, steady and deliberate. Slowly, she crept out of her room, her bare feet cold against the floorboards. The living room was empty, furniture in its usual place, the TV off. The window to the backyard was closed, but the blinds swayed as if someone had brushed against them. Emma's throat tightened. She backed into the hallway and turned on every light as she made her way to the phone. She wanted to call her parents, call the police, call anyone, but the line was dead. No dial tone. She checked the other phone in the kitchen, also dead. Panic began to creep in, squeezing her chest. She felt suddenly trapped, isolated. Then she heard it again. This time it was coming from the basement. Slow, deliberate footsteps, heavy and dragging, moving across the cement floor below. Emma froze, her hand hovering over the basement door handle. The thought of what could be down there made her stomach churn. She knew she should leave, should run to a neighbor's house, but something made her stay. Fear had a strange, paralyzing quality, and the idea that leaving might provoke whoever, or whatever, was in her house made her hesitant. She whispered into the darkness, "Hello? Who's there?" No answer. The steps stopped. Silence. Emma felt a flicker of relief, thinking perhaps she had imagined it all. But then she saw it, a shadow moving along the wall near the basement door. Not a trick of the light. It was definite, a human-shaped silhouette. She stumbled backward, knocking over a small side table, and the shadow vanished. Her heart was pounding so hard she thought it might burst out of her chest. Emma ran upstairs to her bedroom and locked the door, trying to steady her breathing. She considered hiding in the closet, but she didn't have time to think that far ahead. The basement steps creaked again, as if someone or something was coming up. She grabbed the baseball bat she kept under her bed, holding it tight with trembling hands. The doorknob rattled, a sharp, rattling twist that made her scream. Emma raised the bat ready to swing, but the doorknob stopped moving. Then a soft whisper came from the other side of the door. Emma. She dropped the bat in shock. Her mind raced. How did this person know her name? Her parents always warned her never to answer the door for strangers, but this was different. This wasn't a knock. This was inside the house. The whisper came again, closer this time. Emma, it's okay, don't be scared. Her hands were shaking so violently she could barely hold the bat. She remembered the emergency exit plan her parents had drilled into her head. Don't confront. Don't hide in obvious spots. Get out. She slowly backed to her window, trying to unlock it without making a sound. Then she heard something else, a faint, scratching sound coming from the front door. Footsteps? No, nails on wood. Someone was trying to pry it open. Her blood ran cold. She realized with horrifying clarity that the locks she had double-checked were no match for whoever, or whatever, was outside. And worse, they were waiting. Patiently. Emma slid the window open, feeling the cool night air rush in. She climbed out, landing awkwardly in the bushes, and ran. Her bare feet cut on the fallen leaves, but she didn't stop. She ran down the street toward her neighbor's house, screaming for help. Lights flicked on one by one in the otherwise dark neighborhood, and finally, a door opened. Mr. Jennings, her elderly neighbor, appeared, flashlight in hand. Emma, what's wrong? He asked, his voice trembling with concern. She gasped for breath, pointing back at her house. Someone's inside. They know my name. She couldn't finish. Mr. Jennings called the police immediately. They arrived within minutes, but by then, the house was empty. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing stolen. It was as if the intruder had vanished into thin air. The police assured her it might have been a prank, someone using the shadows and wind to scare her. But Emma knew better. The voice, the footsteps, the whisper, it wasn't a prank. The next day, her parents returned, sensing something was off from the worried expression she wore. Emma recounted everything, and though her parents tried to rationalize it, maybe an animal, maybe a neighbor playing a joke, she remained unconvinced. She had felt the weight of someone in the house, the deliberate and terrifying presence that had watched her, whispering her name in the dead of night. The unease didn't end there. For weeks afterward, Emma felt watched in her own home. Sometimes she would catch shadows moving just beyond her peripheral vision, and sometimes she would hear faint tapping sounds on the floors when she was alone. Her parents dismissed it, attributing it to anxiety or imagination, but Emma knew the truth. Someone had been in her house that night, someone who knew her, someone who had waited patiently in the dark. Months later, she found a small scratched note tucked behind the living room curtains. In messy, almost childish handwriting, it read, "Next time, I'll wait longer." Her stomach sank. Police were involved again, but there was no trace, no evidence, nothing to track. The handwriting matched no one she knew, and no one could explain how it had appeared without anyone entering the home. From that day on, Emma's parents never left her alone at the house. She installed extra locks, alarms, cameras, even motion sensors, but the fear never entirely left. Every creak in the floor, every gust of wind rattling the windows made her flinch. She never heard the voice again, but she knew it hadn't gone away. Whoever or whatever had been inside that night had marked her. Even years later, living in another state, Emma would occasionally wake in the middle of the night to the faintest tap, 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 and she would hear a whisper she hadn't forgotten. Emma. No one else had been there, and yet she was never truly alone again. Story the end. It was a cold December afternoon when I found myself alone in the house for the first time. My parents had gone on a last-minute trip to visit my aunt in Michigan, and I had begged them to let me stay behind with the promise that I would be responsible. I was 16, had my own room, and for once, I was thrilled at the idea of being completely alone. I spent the morning cleaning up, doing laundry, and reorganizing my room. The house was silent, save for the occasional hum of the heater and the distant barking of dogs from the neighbors' yards. By 4 o'clock, I had eaten a quick sandwich for lunch, and I decided to settle down in the living room with my laptop. My parents had left detailed instructions about locking doors and windows, setting the alarm system, and keeping my phone charged. I followed each step carefully, triple-checking the locks and making sure the alarm was active. Feeling a strange mix of pride and excitement, I sat down and started browsing online, streaming a movie, and laughing at myself for feeling so grown up. The first sign that something was off came around 6. I was in the kitchen making a bowl of cereal when I heard a faint sound from the back of the house, a scratching noise, almost like fingernails on wood. My first thought was that it was the old heating pipes, or maybe a branch brushing against the window, but the sound was oddly rhythmic and deliberate. I paused, listening carefully. The sound stopped. I shrugged and chalked it up to imagination, convincing myself that the house made noises when it cooled in the winter. By 8, it was dark outside, and I had started watching another movie. That's when I noticed something on the front porch through the living room window. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows, but then I saw it clearly, a figure standing just beyond the porch light, barely moving. My heart skipped a beat. It was impossible for anyone to be there. Our house was in a fairly secluded suburban neighborhood, and with the lights on, anyone outside would have been seen. I froze, staring at the silhouette. The figure didn't move, didn't wave, didn't make a sound. Then, almost imperceptibly, it turned and disappeared behind the side of the house. I wanted to convince myself it was a neighbor or someone walking their dog, but something about the way it moved didn't feel human. I grabbed my phone and called my best friend, trying to sound casual. Hey, you know how my parents are gone? I started. Yeah, something weird just happened. I think someone was on the porch. I don't know. I could be imagining it. My friend laughed nervously, telling me I was probably just spooked and to lock all the doors. I did exactly that, checking each one 3 times and then double-checking the windows. An hour later, I heard it again, scratching, faint but deliberate, coming from the back door this time. My stomach dropped. I grabbed a baseball bat from the closet, holding it tightly, and slowly approached the kitchen. The sliding glass door was locked, but the sound persisted, as if someone was testing the lock. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a notification from my parents asking if I had eaten dinner. I texted back that I had and tried to act normal, even though my hands were trembling. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a stray cat, but then I saw it, a handprint on the condensation forming on the glass. It was too big to be mine and smeared in a way that suggested someone had been pressing against the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I dialed 911, whispering as I spoke, hoping the operator couldn't hear the terror in my voice. I explained everything, from the figure on the porch to the handprint, and they assured me someone would send a patrol car immediately. I stayed crouched behind the counter, gripping the bat, eyes darting toward every shadow. The minutes dragged. I heard the sound of someone walking along the porch again, the faint scuffing of shoes on the wooden deck. Then it stopped. Dead silence. I considered peeking out the blinds, but was too terrified. Suddenly, the back door handle rattled violently. Whoever was there was trying to open it. I yelled, "Stay back!" My voice shook, and I don't know if it was because of fear or anger. The handle rattled once more, then nothing. I called my neighbor, an older man named Mr. Reynolds, who lived 2 houses down. I told him what was happening and asked if he could check around my property. He agreed and said he would drive by slowly. Within minutes, I heard his car pull up and headlights sweep across the backyard. I could barely see anything through the blinds, but the yard appeared empty. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with every light on, watching the front door, the back door, the windows. Occasionally, I would hear a faint tap, a scratch, or a whisper of movement, always just out of sight. I texted my parents, who were several states away, and they told me to stay calm, stay put, and wait for the police if anything escalated. Around midnight, I finally heard the sirens. The police arrived in 2 cars, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. They checked every room, the backyard, the garage, the surrounding property. Nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing that could explain the noises or the handprint. They told me I probably had a raccoon, a cat, or maybe the wind moving things around, but I could tell from their eyes they didn't fully believe me. They advised me to stay with a neighbor or a friend for the rest of the night. I agreed. I spent the next hour at Mr. Reynolds' house, shivering, trying to convince myself it was all imagination. I had barely sat down when my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "Why'd you call the cops?" I froze. My stomach turned cold. I showed it to Mr. Reynolds. He frowned and told me to call the police immediately. They traced the number, but it came back unregistered, likely a burner phone. The next morning, my parents called. I explained everything, from the figure on the porch to the handprint, the noises, the rattling of the back door, and the threatening text. They were horrified and promised to come back immediately. I returned home with Mr. Reynolds to check the house. Everything seemed normal in the daylight, but the back door had deep scratches along the frame, as if someone had tried to force it open. I tried to put it behind me for the next few days, but the unease lingered. I installed extra locks, security cameras, motion sensor lights, and even an alarm system that alerted me on my phone. The footage from the first night was empty, showing nothing unusual. Every so often, I would catch glimpses of shadows moving in the corners of my eye, hear faint scratching, or notice a door that was slightly ajar, even though I was certain I had locked it. Weeks later, I was home alone again while my parents ran errands. I had grown more cautious, but was confident in my security measures. Around dusk, I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard the same faint scratching from the back door. My heart raced, but I reminded myself of the cameras and locks. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold, a fresh handprint on the condensation of the glass, exactly where the first one had been. I didn't call the police this time. I grabbed my bat and waited, every muscle tensed. Hours passed with nothing happening. I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, but it lingered like a shadow over the house. Every time I turned a corner, I felt eyes on me. Every creak of the floorboards sounded deliberate, as if someone was pacing just behind me. A month later, my parents went on another trip, and I stayed behind again. I had become hyper-vigilant, checking every lock, double-checking windows, monitoring the cameras constantly. That night, I saw something on the footage that made my stomach drop. A figure, barely visible in the corner of the backyard, standing just beyond the motion sensor light. It didn't move for hours. Eventually, it disappeared, but it was clear. Someone had been there, watching me. The scariest part was that no one ever entered the house while I was there, at least not visibly. Whoever it was, they were patient, waiting, observing from the shadows, testing the locks, never forcing entry, but always letting me know they were there. The realization that someone could be that close, that calculated, without being caught, was terrifying. After that, I refused to stay home alone. I stayed with friends, neighbors, anyone who could be near me. The house, once a place of comfort, had become a source of anxiety, a trap filled with unseen eyes. My parents eventually returned, and we moved a few months later, but the feeling never fully went away. I still check my locks obsessively, watch the shadows, and triple-check the doors before bed. Even now, years later, I sometimes think I see someone standing at the edge of my yard when I'm home alone. My friends tease me about paranoia, but I know the truth. Whatever was in that house that night is real. Patient, silent, and always just out of reach. Story the end. It was a Thursday evening in late October, and the sky had already taken on that bruised purple-black shade that comes right before nightfall. The wind rattled the maple trees along Sycamore Street in the small suburban town of Millfield, Ohio. The streets were quiet, almost unnatural except for the occasional honk from a distant car or the clatter of a garbage can tipping over in someone's driveway. Emily Parker, 17, had been looking forward to this night all week. Her parents had left early that morning for a long weekend business trip in Chicago, leaving her home alone for the first time in months. She had stocked up on snacks, set up her laptop in the living room, and even planned a movie marathon for herself. Everything was supposed to be perfect. Emily's mom had reminded her several times before leaving, lock every door, don't open it for anyone, and don't wander outside after dark. Emily had nodded, smiling, confident that she could handle the responsibility. Her parents' house had always felt safe. A 2-story colonial with a white picket fence, it was the kind of home that gave off the impression of security, of normalcy. But by the time the sun had completely disappeared and the streetlights flickered on, that sense of safety began to erode. She settled into the couch, pulling a blanket around her legs and cracking open a bag of chips. The first movie was a lighthearted comedy, and Emily laughed at the jokes, letting herself relax. Occasionally, the wind would howl outside, and she'd glance toward the windows, but nothing seemed unusual. That is, until the first knock. It was soft at first, barely audible over the movie's soundtrack. Emily froze, straining to hear. Another knock followed, a little louder this time. Deliberate. Her stomach tightened. Probably a neighbor, she muttered to herself, though she knew the neighbors weren't home. Everyone in the area seemed to have left for the weekend. She paused the movie and got up cautiously, peering through the peephole in the front door. Nothing. Empty porch, empty street. Her pulse eased slightly. Maybe she had imagined it. As she turned back to the couch, there was another knock. This one sharp, insistent. She jumped and froze. It wasn't a polite knock. It was deliberate, purposeful, and it sent a chill down her spine. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. No answer. Just the echo of the wind in the trees and the distant hum of the streetlights. She backed away from the door and retreated to the living room, locking the deadbolt again and double-checking all the other doors and windows. Everything was locked. Everything was secure. Trying to calm herself, Emily told herself it was probably just a branch brushing against the siding, or maybe a trick of her imagination. She returned to the couch and turned on the TV, but her nerves were frayed now. Every sound made her jump. The squeak of the stairs as the house settled, the hum of the refrigerator, the whisper of the wind outside. It was a quiet, eerie kind of quiet that made every small noise exaggerated, amplified. She tried to distract herself, scrolling through social media on her phone, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Around 10 o'clock, the power flickered once and then went out completely, plunging the house into darkness. Emily's heart raced. She fumbled for her phone to use as a flashlight, the small beam illuminating the living room in narrow, shaky lines. She considered calling her parents, but quickly dismissed the thought, afraid she'd sound hysterical. Then she heard it, the faintest scrape of shoes on the porch. Not a branch, not the wind. Something or someone was moving outside her house. Emily froze, her hand tightening around the phone. The sound stopped, replaced by a soft, deliberate tapping at the front door. She shook, terror tightening her chest. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a joke. Someone was there. Someone had found their way to her home. She remembered the baseball bat her dad kept in the closet for emergencies. Quietly, she crept toward the hallway, her phone light trembling in her hand, her bare feet whispering across the hardwood floor. Reaching the closet, she grabbed the bat and stood in the living room, listening. The knocking continued, then stopped abruptly. Silence, thick and heavy. Emily's mind raced, thinking of every possible scenario. What if someone had broken in through the back? What if they had been watching her all day? Then she heard a voice, faint and low, coming from the direction of the front door. Emily. Emily. Her blood ran cold. She wasn't imagining things. The voice was calling her by name. She hadn't told anyone at school she'd be home alone. Nobody should know. She backed away, clutching the bat, heart pounding in her ears. The voice called again, this time slightly louder, more insistent, more taunting. She ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife, the cold metal reassuring in her hand. She debated calling 911, but hesitated, her fingers frozen over the phone screen. What if the intruder heard her? What if making a sound made it worse? The voice had stopped now, replaced by silence again. She tiptoed toward the back door, peering out the small window. Nothing. Just the dark yard, the wind rattling the trees, the shadows of her backyard fence. Emily decided to barricade herself in her bedroom upstairs. She pulled the door shut, wedged a chair under the handle, and curled up on the bed, clutching the knife. From the window, she could see the street, dimly lit by the flickering streetlights. She waited, listening, straining to catch the slightest sound. Minutes passed like hours. Then she heard the stairs creak. Slowly, deliberately, someone was coming up the stairs. Emily's breath caught in her throat. The chair against the door might not hold. She backed up, pressing herself against the far wall, the knife trembling in her hand. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs, right outside her bedroom. There was a long pause, then a whisper through the door crack. "Emily, I know you're in there." She screamed and lunged at the door, slamming it with all her strength, but the chair held. She ran to the window, pulling the blinds aside. The backyard was empty. She could hear faint movement, scratching and dragging sounds downstairs. Whoever it was had entered the house. Emily tried to calm herself, thinking rationally. She had to find a phone, had to call for help. Quietly, she crept to the bathroom, looking for her parents' cell phones. They were in the hallway charging. She grabbed them and dialed 911, whispering to the operator, explaining in hurried, panicked breaths that she was home alone and someone was in the house. The operator's calm voice was a lifeline. "Stay on the line, Emily. Don't leave your room. Help is on the way." But as she clutched the phone, she heard a soft thud downstairs, something heavy moving across the floor. She realized with a sickening chill that the intruder knew she was on the phone. Her own voice must have betrayed her. The footsteps moved closer, up the stairs. Then a sound that froze her blood. A knock on her bedroom door. Not polite this time, not hesitant, forceful, demanding. Emily pressed herself into the corner, holding the knife like a lifeline, shaking uncontrollably. 911. Please, hurry, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. The knocking stopped. Silence. Then she heard the voice again, right outside her door, low and menacing. I can see you. The police arrived minutes later, which felt like hours to Emily. They surrounded the house, weapons drawn, moving carefully. Emily stayed on the line with the operator until officers broke down her door and swept through the house. The intruder was gone. There was no sign of forced entry, nothing except a single footprint in the living room carpet, damp from the wet leaves outside, and a message scrawled in the condensation on the inside of the living room window. I see you. Emily's parents returned the next morning, finding her still curled up in her room, pale and trembling. She told them everything, though it sounded almost unreal when she said it aloud. The police investigated but never found the intruder. They speculated someone had followed her parents' car when they left, someone who had been watching the house for days. But there were no leads, no suspects, no answers. Emily never stayed home alone again. The house that had once been a place of comfort now felt like a trap. Every creak, every shadow, every wind gust outside brought back memories of that night. She changed the locks, installed new security cameras, but the sense of being watched never went away. She knew that whoever it was could be out there still, waiting, watching, and perhaps one day returning. Even years later, she would wake in the middle of the night, convinced she heard footsteps on the stairs, a knock at the door, a whisper calling her name. She knew that fear didn't fade. It only lingered, a shadow in the corners of her mind, reminding her that home is not always safe. Sometimes it is just a trap, and sometimes you are never truly alone. Story, the end. It was the kind of Friday evening that usually promised comfort rather than fear. The smell of takeout Chinese food still lingered faintly in the air, mixing with the warmth of the heater humming quietly in the living room. I had just turned 16, and for the first time in my life, my parents had left me alone at home for an entire weekend. They were driving down to Atlanta to visit my aunt for a wedding, leaving me behind under the assumption that I could handle a couple of days by myself. I thought I could. After all, I had been alone for a few hours before, or even overnight once, when a family friend had stayed with me. But this weekend felt different. There was a tension in the air that I couldn't shake, an unease that I didn't understand at the time. It started innocently enough. I curled up on the couch with my laptop, planning to binge-watch some shows while eating leftover General Tso's chicken. Around 7, I checked the clock and realized it was getting dark. That's when I noticed it. The sound of the wind rattling the windows was joined by an occasional soft, irregular tapping. I paused the show and strained my ears. It wasn't a branch hitting the glass, it was coming from the front door. At first, I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just the old door frame shifting. The house was old, built sometime in the 70s, and noises were normal. But the tapping kept happening, irregular and deliberate, like someone was testing the door, nudging it lightly, then stopping, then nudging it again. My stomach tightened. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, that I was overthinking because I was home alone. I even called my mom's cell, but it went straight to voicemail. I hung up and tried to ignore it. Dinner felt forced. Every bite of chicken tasted wrong because of the faint sense of dread creeping along my spine. After eating, I washed the dishes and tried to keep myself busy. I told myself I was imagining things. But then, around 8:30, it happened. The tapping started again, this time from the back door. I froze, my hands gripping the dish towel so tightly it cut into my fingers. My eyes darted toward the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. The curtain fluttered slightly in the wind, and I could swear I saw a shadow move past it. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't supposed to be scared. I was 16. I could handle being alone. But this felt different. It felt like the house itself was warning me. I locked the sliding door, double-checked the deadbolt, and went to check the windows. Everything seemed fine. My parents had left me with a key to the house, and I had my cell phone, so logically, I should have felt safe. But the tension wouldn't go away. Around 9 p.m., I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but the sound of the tapping started again, this time upstairs. My bedroom was on the second floor, and the creaking of the steps outside my door was unmistakable. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but my nerves got the best of me, and I couldn't speak. I hung up, too embarrassed and scared to explain. Then I realized something worse. My parents weren't going to pick up, and I was truly alone. I told myself to call a friend. I texted my neighbor, Mrs. Heller, an older woman who had a son my age. She responded after a few minutes, asking if I was okay. I tried to explain what was happening, but the words felt inadequate. I hear someone. Upstairs, I stammered. She told me to stay on the line and not to go upstairs. Lock yourself in your room, she said firmly. If anyone is in your house, just stay put until the police come. I did as she instructed, locking my bedroom door and moving the mattress against it. I called 911 properly this time, and they said an officer was on the way. I tried to steady my breathing, but the creaking upstairs persisted. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving from the hallway to what I assumed was the guest room. Then I heard a whisper, a barely audible, raspy sound that sent chills down my spine. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like someone muttering my name. Minutes stretched into eternity. My phone battery was down to 20%, and the officer wasn't answering his radio. I couldn't see anything beyond the faint glow of the hallway light creeping under the door. Then the doorknob rattled. My heart nearly stopped. Whoever it was, they were trying to get in. I pressed the mattress harder against the door, my hands shaking. Finally, I heard sirens. I rushed to the window to see flashing red and blue lights cutting through the darkness. The footsteps upstairs stopped abruptly, as if whoever it was had vanished. The officers arrived, stormed into the house, and found nothing. No one was there. No forced entry, no sign of anyone being inside. They told me it was probably a false alarm, maybe someone in the neighborhood playing tricks or a prankster, but they didn't explain the whispers I had heard or the sound of the footsteps. I tried to sleep that night, but I couldn't. Every creak of the old house, every wind gust against the windows felt like an intruder was moving through the house. I eventually fell asleep on the couch, lights on, heart hammering, until morning. The next day, I convinced myself it was over. My parents called and I tried to act normal, not mentioning the terror of the night before. But that evening, the tapping returned, this time in the kitchen. I cautiously approached the room, trying to convince myself it was just the pipes. But then I noticed something on the counter, a small scrap of paper, not there before, with the words, "I know you're alone," written in what looked like red ink. My stomach turned. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped the paper. I ran next door to Mrs. Heller's house, terrified to go back. She called the police again, but they were skeptical this time, saying it might be some kind of prank. I had no explanation for the paper. Nobody had a key besides me and my parents. Nobody should have been able to enter. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion overtook me. I slept on the couch again, though I kept the lights on. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a soft whisper in my ear. I was sitting up, blinking in disbelief. The voice said clearly and distinctly, "Looking." I froze, every muscle in my body rigid. The room was empty. The windows were closed, doors locked, and I was alone. The next day, I discovered something else. The front door, which I had double-checked and locked, was unlocked, the deadbolt loose. I had locked it myself the previous night. I couldn't explain it. I started carrying a baseball bat everywhere in the house, checking locks obsessively, and even sleeping in the same clothes in case I had to run. But nothing prepared me for what happened Friday night. It started with the phone. My mom called around 7 p.m., and I answered, trying to sound calm. We talked for a few minutes, then the line went dead. I thought it was just a bad connection until I heard a voice, my own voice, coming from the phone, my exact words from earlier that day. It was playing back conversations I had just had. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped the phone. Then I heard footsteps. They weren't upstairs this time. They were in the living room. I could hear someone pacing slowly, deliberately, and I realized the front door was slightly ajar. I ran to the back of the house, intending to escape through the sliding door, but it wouldn't budge. Someone had locked it from the outside. Panic consumed me. I hid in the laundry room, squeezing behind the dryer. I could hear the person moving through the kitchen, opening drawers, rifling through cabinets. I thought about calling 911, but my phone had died. I was trapped. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. The figure didn't speak, didn't shout, didn't move beyond the kitchen. I dared not breathe too loudly. I tried to remember every escape plan I had ever imagined in a horror movie, but none seemed plausible. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the noises stopped. The air felt heavy, like someone had been standing right behind me, then vanished. Morning came, and I was still alive, still hidden. I finally managed to charge my phone and call the police. They arrived quickly this time. This time, they found evidence. Fingerprints on the kitchen counter, a trail of muddy footprints leading from the front door to the kitchen, and a scrap of fabric caught on the doorknob. Whoever it was had entered and left without taking anything, without confronting me directly, and without any explanation. My parents returned that afternoon. I tried to explain everything, but they insisted I was imagining things. "Maybe you're stressed, honey," my mom said, trying to soothe me. But I knew what I had heard, what I had seen, and what I had felt. The police report remained open, but no arrests were ever made. Years later, I would still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I heard someone pacing in my living room, tapping lightly on doors, whispering. I never stayed home alone again. Even when friends were supposed to watch over me, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me, listening, waiting. That weekend changed me. It taught me that being home alone isn't just about being physically safe. It's about feeling safe in your own home, a feeling that can be shattered in an instant. Even now, whenever the wind rattles the windows or a floorboard creaks unexpectedly, I tense up. I double-check locks, doors, and windows. I know what it's like to be completely alone, and I know what it's like to feel utterly helpless. And I know that sometimes even when you are truly alone, you're not really alone at all. Story the end. It was a Thursday evening in late October when I realized my parents were going to be gone longer than I expected. They had planned a quick weekend trip to visit my aunt in Pennsylvania, leaving me alone at our suburban home in upstate New York. I was 16 at the time, old enough to be left alone, or so they thought. The house, a 2-story colonial with dark wood trim and a long driveway, always had a sense of quiet authority, like it watched over everything and everyone. I didn't mind being alone. In fact, I liked the idea of having the house to myself for a couple of days. I could play music as loud as I wanted, eat ice cream straight from the container, and stay up late watching horror movies. The first night was uneventful. I made a pizza, watched some TV, and called my friends to brag about my newfound independence. By 10 p.m., I was tired and went to bed, locking my bedroom door for extra security. That night, I heard what I thought were the usual creaks and groans of an old house settling, but one sound made me sit up immediately: the faint squeak of the front door opening. I froze. My parents had a strict rule about locking every door, and I was meticulous about following it. The sound stopped after a second, and I tried convincing myself it was nothing. I slept lightly, waking to the sound of footsteps downstairs that didn't belong to me. The next morning, I checked the locks and everything seemed fine. I shrugged it off as paranoia. After school, I was alone, so I made myself a sandwich and went on my laptop. Around 5 p.m., I started hearing the faint tapping on the windows, almost like someone lightly drumming their fingers. I walked to the living room and looked outside. The driveway was empty. No car, no people. My heart started racing. I double-checked the locks again. Everything was secure. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself it was just a branch hitting the window. That night, I fell asleep on the couch with the TV on. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of my front door knob turning slowly. I sat up and listened. The door was locked, but I could hear faint breathing on the other side. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator about the intruder. I didn't hear them respond because the line suddenly went dead. The room was dark except for the faint blue glow of the TV. My eyes adjusted, and I could see the shadow of someone moving past the window curtains. I froze. My mind screamed at me to call for help, but the phone was dead. I grabbed the baseball bat my dad kept near the coat closet and crept toward the door. The living room was long, and each step felt louder than the last. As I reached the hallway, I heard a low, guttural whisper, "Don't move." My blood ran cold. It was a voice, not my imagination. I swung the bat at the front door, and there was a loud crash. The sound of running footsteps upstairs followed immediately. I ran to my room, locked the door, and hid in the closet with my dog, Max. I whispered to Max to stay quiet, but he was shaking uncontrollably. Hours passed. The sound of footsteps and whispers continued, moving throughout the house. I could hear drawers opening, the faint scrape of furniture being moved. I didn't dare call anyone, fearing the intruder might hear. I tried to stay calm, clutching Max and praying for morning to come. When the sun finally rose, I cautiously peered out from the closet. The house looked untouched. No signs of forced entry, no broken locks, nothing. I ran to my parents' room to grab my phone, only to find the line still dead. I rushed over to a neighbor's house and borrowed their phone. The police arrived within minutes. They searched the house but found no one. No prints, no signs of entry, nothing. I explained the sounds, the whispers, everything, but the officers just shook their heads. They suggested it could be stress or imagination. Relieved but still shaken, I returned home. I tried to act normal, but a sense of unease lingered. That night, I went to bed early, hoping for a quiet night. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the front door opening, the soft whisper, the footsteps moving through the house. I stayed in bed, pretending to be asleep. The sound stopped near my room, then moved to the kitchen. I stayed still, barely breathing. Eventually, the sounds faded, and I fell into a fitful sleep. The following days were a blur. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things, but the occurrences didn't stop. Objects were slightly moved, doors that I knew I had locked were found ajar, and the tapping on the windows returned nightly. I set up a camera in the living room, hoping to catch the intruder on tape. The next morning, I reviewed the footage. My stomach dropped. The camera had been off. No signs of tampering, no glitches, just a blank screen as if it had never been recording. One night, after weeks of this, I decided to confront it. I stayed up with every light on and a knife in my hand. Around midnight, I heard the front door again. This time I didn't move. I called out, "Who's there?" No response. The whispers returned, clearer this time. "You shouldn't be here alone." I felt a cold presence fill the room, and a shadow moved across the wall toward me. I froze, gripping the knife. The shadow stopped at the doorway. Then it vanished. I waited until dawn, trembling, before finally daring to leave my room. Days later, my parents returned. I told them everything, expecting disbelief, but they were concerned. We had the locks changed, installed new security systems, and even had a psychic come by at my insistence. The psychic claimed there was a presence in the house, something that had been watching me, following me. It wasn't violent, just aware. The feeling never left me, even after the security measures. Months passed, and life returned to normal, or as normal as it could. I continued living in that house, but I never felt truly safe again. Certain nights, especially in the fall, I would hear faint tapping at the windows or the soft creak of footsteps on the stairs. I never saw the shadow again, but I knew it was still there, lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. One particularly cold night in December, I was alone again. My parents had gone out for a Christmas party. I was watching a movie in the living room, lights dimmed, the tree softly glowing in the corner. Around 11:30 p.m., I heard it, the soft, unmistakable sound of the front door unlocking. My heart froze. I grabbed the baseball bat just like before and crept toward the door. The air felt heavier, colder. I reached the kitchen and saw the back door slightly open, swinging gently. I never left it open. I closed it and locked it, my hands shaking. I turned around to see the living room and froze. Max was growling low, his hackles raised. A shadow moved across the wall, faster than any person could move. I screamed, swung the bat blindly, but hit nothing. The shadow dissipated into the darkness. I called the police immediately, and they arrived quickly. This time, they found footprints in the snow outside the back door. Large, heavy, not like any humans. The prints led to the woods behind my house and vanished. They suggested an animal, maybe a deer, but I knew it wasn't. I had seen the shadow, felt the presence. This was something else entirely. The final straw came a few weeks later. I was in my room late at night doing homework. I heard a knock at my window. I looked outside. Nothing. Then the knocking became a rhythmic tapping, moving from window to window. I could hear breathing, low and deliberate, echoing in the hall. I ran to the phone to call the police, but the line was dead again. That's when I realized it didn't need to enter the house to scare me. It was inside, or at least it had a way to make itself known anywhere in the house. I spent the night in my car parked in the driveway, not daring to enter the house until morning. When I finally did, I found something new. All the mirrors covered in handprints, smeared with something dark and wet. I wiped one carefully with a paper towel. It was cold to the touch, like ice water. I couldn't understand how it could appear there, but I knew then that whatever it was in the house and had been watching me for weeks. My parents returned the next day. They saw the mirrors and the handprints and decided I should stay with a friend for a while. We had the house thoroughly cleansed, new locks, new security cameras, everything possible. But even with cameras, I never got footage of anything. It was always too fast, too subtle, too intelligent. I moved back after a few weeks, but the fear never left me. Years passed and I grew up. I moved out eventually, but the house still stands. I still have nightmares about that presence. The tapping, the whispers, the shadow. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night expecting to see it in my bedroom, watching me. I've tried to rationalize it, but I can't. I know what I saw, what I heard. It wasn't human, and it doesn't leave. Even now, I can't bring myself to be alone in a house for long periods. I never hear tapping on windows or doors anymore, but I always check locks twice, every single night. Every creak, every draft, every flicker of light makes me tense. And sometimes, just as I'm about to drift off to sleep, I swear I hear a whisper in the darkness. Still alone, still waiting. I know it's still there in that house, lurking just out of sight. And I know that if I were ever home alone again, it would return, patient, watching, waiting for the moment I think I'm safe. I've learned that being home alone isn't about being scared of burglars or accidents. It's about being watched by something that shouldn't exist, that knows you better than you know yourself, that waits for the perfect moment to make its presence known in the most terrifying way possible. Some nights, I wonder if I'll ever feel truly safe again. I've moved across the country since then, but the fear follows me. I avoid being alone for long stretches. Even now, years later, when I hear a door creak or a window tap, my heart races. I know the truth. Once something has chosen you, being home alone is never truly safe. And I learned that lesson the hard way in that old house in upstate New York where shadows whispered and footsteps never belonged to anyone human. Story the end. It was a Friday evening in early March when my parents left for a weekend conference in Pittsburgh. I was 19, staying behind to look after the house and our golden retriever, Daisy. Our home sat at the edge of a quiet suburban neighborhood in upstate New York, surrounded by large oak trees and backed by a stretch of thick woods that seemed to swallow all sound once the sun went down. The first night was normal. I ate leftovers, watched TV until almost midnight, and let Daisy out into the yard before heading upstairs to bed. She barked a few times at something in the distance, but I didn't think much of it. It was probably a deer or raccoon. By the time I got under the covers, the house was quiet. The kind of silence that feels so complete it hums in your ears. Sometime around 2:30 a.m., Daisy's growling woke me up. It wasn't her usual bark. It was low, guttural, and unbroken. I sat up, groggy, and saw her standing at the window that faced the backyard, hackles raised. Her teeth were bared, a sound vibrating deep in her chest. I got up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtain. The motion sensor light was on. Beyond the pale glow, something moved near the tree line. A shadow, large and slow, slipping between the trunks. My first thought was a coyote, maybe even a bear. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw it was standing upright. A person. My stomach dropped. The figure was still, half hidden behind a tree, facing the house. I couldn't see details, just the faint outline of a man wearing something dark, maybe a jacket or hoodie. For a few seconds, I stood frozen, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. Then Daisy barked again, and the figure moved, turning away and vanishing into the woods. I stayed up the rest of the night, lights on, phone in hand. Around dawn, I finally drifted off on the couch, too exhausted to keep my eyes open. The next morning, I went outside to check the yard. The ground was damp from the previous night's rain, soft enough to show prints. Near the fence, I found several large footprints leading from the trees toward the back of the house and then back again. My chest tightened. I followed them as far as I could, but they disappeared into the woods. I told myself it was a hunter or someone who got lost, though it didn't make sense for anyone to be out there that late. I tried to shake it off, spent the day cleaning, and by evening, I'd mostly convinced myself it was nothing. But as night fell, the fear crept back in. Every shadow outside seemed thicker, every creak of the floorboards sharper. I locked every door, checked every window twice, and set the alarm. I tried to sleep early, but the sound of wind scraping against the siding kept me awake. Around midnight, I heard it again, the faintest sound from downstairs. A single, slow creak of the back door. Daisy lifted her head and whimpered. My throat went dry. I slipped out of bed, grabbed the baseball bat I kept by my desk, and moved to the top of the stairs. The house was dark except for the faint glow of the microwave clock in the kitchen. I strained to hear, and after a few seconds it came again, the sound of someone trying the door handle. My body went cold. The handle jiggled twice, then stopped. I heard soft footsteps on the porch moving side to side. Then 3 slow knocks. I didn't move. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. I backed away from the stairs, grabbed my phone, and called 911. Whispering, I told the operator someone was outside trying to get in. She told me to stay quiet, stay on the line, and that an officer was on the way. While I waited, the knocking came again. Louder, more deliberate. Suddenly, silence. I thought maybe whoever it was had gone, until I heard something that made my stomach twist. A soft, scraping sound against the window in the living room, like a fingernail tracing the glass. The dispatcher's voice was calm in my ear, but I barely heard her. I crept to the top of the stairs, and from there I could see the faint outline of a hand against the living room window, long fingers pressed flat, smearing across the pane. Daisy started barking, loud and furious, and that seemed to drive the person back. The motion light outside flicked on again, flooding the yard with white. For a split second, I saw him clearly. Tall, wearing a dark jacket, his head tilted toward the window as if looking directly at me. Then he turned and bolted into the woods. When the police arrived, they searched the property and the tree line. They found footprints again, deep in the mud, circling the yard. One of the officers stayed with me until nearly 4 a.m., checking every door and window before leaving. He told me it was likely someone casing houses, looking for an easy break-in, but I could tell from his tone he didn't entirely believe that. The next day, I had security cameras installed, one above the garage, one at the back door, and one facing the woods. My parents were worried sick when I told them, but they couldn't come home until the next night. I promised I'd be fine, though I barely believed it myself. That evening, as the sun went down, I checked the cameras on my phone. The woods were empty. I tried to distract myself with a movie, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around 11 p.m., Daisy started growling again. I muted the TV and looked toward the window. Nothing. I opened the camera feed on my phone and froze. Someone was standing at the edge of the woods again. The same dark figure, motionless, facing the house. I zoomed in, but the feed was too grainy to make out a face. I watched for a full minute. The figure didn't move. Then the screen flickered, and when it came back, the figure was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I checked the footage again. It was clear this time. At exactly 11:14 p.m., the motion sensor had triggered, and the figure had appeared at the edge of the woods, just standing there for nearly 2 minutes before stepping backward out of view. The police came again, reviewed the video, and told me it was probably a trespasser who knew how to avoid cameras. They promised to increase patrols, but I knew they wouldn't catch him. He was too careful. My parents came home that evening, and I tried to downplay everything, but my mom noticed the way my hands shook when I talked about it. That night, even with them home, I couldn't relax. Around 2 a.m., I heard my dad get up to get water. A minute later, I heard him swear softly from the kitchen. I ran downstairs, heart pounding, and found him standing by the back door. The alarm system was blinking red. He pointed to the glass. There, in the condensation, was a fresh handprint, long, narrow fingers pressed against the window from the outside. The next morning, we called the police again. They checked the yard and found fresh footprints leading away from the porch, straight toward the woods, stopping at the fence. It looked like whoever it was had been right up against the house again, just watching. We installed more lights, stronger locks, and replaced every window latch. For months afterward, nothing happened. I started to believe maybe it was over. But one night, nearly 6 months later, my phone buzzed at 3:07 a.m. with a motion alert from the backyard camera. I opened the feed immediately. The woods were empty at first. Then, slowly, a shape stepped into view. Tall, familiar, moving closer to the fence. He stopped just short of the light, turned his head toward the camera, and stood there perfectly still. Then, for the first time, he waved. The feed glitched, and when it came back, he was gone. The police came again, but by the time they arrived, there was no trace of anyone. Even now, years later, every time I'm home alone, I still find myself checking the cameras, the locks, the windows, because the worst part isn't that he was outside that night. It's that I never saw his face clearly. And sometimes when I walk Daisy at dusk, I swear I feel eyes on me from the woods, waiting for the lights to go out again. Story the end. It was a Tuesday evening in early November, the kind where the sun dips behind the rooftops of suburban streets, casting everything in that uneasy, elongated shadow light that seems to make even ordinary houses look sinister. The kind of light that made 12-year-old Riley's house seem larger, emptier, somehow lonelier than usual. His parents had left town for a quick work trip, a 2-day seminar that was supposed to be straightforward, boring, and uneventful. They trusted Riley to stay home alone, something he'd done before, though never for more than a night. But tonight, as he walked through the empty house carrying a plate of macaroni and cheese, the walls seemed louder, the rooms deeper, and the hum of the refrigerator more oppressive than ever. The first thing Riley noticed was how quiet it was. Not just the usual empty house quiet, the one that comes with no TV or people around, but a quiet that felt deliberate, like the house itself was holding its breath. He shrugged it off, telling himself he was just imagining things. After all, this was his house. He knew every creak and groan of the floorboards. He knew which pipes rattled when someone flushed the toilet upstairs, and he knew the faint groaning of the HVAC system that kicked in every half hour or so. Nothing should feel off. And yet, by the time he had eaten his dinner, a pit had formed in his stomach, a tightening sensation that made him glance over his shoulder for no reason at all. After dinner, Riley decided to distract himself with a movie. He set up the couch just so, grabbed a blanket, and slid the DVD into the player. As the opening credits rolled, a sudden loud bang echoed from the kitchen. Riley froze, heart jumping into his throat. It sounded like something heavy had fallen, maybe a pan, maybe a chair. He waited, holding his breath, ears straining. The only sound was the faint hum of the refrigerator and the whirring of the DVD player. Probably just the wind, he muttered, though the house was shielded by rows of thick trees, and the wind wasn't supposed to be strong tonight. Still, he told himself that, convincing himself he was being silly. He got up to check, stepping cautiously into the kitchen. Nothing seemed out of place. The macaroni pot was still on the counter where he had left it. The garbage can hadn't tipped over, and nothing on the floor suggested a mishap. Just the empty, silent room, with its slightly swinging light fixture casting shadows that seemed to stretch further than they should. Riley returned to the couch, shaking off the unease, though the feeling lingered. That's when he heard it, footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the hallway that led to the front door. He froze, every instinct screaming that something wasn't right. The footsteps were soft, almost muffled, but there was no one else in the house. He reminded himself his parents wouldn't be back until the next evening. He was alone. Alone. He pressed his back against the couch, trying to calm himself. "It's the house," he whispered aloud, though he knew it wasn't. Houses don't walk. Houses don't take slow, measured steps toward the living room. Riley grabbed his phone from the couch and checked it. No messages, no calls, nothing. The battery was full, but his fingers shook too much to dial anyone. He debated hiding in the bedroom, but the front door was at the far end of the hallway, and whatever was out there, he couldn't see it from here. The sounds stopped, leaving a silence heavier than before, thick and suffocating. Then, the sound of the door handle turning. It wasn't locked. He hadn't locked it when his parents left. He had assumed he would, but he couldn't remember. Now the metal knob turned slowly, deliberately, with a groaning that made his stomach twist into knots. He pressed himself flat against the couch, clutching the blanket like a lifeline. The door clicked open, and he heard soft breathing on the other side. "Hello?" Riley's voice was almost inaudible. Nothing, just the shallow, uneven breathing, closer now, almost directly in front of him. He could see the shadow of someone standing in the hallway, a tall silhouette against the dim light from the porch. He wanted to scream, to run, but his legs refused to obey. His mind raced. Should he jump through the window in the living room? Should he run upstairs and lock himself in? The shadow didn't move. It just waited. Riley's phone slipped from his hand, hitting the floor with a clatter that echoed far too loudly. The shadow moved then, sliding down the hallway toward him, soundless, despite the heavy steps he had heard before. Panic surged, and Riley scrambled to his feet, running toward the kitchen and yanking open the drawer where his father kept the knives. His fingers closed around a heavy chef's knife, and he clutched it like it could protect him from what was coming. The figure appeared in the doorway to the living room. Riley froze, knife raised. The figure didn't move. Then in a low, raspy whisper, it said, "I just want to play." Riley stumbled back, tripping over the rug, falling hard onto the floor. The knife clanged against the wood as he tried to get up, but the figure was already in the room. It wasn't a man. Not really. It was too thin, too tall, its head cocked at an unnatural angle, like it had been bent out of shape. Its eyes reflected the light like polished obsidian, and its grin stretched too wide, too far, exposing teeth that were sharp, irregular, jagged. Riley screamed, finally finding his voice, lunging toward the back door. He yanked it open and ran, barefoot, into the cold night. The shadow didn't follow immediately. He didn't look back, didn't stop running until he reached the neighbor's house across the street, banging on the door until someone answered. His neighbor, Mr. Hargrove, a retired police officer, ushered him inside, trying to calm him down. Riley's story poured out in a frantic, incomprehensible jumble of words. Mr. Hargrove listened, brow furrowed, then got up and picked up his phone. "Call your parents," he said quietly. Riley's parents were unreachable. Their phones went straight to voicemail. The police came later that night, searching the house thoroughly. Nothing was found. No one had broken in. All the doors were locked from the inside. Nothing had been disturbed except for the plate Riley had left on the counter, now wiped clean, as if someone had been there. Riley's parents returned the next day, exhausted and bewildered, dismissing his account as a nightmare fueled by an empty house and his imagination. But Riley knew better. He could feel the eyes on him, see the way the shadows lingered too long, stretched too far, as if waiting for him to let his guard down. The next few nights were worse. He slept with lights on, doors locked, and even then, he could hear it. The slow creaking of steps in the hallway, the faint rasp of breathing in empty rooms, whispers that spoke in tones too low to understand, but full of malice. Sometimes he would wake to find the living room window open just a crack, despite having closed it before bed. Objects moved on their own. The knife he had grabbed was no longer in the kitchen drawer, but found later, balanced carefully on the edge of the coffee table. One evening, 2 nights after the initial encounter, Riley decided he had to do something. He couldn't keep living in fear, watching the shadows crawl along walls that were supposed to be familiar and safe. He grabbed his father's old baseball bat, checked the locks, and patrolled the house like a soldier guarding a post. Hours passed and nothing happened, yet he felt eyes tracking him from every corner, every darkened doorway. Then, in the middle of the night, Riley woke to the sound of giggling. Not a child's giggle, but something hollow, metallic, and unnatural. He bolted upright, heart hammering, scanning the room. The giggle came again, echoing through the house, seemingly from every direction at once. He could see nothing, yet the sensation of being watched, hunted, grew more intense. Riley's plan was simple: survive the night, get through it, wait for morning. But mornings didn't come the same. Each day started later than the last, as if the house itself was stretching time, keeping him trapped. Food disappeared from the fridge. Small objects vanished. Notes appeared on the kitchen counter, scribbled in a handwriting that wasn't his, spelling words like alone and forever. One night, unable to bear it anymore, Riley called his best friend Max, who lived a few blocks away. Max's parents were out too, but he answered, sleepy and groggy. Riley whispered what had been happening, desperate for someone to believe him. Max tried to rationalize it. Maybe it's mice. Maybe it's shadows. You've been home alone too long. But Riley knew. He could feel it, lurking in the corners, watching him while he spoke. The next night, Riley decided he couldn't hide anymore. He set a trap. Buckets of water balanced on the stair railing, chairs wedged against doors, anything he could use to protect himself or slow it down. The night passed without incident, but the next morning, Riley found the kitchen in disarray, the traps dismantled, and a single word scrawled on the wall in condensation from the window. Why? Riley left the house that morning, walking to school even though he should have called his parents. He didn't. He couldn't. He couldn't. He couldn't explain what had happened, and he feared they wouldn't believe him. School was no refuge, though. He could feel it there, too, in the shadows under the bleachers, the empty hallways, the glance of strangers who seemed to watch him too closely. Weeks passed, and his parents returned permanently, vowing to never leave him alone again. The house felt normal again, or so they thought. But Riley knew the truth. Sometimes when he was alone in his room, he would hear the soft creak of steps in the hallway, see a shadow flicker just beyond the doorframe, hear that same hollow metallic giggle echoing through empty rooms. And sometimes, just before he fell asleep, he could swear he felt warm breath on his neck, and that whisper again, "I just want to play." Even now, years later, Riley doesn't stay home alone. Not for a night, not for an hour. He never lets the house empty itself completely. He locks every door, every window, every possible entry point, and even then, he sleeps with a baseball bat within reach. And sometimes when the wind howls just right and the shadows stretch across his walls, he remembers that night, the first night he was truly alone, and the shape in the hallway that didn't belong, and he shivers because he knows it's still there, waiting. Story the end. It was the first weekend of September, and my parents had gone out of town for their anniversary. I was 20 years old, a college sophomore on break, and they trusted me enough to stay home alone. We lived in a quiet, middle-class suburb just outside of Columbus, Ohio, a place where neighbors waved from driveways and porch lights clicked off by 10. Nothing ever happened there. That's probably why I didn't think twice when my mom hugged me before leaving and said, "Lock all the doors and don't open for anyone, okay?" It was a Friday afternoon, warm but cloudy, the kind of weather that felt heavy. They left around 3 p.m., and by the time evening rolled around, I had the house to myself. I ordered takeout, watched a few episodes of a show, and played music way too loud. It felt good, comfortable, quiet, like the house was truly mine for once. Around 9, I let our golden retriever, Max, outside. He trotted across the backyard and disappeared behind the shed for a moment before coming back to the porch, tail wagging. I remember thinking how peaceful it all looked. The backyard still, the streetlights just starting to glow. After locking up, I went upstairs, brushed my teeth, and scrolled on my phone until I couldn't keep I must have fallen asleep around midnight. I must do 15 a.m. I woke up. It wasn't a noise that woke me. It was Max. He was standing at the foot of my bed, staring toward the doorway, tail low, ears perked forward. He let out a quiet whine. "What's wrong, buddy?" I whispered. He didn't move, just kept staring. Then I heard it. A faint, irregular tapping sound. It wasn't from inside my room. It was coming from downstairs. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make my chest tighten. I lay there completely still, trying to figure it out. Maybe the house settling or a branch against the window, but the windows were closed and the sound was too rhythmic, too intentional. Max growled softly, his fur bristling. Then, clear as day, I heard it again, 3 slow taps, followed by the sound of a door hinge creaking open. My stomach dropped. The only door downstairs that creaked like that was the one leading to the basement. I grabbed my phone and checked the time, 2:18. I texted my mom, even though I knew she was asleep. "Think someone's downstairs." Then I texted my best friend Tyler, "Dude, I hear something in the basement." No reply from either. I debated calling 911, but didn't want to sound paranoid. Maybe it was the wind or the water heater. But then there was a noise that shattered any doubt. A slow, dragging sound across the living room floor. Max started barking. Deep, guttural, angry barks that I'd never heard from him before. "Shh! Max, come here!" I hissed, but he bolted out of my room and down the stairs before I could stop him. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I heard him barking like crazy, the sound echoing through the house. Then a loud thud, followed by a sharp yelp, and silence. "Max!" I whispered, trembling. I could feel my pulse in my neck, my hands shaking as I reached for the baseball bat next to my bed. I crept toward the stairs, every step careful, deliberate. The house was dead quiet now. From halfway down the stairs, I could see the living room. The lamp was still on, faintly lighting the corner by the couch. Max wasn't there. The front door was closed. Everything looked normal, except for one thing. The basement door was wide open. The darkness behind it looked almost too dark, like it swallowed the light around it. I whispered again, "Max?" Nothing. Then, from inside the basement came a sound like someone exhaling, long and shaky. That was it. I sprinted back upstairs, slammed my door, locked it, and called 911. My voice was shaking as I told them someone was in the house. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line and keep quiet. While I was talking, I heard soft footsteps coming up the stairs. I pressed the phone against my ear so hard it hurt. "They're coming upstairs," I whispered. The dispatcher said the police were minutes away, to stay calm and not make a sound. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. The handle moved, just a little, slowly. I backed into the corner of my room, gripping the bat so tightly my hands hurt. The handle jiggled again, harder this time, followed by a low whisper. I couldn't make out what it said. It was just a rasp, something human but wrong. Then came scratching. Long, slow scratches against the wood of my door. My entire body went cold. The dispatcher's voice was faint in my ear. "They're almost there. Stay with me." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I just stared at the door, watching the handle twitch. Then suddenly the scratching stopped. Silence. A minute later, I saw flashing red and blue lights outside my window. I ran to it, waving my arms like a lunatic. "Up here!" I shouted. Within seconds, I heard the front door being forced open, officers shouting, "Police! Identify yourself!" Heavy footsteps filled the house. A moment later, one of them called up to me that it was safe to come down. When I opened my door, the first thing I saw was the scratch marks. Deep, fresh gouges in the paint, right at eye level. The officers swept through the house. The basement was empty. The windows were locked. The back door, though, it was cracked open just an inch. Max was in the laundry room, trembling but alive. He must have hidden after whatever happened. The police stayed for an hour, taking my statement. They didn't find anyone, but one officer, an older guy named Sanders, pulled me aside before leaving. He said there were footprints in the dirt just outside the basement door, bare feet, adult-sized. He told me to stay somewhere else for the night. I slept at Tyler's house. The next morning, when Mom and Dad came home, they were terrified. Dad checked every inch of the basement himself. Nothing. But he did find something strange. On the inside of the basement door, near the handle, there were several small carvings, tiny, deliberate lines etched into the wood, almost like tally marks. At the bottom, scratched faintly but visible, were the words, "I've been here before." We called the police again, but they couldn't explain it. No forced entry, no signs of who could have done it. We replaced every lock and installed cameras. I thought that was the end of it. But 2 weeks later, I came home from class to find a note taped to my bedroom window. It was written on an old yellow notepad, the kind you'd find in an office drawer. The handwriting was jagged, uneven. It said, "You forgot to lock the basement." I dropped it instantly and backed away, shouting for my dad. We checked the cameras, nothing. The footage from the last few hours was corrupted, static filling every clip between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about those tally marks, about the footprints, about the whisper outside my door. A few nights later, at exactly 2:15 a.m., the same time I'd first heard the noise, I woke up again, not because of Max this time, but because of my phone. The screen lit up with a notification. Someone was watching from one of our security cameras. I opened the app, my hands shaking. The feed from the basement camera was live. The light was dim, but I could see the concrete floor, the old washing machine, the shelves along the wall. Nothing moved. Then, from the far corner of the room, a shape stepped forward into view. It was a man, barefoot, tall, face partially hidden by the shadow of a hood. He was staring directly into the camera. I screamed and ran to my parents' room, yelling for my dad to wake up. He grabbed his gun and called 911 again. We stayed locked in the room until the police arrived. When they went into the basement, it was empty. The window was wide open, screen bent outward. They searched the entire neighborhood that night but didn't find anyone. The footage from the camera was saved, though. When the police reviewed it, they found something even worse. The man had been standing in the basement for over an hour before I saw him on the feed, completely still, just out of view, watching. They estimated he'd entered the house around midnight. And the scariest part? He'd disabled the motion sensor. He knew exactly where it was. The police set up extra patrols around our neighborhood, but we all knew whoever it was had been there before. He knew the layout, the timing, everything. We moved out within a month. The house sat empty for a while after that. Every now and then, Dad would drive by to check on it. He said it always looked fine until one day he found the back door wide open again. There was a single handprint on the inside of the basement window. And next to it, scratched faintly into the glass, were the same words as before. "I've been here before." Story the end. It was early March when my parents left for a short weekend trip to see my brother at college. They asked if I wanted to come, but I had to work Saturday and didn't feel like spending 6 hours in the car both ways. I told them I'd stay home, take care of the dog, and watch the house. They left early Friday morning, promising to be back by Sunday afternoon. Our home was in a quiet neighborhood just outside of Springfield, Illinois. It wasn't remote, there were houses around us, but ours sat on a corner lot with woods stretching behind the backyard. During the day, it looked calm, peaceful even, but at night, those same woods turned into a wall of black nothingness. That Friday night, everything was fine. I ordered a pizza, watched some TV, and let our dog, Bailey, out back before bed. She was a black lab mix, gentle but alert. If someone even walked past the house, she'd bark like crazy. So, when she went out that night and started growling toward the woods, I paid attention. At first, I didn't see anything, just darkness and the faint glint of the chain-link fence reflecting the porch light. Then a sound, something snapping, like a stick breaking underfoot. Bailey barked louder, pacing the yard with her fur raised. "Hey!" I yelled into the dark. "Who's there?" No answer, just the wind. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a deer, grabbed Bailey, and brought her back inside. I double-checked the lock on the sliding door, pulled the curtains, and went to bed a little uneasy. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke to the sound of scratching, faint but real. I lay still, trying to place it. It wasn't coming from the bedroom, it was downstairs. Bailey was already awake, her ears perked and her body tense. She gave a low growl, the kind that made me instantly alert. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and listened. The scratching was slow, deliberate, coming from the back door. I crept downstairs barefoot, my pulse pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The house was dark, except for the faint blue glow of the microwave clock. Bailey stayed beside me, her growl low and steady. When I got to the kitchen, I turned the flashlight toward the door and froze. There were handprints. Smudged, oily-looking handprints on the glass of the sliding door. The light caught them perfectly. 5 fingers spread, wide. 2 prints. Someone had pressed both hands flat against the door from outside. I stood there barely breathing, waiting for something else to happen. After a few seconds, I took a shaky step forward and peeked through the small gap in the curtain. The backyard was empty. The motion light hadn't even come on. My hands were trembling as I locked the deadbolt again, even though it was already locked. I stayed up until dawn as not every light in the house on, Bailey sitting at my feet like a guard. The next morning, I went outside to check. The ground was damp from overnight rain, and right by the porch were faint footprints. Bare feet. You could see the toes clearly. They led away from the door and disappeared into the woods. That entire day, I couldn't shake the unease. I thought about calling my parents, but I didn't want to worry them. I decided to stay at a friend's house that night instead. Around 7, I packed a bag, but before leaving, I took Bailey out one last time. It was still daylight when I opened the back door, but she refused to go outside. Her tail was tucked, ears back, body shaking. That's when I noticed something new. On the other side of the yard, near the fence, something was hanging from one of the tree branches. I squinted. It looked like a piece of fabric, a strip of dark flannel. I walked out just far enough to see it clearly. It wasn't just fabric, it was a shirt sleeve, torn clean off, and it was fresh. That was enough for me. I went back inside, locked every door, and left to stay at my friend Eric's house across town. I didn't even sleep that night. Every sound, every creak had my nerves on fire. Saturday morning, I drove home to grab a few things before work. The first thing I noticed when I pulled into the driveway was that the porch light, which I'd left on, was off. I thought the bulb had gone out until I saw the cord. Someone had unplugged it. My stomach twisted. I stood there for a minute, gripping my keys tight, debating whether to go inside. Everything looked normal from the outside. I told myself I was being paranoid, that maybe I'd forgotten to plug it back in. But when I stepped inside, I froze. The back door was open, just slightly, maybe half an inch. I stopped breathing. My first thought was Bailey, but she came running from the living room, tail wagging nervously. That door had been locked. I was sure of it. I backed out slowly, grabbed my phone, and called 911. The dispatcher asked if I could safely leave the house. I said yes and waited outside by my car with Bailey. 2 officers arrived within 10 minutes. They cleared the house, guns drawn, moving room to room. No one was inside. But the kitchen window latch had been broken. The officer said someone could have forced it open with a screwdriver. On the windowsill was a small, muddy handprint. They told me it was probably a burglar who fled when he heard me pull up. I wanted to believe that, but deep down, something felt wrong. That night, after work, I stayed at Eric's again. I didn't go home until the next morning, once the sun was fully up. Everything looked undisturbed, except for one thing: a note. Folded neatly and tucked under the welcome mat by the front door. It wasn't a letter exactly, just a scrap of paper torn from a notebook. On it, written in messy, uneven handwriting, were 5 words: I liked watching you sleep. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped it. I ran back to my car and called the police again. They came, took the note, and said they'd add it to the report. But they didn't find fingerprints. They didn't find anything. That was the last time I stayed alone in that house. When my parents got back, I told them everything. My dad changed all the locks, added new floodlights, even bought a camera system. We thought that was the end of it. But a few nights later, one of the cameras caught something. It was around 3:17 a.m. A tall figure appeared at the edge of the yard, standing just outside the light's reach. The footage showed him slowly walking toward the back door, stopping only a few feet away. He tilted his head as if listening. Then he smiled, that same wide, unnatural smile. He turned, walked back toward the woods, and vanished. The police looked at the footage, said it matched the description of a man they'd been searching for, a drifter suspected of several break-ins and one disappearance in a nearby town. They never caught him. Months passed, and life went back to something like normal. But sometimes at night, when the wind is quiet and the trees sway outside my window, I swear I can hear it again, the faint scratching at the glass, just enough to wake me. And every time, Bailey lifts her head, ears alert, staring toward the door. I never look anymore. I just pull the covers over my head and wait for the night to pass. Story the end. It was late January when it happened. One of those bitterly cold nights where the temperature drops so low the air itself seems to hum with silence. I was 21 and had just moved back into my childhood home after college, trying to save some money while figuring out what I wanted to do next. My parents had gone on a week-long trip to visit family in Florida, leaving me alone in the house for the first time since high school. I wasn't the type to get scared easily. The house was familiar, old but comforting in a way. It was a modest 2-story on the outskirts of Cleveland, quiet neighborhood, big yards, neighbors who kept to themselves. The only sounds at night were the occasional wind gust or the faint rumble of a car passing on the distant main road. The first few days were peaceful. I worked remote during the day, made simple dinners at night, and streamed movies until I fell asleep on the couch. By the fifth night, I had settled into a rhythm. I liked having the place to myself, even if the silence sometimes felt heavier than it used to. That evening, it started snowing around 8. I was sitting in the living room, laptop open, half watching a movie and half scrolling through messages. Outside, the streetlights caught the snowflakes like falling dust. Everything looked soft and quiet. Around 9, I got up to check the doors. I had a habit of double-checking every lock before bed. The front door was secure. The kitchen door that led to the backyard was locked too. I paused by the small window next to it and glanced out into the yard. The snow had already covered most of the ground in a thin white layer, untouched. Satisfied, I went upstairs to my room. I think I fell asleep around midnight. At 2:41 a.m., I woke up. I didn't know why at first. There wasn't a loud sound or anything crashing, just something felt wrong. My room was completely dark except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside filtering through the blinds. My phone was on the nightstand, and when I checked the time, that's when I noticed it. The Wi-Fi symbol was gone. No connection. It was odd, but not terrifying. The weather was bad. Maybe the router reset. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard a noise from downstairs. A small metallic clink, like something brushed against metal. I froze, straining to listen. A few seconds later, it came again, slightly louder this time, followed by a faint scraping sound. It was coming from the kitchen. I sat up in bed, heart thudding. The sound stopped for a few seconds, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Then, slowly came another sound, soft footsteps moving across the floor below me. I told myself it was the house settling. That's what everyone says, right? But the rhythm of the steps, it was deliberate. Not random creaks, not pipes. Someone was walking, very slowly. I slid out of bed, bare feet touching the cold wood floor. My mind raced through explanations. Maybe a neighbor's cat got in somehow. Maybe the wind had knocked something loose, but deep down, something colder was crawling up my spine. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept near the closet, just in case. I opened my bedroom door a crack. The hallway was pitch black, but I could see a faint light flickering downstairs, coming from the kitchen. I hadn't left any lights on. I held my breath, listening. The sound of footsteps had stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. Then came another sound, soft, raspy breathing. Someone was in the kitchen. Every instinct told me to run, but where? My phone had no signal, and outside the snow was falling hard. My nearest neighbor was nearly a quarter-mile down the road. I inched toward the staircase and leaned over just enough to see the bottom floor. The kitchen light wasn't fully on. It was the fridge light, casting that faint white-blue glow through the open door. And then I saw it. A shadow moved in front of the refrigerator. A tall shape, too tall to be my own reflection. It stood still for a few seconds, then bent down, rummaging through something on the floor. I ducked back into the hallway, heart pounding so hard I thought it would give me away. I gripped the bat tighter, trying not to make a sound. The breathing got louder, closer. Then came a voice. It wasn't loud, just a whisper, gravelly and low, like someone whose throat was raw from screaming. "You awake up there?" I froze completely. Every muscle in my body locked. The voice came from the bottom of the stairs. "I heard you move." My throat tightened. I stepped backward quietly until I was back inside my room. I closed the door without letting the latch click, crouched beside the bed, and dialed 911 on my phone. Even without Wi-Fi, there was still signal for emergency calls. The operator picked up immediately. 911, what's your emergency? "There's someone in my house," I whispered. "They're downstairs." She asked for my address, and I gave it in a low, trembling voice. She told me to stay where I was, stay quiet, and that officers were being dispatched. I could still hear the breathing. It was moving now, slow, dragging steps along the hall below. Then silence again. I kept whispering updates to the operator, my voice barely audible. She told me to keep her on the line until police arrived. I waited. A few minutes passed. Then, without warning, the sound came again, but now it was upstairs. Soft, heavy footsteps on the landing just outside my room. I covered my mouth to stop myself from gasping. The footsteps stopped directly outside my door. I could see the faint shadow of feet under the crack. Then the whisper again, this time so close I could hear the moisture in it. "I know you're not sleeping." My heart was hammering so hard I could hear blood rushing in my ears. I whispered, "He's outside my room," to the operator. She told me not to move, that help was minutes away. The doorknob turned. It twisted halfway and stopped. I watched it move in slow motion, the metal catching faint light from the window. I held my breath so long my vision blurred. And then it stopped. The shadow under the door shifted. The breathing faded. For a moment, everything went dead silent. And then, from somewhere farther down the hall, I heard a faint dragging sound, something heavy being pulled across the floor. I couldn't take it anymore. I quietly slid open my window. The freezing air rushed in. It was a straight drop into the snow-covered yard, but I didn't care. I climbed out, lowered myself as much as I could, and dropped. The snow cushioned the fall, but I twisted my ankle hard. I ignored the pain and limped toward the front yard. As I rounded the corner, I saw movement in the upstairs window, my bedroom window. Someone was standing there. Their silhouette was faint against the dim light of the house, but I could see the outline of a tall man, head tilted, just staring out at me. Then he stepped back, out of sight. I stumbled into the street just as two police cruisers pulled up, blue and red lights flashing across the snow. I pointed toward the house, barely able to speak. "He's inside." The officers went in with guns drawn while one stayed with me. I could hear them shouting commands as they cleared each room. After what felt like forever, one of them came out. "House is clear," he said. I shook my head violently. "No, he was right there. I saw him in the window." They searched again. Upstairs, downstairs, even the basement. Nothing. But when they came back out, one of them looked unsettled. He said, "You're sure you locked up before bed?" "Yes," I said. He nodded slowly. "Because the back door was wide open, and there were boot prints leading from the kitchen to the stairs." The prints ended in the hallway outside my room. No other tracks led out of the house. They checked the whole property, even the attic. Nothing. I stayed with a friend for the rest of the night. When I returned the next day with my uncle to collect a few things, we found something the police had missed. On the back porch, pressed into the fresh snow, were more boot prints, leading away from the door into the trees behind our property. But here's the thing that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it. Each print was perfect, crisp, deep, except for the last one. It ended halfway across the yard. No more prints after that. Like whoever made them just stopped existing halfway through the snow. The police never found anyone. No sign of forced entry, no missing items, no fingerprints. They told me maybe someone had been watching the house, maybe a drifter looking for shelter. But I know what I saw that night. That figure in my window wasn't some drifter. He knew I was home. He knew I was awake. And when I locked the door, he didn't try to break it down. He didn't even leave right away. He just stood there, watching me from a few feet away. For weeks after, I couldn't sleep without keeping the lights on. Every sound made me flinch. I'd hear soft creaks in the floor and freeze, half expecting to hear that same whisper again. And even now, when it snows and the world gets quiet like it did that night, sometimes I wake up in the dark and feel that same prickle under my skin. That same feeling that something is watching me. That maybe he never really left. Story the end. It was the first week of December when it happened. One of those nights when the cold wind outside rattles the windows and the whole house seems to groan under the weight of winter. My mom had flown to Denver for a business trip, and my dad was away at a construction site 3 hours upstate. I was 20, taking a semester off from college, and they didn't see any issue with me staying home alone for a few nights. Our house was on the edge of a small town in Ohio, surrounded by half-frozen fields and a narrow road that rarely saw cars after dark. The first night was peaceful. I made dinner, watched a few shows, and went to bed a little after midnight. I was used to being alone. Our neighborhood was safe, quiet, almost too quiet sometimes. Around 1:30 a.m., I woke up to what sounded like a distant knocking. It was soft, almost uncertain, like whoever was doing it wasn't sure they wanted to be heard. At first, I thought I'd dreamed it. Then it came again. 3 slow knocks. The sound seemed to come from the back of the house, near the kitchen door. I lay there listening, my breath fogging in the cold air. The heater had shut off hours ago, and the house felt like it was holding its breath along with me. Knock, knock, knock. My first thought was that it might have been the wind, but the knocks were too even, too human. I got up, slipped on a sweatshirt, and crept down the hallway. The kitchen was dark, but moonlight leaked through the blinds, painting thin lines across the floor. When I reached the back door, I froze. Through the window, I could just make out a faint shadow, a shape that didn't move. It wasn't clear enough to see a face, just a dark outline against the snow-covered yard. I stood still for a long time, my pulse racing. Finally, I called out, "Who's there?" No answer. The shadow didn't move. I flipped on the porch light, and just like that, it was gone. No footsteps in the snow, no sign of movement. The yard was completely still. I locked the door again and told myself it must have been my imagination. Maybe a tree branch, maybe a trick of the light. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been standing there, watching me through the glass. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I found something strange. In the snow outside the kitchen, just near the back steps, there were footprints, not boot prints, bare feet. 10 of them, each print sharp and perfectly outlined in the frost, leading from the woods to the back door and stopping there. They didn't go anywhere else. I stared at them for a long time, my stomach twisting. The temperature had dropped below 20 degrees overnight. No one could have walked barefoot through that without freezing. I snapped a picture on my phone and texted it to my dad. He called immediately. "You need to call the police," he said, "right now." I did. The officer who came by was polite but skeptical. He said maybe someone had been high or lost, and the prints could have been from earlier before the snow hardened. He looked around, found no other tracks, and told me to stay alert. That night, I double-checked every lock in the house before going to bed. The wind was stronger now, whistling through the cracks in the siding. I was drifting off when I heard it again. 3 slow knocks. Not at the back door this time, at my bedroom window. The sound was soft, deliberate. Tap! Tap! I sat up, heart hammering. My room was on the 2nd floor. There was no way anyone could be outside that window without a ladder. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, after a few seconds, I heard it again. Faint scraping, like a nail dragging across the glass. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and pointed it toward the window. The light reflected off the glass, revealing nothing but my own reflection staring back. After a few moments, the sound stopped. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening to every creak and gust of wind. By morning, I felt sick with exhaustion. I went outside after sunrise, half expecting to find nothing. But there, right beneath my window in the snow, was a set of footprints. Bare again. They led from the side of the house and stopped directly under the glass. I could see where the snow was pressed down, as if someone had stood there for a long time. That day, I called the police again. 2 officers came this time, looked around, took pictures, and found no other evidence. One of them suggested it might be a prank. "Teenagers do weird things this time of year," he said. "Probably just someone trying to scare you." But the prints were too deep, too wide. These weren't teenage footprints. They were from someone grown and heavy. That night, I couldn't shake the anxiety. I left most of the lights on, trying to make the house feel less empty. I stayed in the living room, scrolling through my phone, when Murphy, the neighbor's old dog who sometimes wandered into our yard, started barking outside. It wasn't a normal bark. It was sharp, frantic, the kind of bark animals make when they're scared. I ran to the window, pulled the curtain, and froze. Murphy was in the yard, his leash tangled around a fence post. Beyond him, near the tree line, stood a figure. Tall, still, watching. They were too far to make out clearly, but the way they stood, motionless, facing the house, made my skin crawl. I turned on the porch light, and they disappeared into the woods. Murphy was still barking, pulling at the leash. I called the police again, shaking. They promised to send a car through the area, but by the time anyone arrived, there was no sign of the person. Just deep footprints in the snow leading into the trees. I didn't sleep that night either. Every sound made me flinch. The following day, I tried to convince myself it was over. I called my mom, told her everything was fine, left out the worst details. I thought about staying with a friend, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. That evening, I made a pot of coffee and sat at the kitchen table with my laptop, trying to drown out my thoughts. Around 10 p.m., the house phone rang. It startled me because no one ever called that number anymore. When I picked up, there was silence. "Hello?" I said. For a few seconds, nothing. Then I heard it, a slow, shallow breathing on the other end. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice cracking. The breathing stopped. Then, in a low whisper, a man's voice said, "You forgot to lock the basement." I dropped the phone. The words echoed in my head as I ran to the basement door. It was closed but not locked. My hands shook as I fumbled the bolt into place, stepping back, staring at it like it might move on its own. Then I heard something behind it. A soft scrape. I called 911 again, trying to stay calm, but before I could even finish explaining, something slammed against the door from the other side. The wood shook so hard I thought it would splinter. I screamed and backed away, the operator's voice buzzing in my ear. The banging stopped after 3 hits. Then came silence. I stayed frozen until I saw the flashing lights through the front windows. The police came, searched the house, and went down into the basement. When they came back up, one of them looked pale. There were footprints in the dust down there, bare human prints, leading from the basement window to the bottom of the stairs. The window latch had been pried open with something metal. They searched the woods again but found nothing. Whoever it was had vanished. That night, I stayed in a hotel. My dad came home the next day, furious and scared at the same time. He had a security system installed, motion cameras, reinforced locks, everything. A week later, we got a call from the police. They'd found another house a few miles away that had been broken into the same way, bare footprints, basement entry. But this time, the intruder hadn't just watched. A man had been found unconscious in his living room, attacked in his sleep. The officers never caught the suspect. They said it might have been a transient or someone living out in the woods. But one detail stuck with me. When they dusted the basement window for prints, they found fingerprints along the glass. The technician said the prints were odd. The fingers were unusually long, like whoever left them wasn't quite normal. Months passed. My mom refused to leave me alone again. We tried to forget it, but sometimes at night when the wind picks up and the house starts to creak, I still think about those barefoot tracks. I moved out a year later to an apartment in the city where the noise never stops and I can hear people outside all the time. I thought that would make me feel safe. It did, until last winter. I woke up one night around 2 a.m. to a soft tapping sound against my window. Second floor. Same rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. When I got the courage to look, I didn't see anything. But in the morning, there was a single wet footprint on the glass, like someone had pressed their bare foot against it. Story the end. It happened in late August, during one of those sticky, humid summers in North Carolina when the air barely moves after sunset, and every sound carries through the night. I was 22 at the time, living in a small rental house about 10 minutes outside of town. It wasn't much, a 1-story, 2-bedroom place tucked between thick rows of pine trees, but it was cheap and quiet, perfect for someone like me who worked long hours and liked to be alone. That weekend, my roommate, Jake, had gone to visit his girlfriend in Raleigh, which meant I had the house all to myself. I didn't mind. I'd been looking forward to a couple of nights of peace. No video games blasting from his room, no half-drunk conversations at midnight. Just me, the hum of the ceiling fan, and a few beers. Friday night started off completely normal. I watched some Netflix, ordered takeout, and sat on the back porch smoking while the cicadas droned in the trees. Around 11 p.m., I decided to head inside. As soon as I shut the sliding glass door, I thought I heard something, just a faint rustle from the woods behind the yard. I turned off the porch light and pressed my face against the glass. The backyard was pitch black except for the faint orange glow from the neighbor's floodlight filtering through the trees. I couldn't see anything moving, but I kept staring, waiting for another sound. Nothing. I told myself it was probably an animal. We got raccoons sometimes, even a fox once. I went to bed not thinking much about it. At around 2:45 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. It wasn't a noise that woke me exactly. It was the feeling that something was off. The air in the room felt different, heavier somehow. I sat up and glanced at my phone. Then I heard it, a soft creak from the hallway just outside my bedroom door. I froze. Jake wasn't supposed to be back until Sunday. Nobody else had a key. I listened again. There it was, another creak, followed by what sounded like slow, deliberate footsteps. I could hear the faint scuff of something dragging across the hardwood. Every hair on my arm stood up. I reached for the small pocket knife I kept in the nightstand, flipped it open, and waited. My heart was hammering so loudly I could barely hear anything else. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then, after a long silence, I heard the softest tap on the door. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't loud, more like a fingernail brushing the wood. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. The tapping stopped, and I heard the floor creak again as whoever or whatever it was moved away down the hall. After about a minute, I gathered the courage to grab my phone. I called out quietly, "Jake?" But there was no answer. I texted him just to be sure, even though I knew he was out of town. He didn't reply. After a few minutes of silence, I got up, crept to the door, and slowly turned the knob. The hallway was dark. I flipped the switch, and the light buzzed to life, revealing nothing. Just the same empty hallway. I checked the front door and the windows, all locked. Everything looked undisturbed. By the time I convinced myself I just imagined it, it was almost 4 a.m. I stayed up watching TV until sunrise. The next day, everything seemed fine. I even laughed about it with Jake over the phone. He joked that maybe I was half asleep and dreaming. I wanted to believe that. That night, I decided to go to bed early. I made sure all the doors were locked, blinds closed, lights off except for one in the hallway. Around midnight, I heard another sound, this time from outside. It was faint, but it was definitely footsteps on the gravel driveway. Slow. Crunching. I stood in the dark living room and peeked through the blinds. The porch light wasn't on, so I couldn't see much. Just the faint outline of Jake's old truck parked near the edge of the driveway. The sound stopped. I waited a full minute before I flipped on the porch light. There was nobody there. But in the short moment before I turned the light on, I could have sworn I saw something move near the side of the house. A shadow, maybe, slipping just out of view. I called out, "Hey, who's out there?" No response. After a few seconds, I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The air was hot and thick, and the woods were dead silent. I scanned the trees. Nothing. But then I noticed something in the dirt by the porch steps. Shoe prints. They were big, maybe a size 12, and fresh. I felt my stomach twist. I backed into the house, locked the door, and called the police. 2 deputies came about 15 minutes later. They looked around the yard, checked the perimeter, and told me it was probably just some drunk from down the road. They said they'd drive by a few times that night, just in case. When they left, I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. I shut off all the lights and sat in the living room with my flashlight in my lap. Around 2 a.m., I started to drift off on the couch. That's when I heard the tapping again. Not on my bedroom door this time, on the living room window. 3 slow, deliberate taps. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, staring toward the sound. The blinds were closed, but the faint outline of a hand pressed against the glass was visible from the streetlight outside. Just the shape of it. A large hand, fingers spread wide. I lunged for my phone and dialed 911 again. While I was whispering to the dispatcher, I heard the sound of footsteps running along the side of the house. By the time the deputies arrived again, whoever it was had vanished. They walked the yard, but once again, nothing, just more shoe prints in the dirt. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I found something that made my skin crawl. On the outside of the living room window, there were greasy smudges where the hand had been, and drawn faintly into the grime on the glass were 3 letters. Hi. That was it. Just hi. I spent the rest of the day trying to convince myself it was some prank, maybe a neighbor kid messing around. But when I talked to the couple who lived across the street, they said they'd seen a man walking down our driveway around midnight the night before. Tall, wearing dark clothes, carrying what looked like a backpack. They thought he was someone visiting us. That evening, I packed a bag and told Jake over the phone I was going to stay at my sister's apartment in town until he got back. He laughed it off, said I was overreacting, but agreed to come home a day early. I started getting ready to leave right after sunset. I had my car keys and was about to grab my duffel bag when I heard it again, the faint crunch of gravel outside. I froze. Then came the sound of the porch steps creaking. Someone was right outside the front door. I killed the lights and crouched low near the hallway, listening. Whoever it was wasn't knocking, they were just standing there. I could hear the slow scrape of boots shifting on the wood. Then, after a long pause, came a quiet whisper through the door. "Let me in." It wasn't a shout or even a plea. It was calm, almost conversational, like the person on the other side thought they knew me. "Let me in," the voice said again, a little louder. I couldn't move. Then the doorknob turned, slowly, gently. I bolted to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and ran out the back door barefoot, sprinting into the yard. I didn't stop until I reached my car. When I looked back, I saw a figure standing on the porch, tall, thin, head tilted slightly to the side. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel his eyes on me. I got in the car and peeled out of the driveway, tires spitting gravel. I didn't stop until I reached my sister's place. When Jake came home the next day, he called me, panicked. The front door was wide open, the lock splintered, and the living room looked like someone had been inside. Nothing was stolen, though. Not the TV, not the laptops, just small things moved around. Chairs shifted, cabinets left open. Police came again, took fingerprints, found shoe prints matching the ones from before. They said it looked like whoever had been lurking outside finally broke in after I left. They never caught anyone. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump. Sometimes I'd wake up at night and swear I could hear tapping on the walls, faint and rhythmic. I moved out of that house a month later. Jake stayed, but even he said weird things kept happening. Doors unlocking on their own, the porch light flickering off at random, and once a set of muddy footprints leading from the woods straight up to the back door. To this day, they don't know who it was or what he wanted. But sometimes, late at night, when I drive through that old neighborhood, I glance at the house and swear I see someone standing by the porch steps, just tall enough to reach the window, watching. Story the end. It was the first weekend of February when it happened. I was 19, living in a quiet suburban neighborhood in northern Indiana, renting a small 2-bedroom house off the main road. It was my first time truly living on my own. No roommates, no parents, no dorm neighbors pounding on walls. Just me. The freedom felt good for the first few weeks. I liked the stillness, the way the snow outside muted every sound. The house wasn't big. The kitchen, living room, and a small hallway that led to 2 bedrooms, mine and the spare, and a bathroom. The rent was cheap because it was an older place, built sometime in the 1950s, and it had its quirks: creaky floorboards, occasional flickering lights, and the faint smell of old wood that lingered even after I scrubbed the floors. But it was fine. It was home. That particular weekend, my friends had invited me out of town for a concert, but I declined. I had an online midterm due, and I figured a quiet weekend alone would help me focus. I stocked up on groceries, grabbed a few movies, and settled in for what I thought would be a calm couple of nights. Friday was uneventful. Snow began to fall in the evening, covering the front yard in a clean white layer. I made some pasta, watched a movie, and went to bed around midnight. I remember how still the house felt. No traffic, no dogs barking, just that kind of winter silence that makes every small sound stand out. Around 3 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why. The heater was humming softly, but something had pulled me from sleep. I sat up in bed, listening. Then I heard it, a light, deliberate tapping sound coming from the living room. Not the heater, not pipes. It sounded like someone lightly tapping their fingernails against glass. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a branch brushing against the window. But I'd trimmed the tree outside that window last week. There were no branches close enough to reach it. The tapping came again, steady and rhythmic. 3 taps, a pause, then 2 more. I got out of bed, wrapped myself in a hoodie, and crept toward the sound. The house was dark, except for the orange glow from the streetlight filtering through the blinds. As I reached the living room, I saw it, the shadow of a hand against the window. It wasn't pressed flat, just the outline of fingers lightly moving across the glass. I froze. My heart slammed against my chest, and my brain started racing through explanations. A prank? Some drunk neighbor? I hesitated for a moment before turning on the porch light. Nothing. The moment the light flicked on, the shadow vanished. I opened the blinds, looked out into the yard. Nobody. Just snow, untouched except for my own footprints from earlier that day. No tire tracks on the road, no footprints near the porch. The snow was smooth. I stood there for a few seconds, the silence pressing against me. Then I locked the deadbolt again, checked the back door, and went back to my room. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination. maybe headlights passing or something inside the glass reflecting weirdly. Still, I barely slept after that. The next morning, I woke up late. The sunlight coming through the blinds made everything seem harmless again. I went about my day, cleaned a bit, worked on my midterm, and FaceTimed with my mom. I didn't mention the tapping. It felt stupid to. That night, though, the fear came back. Around 11:30, I was watching a show when I heard the floor creak in the hallway. Just one step. I turned off the TV and listened. Another creak, closer this time. The hallway light was on, but I couldn't see anyone from where I sat. The air suddenly felt heavy. My stomach tightened and I called out, "Hello?" No response. I stood, gripping my phone, my thumb hovering over the emergency call button. The heater kicked on, making me jump. I waited another few seconds, then slowly walked toward the hallway. It was empty. My bedroom door was open, just how I'd left it. The spare room door was closed. I hadn't gone in there much since I moved in. The landlord had told me it used to be a kid's room and that I could use it for storage. I had a few boxes piled inside. That was it. I don't know why, but something about the door being closed made me uneasy. I was almost certain it had been cracked open earlier. I turned the knob and pushed it open. The room was dark, colder than the rest of the house. I flipped on the light. Everything was in place. The boxes, the empty dresser, the old curtains fluttering slightly from the drafty window. Nothing seemed off until I noticed the closet door. It was open. I hadn't touched it since I moved in. It was one of those old sliding doors that got stuck halfway. Now, though, it was open just wide enough for someone to slip through. I took a step back. The air inside that room felt different. Stale, almost metallic. I reached out, grabbed the edge of the closet door, and slid it open all the way. Empty. I let out a shaky breath and laughed under my breath. "You're losing it," I whispered to myself. I closed the door again and went back to the living room. But that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Around 2 a.m., I heard the tapping again. This time, it wasn't at the front window. It was at the kitchen door. I didn't move for several minutes, just listening. It was faint but deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. Then silence. I grabbed a flashlight and walked toward the kitchen, trying to stay quiet. My footsteps felt too loud. The air was freezing. When I got to the kitchen, I shined the flashlight at the door. There were handprints. Small, smeared, and clearly visible against the fogged glass pane of the door. Like someone had pressed their hands there, fingers spread. I stepped closer. The prints were on the inside of the glass. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. That meant someone had been inside. I backed away slowly, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My mind was scrambling for an explanation. Maybe I'd touched it earlier? But no, they were too small, too low, almost childlike. I called 911 right then. My voice shook as I told the operator what was happening. She told me to lock myself in a room and wait for officers to arrive. I ran to my bedroom, locked the door, and sat against it, clutching the flashlight. Every minute felt like an hour. I kept hearing small sounds, soft shuffling, the faint click of a door hinge, a creak in the floorboards. The sounds were coming from the hallway, just outside my room. Then came the whisper. It was so quiet I almost thought it was in my head, but I heard it again, clearer this time. "Where are you?" My body went cold. The voice was small, almost childlike, but wrong. Too low, too drawn out, like someone trying to sound like a child. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just sat there frozen, every muscle locked. The whisper came again, closer. "I can see you." I wanted to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. Then I heard a knock on my bedroom door. One slow, deliberate knock. Then another. The handle turned, but the lock held. I sat there, staring, heart pounding so loud it drowned everything else out. Then the sound stopped. 5 minutes later, red and blue lights flashed outside my window. I heard the police calling out. I jumped up and unlocked the door. When they searched the house, they found the back door slightly open, snow blown inside. But there were no footprints leading away from the house. None leading to it either. It was as if no one had ever been there. The officers checked everything. Closets, attic, basement, crawl spaces. Nothing. One of them told me it might have been a prank. Maybe someone hiding, but he didn't sound convinced. I stayed at a friend's place for a week after that. When I finally went back, I noticed something that still makes my stomach turn. On the inside of the spare room closet door, someone had written a single word in the dust. Hello. The landlord swore no one had keys but me and him. I moved out the next month. Sometimes I wonder if it really was a person, if someone had been living inside that house without me knowing. But some nights, when it's quiet and the air is cold, I swear I can still hear that voice, soft and distant, whispering from nowhere. Where are you? Story the end. It was the middle of winter when it happened. I remember the exact night because the roads were slick with ice, and the forecast had warned everyone to stay inside if they could. My parents had gone out to a friend's anniversary dinner, one of those events they couldn't get out of even though the weather was terrible. They left around 6:30 that evening, promising they'd be back before midnight, and I, being 17 and thrilled to have the house to myself for a few hours, had no complaints. Our house was on the outskirts of town, about 10 minutes from the nearest neighbor. It sat near the woods, dense, dark pines that stretched for miles, the kind of place that felt peaceful in the day but turned suffocating at night. I had grown up there and never thought much about it until that evening. After my parents left, I made myself dinner, microwaved leftovers, and turned on a horror movie marathon, trying to enjoy the rare solitude. Snow had started to fall heavily, thick flakes blanketing the yard, and by 8 o'clock the road outside had vanished under white. The power flickered a few times, but held steady. Everything was quiet, except for the occasional groan of the old house shifting in the cold. It was around 8:45 when I heard the first sound that didn't belong, a faint scraping at the back door, like metal against metal. I paused the movie, straining to listen. The wind howled outside, but underneath it I heard the sound again, slow, dragging, deliberate. It wasn't the kind of noise snow or wind makes. It was closer, intentional. I walked to the kitchen, where the back door was, and flipped on the porch light. The bulb hummed to life, casting a pale glow across the snow-covered backyard. Nothing, just the wind stirring the trees. The footprints my parents had left earlier were half filled with snow, no new ones visible. I pressed my hand against the cold glass of the door and listened. Silence. I shook my head, laughed nervously, and told myself it was probably a branch scraping against the siding. I went back to my movie, but it was hard to focus now. I muted it a few times, sure I was hearing something outside. Every few minutes there'd be a faint noise, sometimes a thud, sometimes what sounded like a soft tapping at the window. The kind of sound that makes your stomach tighten because you're not sure if you really heard it or if your brain is just filling in the silence. Around 9:30, I decided to check the locks again. I went from door to door, window to window, making sure everything was secure. The house was locked up tight. I even checked the basement door, solid deadbolt, secure. I felt better after that, until I noticed something odd. The small window by the stairwell, the one facing the woods, had condensation on the inside, as if someone had breathed on it. A small, perfect circle of fog. My heart skipped. I wiped it away and stared out into the darkness. The snow reflected the porch light faintly, but beyond that, there was only blackness. No movement, no sound. I closed the curtains and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe my own breath had caused it when I leaned close. At 10:02, I got a text from my mom. We're staying at the hotel near the restaurant. Road's too icy. Lock up. Love you. I typed back, okay, stay safe. That's when the power went out. Everything went dark at once. The TV, the lamps, the faint hum of the heater. I stood there in the sudden silence, the only sound the storm outside. I grabbed my phone, using the flashlight to find my way to the breaker panel in the basement. The air was colder down there, the kind of cold that feels still, heavy. The basement was unfinished, just concrete and shadows. I reached the breaker box and saw that everything looked fine. None of the switches were flipped. That was odd. As I stared at it, I heard something behind me, soft, wet footsteps on the concrete floor. I spun around, shining my flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught dust motes in the air, old boxes, and the outline of the washer and dryer, but no one was there. The footsteps stopped the moment I turned. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I backed slowly toward the stairs, never taking my eyes off the dark corner at the far end of the basement. That was where the old storm door led outside, rusted shut years ago. Just as I reached the stairs, something moved. Not fast, not loud, but enough. a shadow shifting in the corner and too tall, too thin to be anything I recognized. I bolted up the stairs, slammed the basement door shut, and locked it. The power flickered back on a second later. The lights came to life as if nothing had happened. I stood there shaking, trying to breathe, telling myself it had to be my imagination. Maybe the shadows had tricked me. Maybe the sound was the pipes expanding. I wanted to believe that. I turned every light in the house on and stayed in the living room, staring at the basement door, waiting for... I didn't even know what. At 11:10, there was a knock at the front door. 3 slow knocks. I froze. Through the peephole, I saw nothing, just snow falling in the glow of the porch light. I waited. Another 3 knocks, a little louder this time. I whispered to myself, "Who is it?" No answer. The knocks came again, then stopped. I waited for several minutes before daring to look again. Still nothing. Just as I was about to step away, I noticed something odd near the edge of the porch light. Footprints. Bare footprints in the snow. They started at the front steps and led out into the woods. No shoes, no socks, just long, bare footprints disappearing into the dark. I backed away from the door and dialed 911. The operator's calm voice asked what was happening. I told her someone was knocking on my door, that I thought someone was outside my house. She told me to stay inside, lock the doors, and that a patrol car was being dispatched. I stayed on the line with her, whispering. She asked if I could see anyone. I told her no. Then she asked, "Are you sure you're alone in the house?" That question made my stomach turn. "Yes," I said. "I locked everything." A pause. Then she asked, "You said everything right, including the basement door?" "I locked it," I said. Another pause. "Then stay where you are." A few seconds later, I heard the faint creak of a floorboard from somewhere behind me. Upstairs, I nearly dropped the phone. The operator was still talking, but I couldn't focus. I slowly turned toward the staircase. The light at the top of the stairs flickered. Something moved up there. I whispered into the phone, "Someone's in the house." "Stay quiet," she said. "The officers are almost there." My legs felt numb as I crouched behind the couch, staring at the top of the stairs. I could hear footsteps again, slow, dragging, careful. They stopped halfway down, then resumed, heavier now. I could see a shadow stretch across the wall as something stepped into view. It was tall, but its movements were wrong. Jerky, unsteady, like someone trying to remember how to walk. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from making a sound. The thing stood at the bottom of the stairs for what felt like forever. Then it tilted its head, as if listening. I swear it smiled. There was a sudden pounding on the front door, 3 loud bangs. "Police!" someone shouted. The figure twisted its head toward the sound and bolted. It moved faster than anything I'd ever seen, disappearing back up the stairs in an instant. The officers forced their way in seconds later. I jumped up, crying, shaking, trying to explain what I'd seen. They searched the entire house. Upstairs, they found the window in my parents' room wide open, snow blowing in through the curtains. On the windowsill, they found wet footprints, bare, large, leading in from the outside. They followed them across the carpet to my room, then to the hallway, and finally, down to the basement door. The lock on that door was broken. When they went down there, they found more footprints in the dust, but they didn't lead to the old storm door. They stopped in the middle of the floor, as if the person, or whatever it was, had simply vanished. The police stayed for a while, checked the property, but found no one outside. No signs of forced entry except for the lock on the basement. They told me it might have been someone trying to get out of the storm, maybe a drifter. I didn't believe that for a second. The way it moved, the way it stared, it wasn't human. My parents came home the next morning. They were horrified when they saw the open window and broken lock, but they couldn't explain what I described. They changed the locks, replaced the windows, added security lights, but none of that helped. Because for weeks after, every time it snowed, I'd wake up to find fresh bare footprints leading from the woods to the house, circling it and disappearing back into the trees. Eventually, we moved. I thought it was over until one night in my new apartment, I heard it again. 3 slow knocks on the door. I froze. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there. Just the faint outline of something tall standing just beyond the edge of the light. And in the morning, when I went to leave for work, there were bare footprints in the snow outside my door, leading straight to it, then stopping. Story. The end. It was the winter of 2018 in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Oregon when I experienced something I still can't explain. My parents had gone to visit my aunt in another city for the weekend, and I was left alone in the house for 2 nights. It wasn't a big deal to me at the time. I was 19, used to being on my own, and honestly looking forward to the peace and quiet. Our house was on the edge of the neighborhood, backed up against a patch of woods that led out toward a creek. In the daytime, it was beautiful. Tall pines, soft light through the branches, but at night, it always felt different. The woods had a way of swallowing sound, and when the wind picked up, the trees would creak and moan like they were alive. It was a Friday evening, cold and wet outside, and I was sitting on the couch with a bowl of leftover chili, scrolling through my phone. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional gust of wind tapping branches against the siding. Around 9 o'clock, the power flickered for a second, dimming the lights, and I remember rolling my eyes, assuming the old wiring was acting up again. I didn't think much of it until I heard the back door handle jiggle. Just once. Quick and sharp, like someone testing it. I froze. My phone was still in my hand, but I couldn't move. The sound came again, this time slower, deliberate. I set the bowl down carefully, my heartbeat thudding in my ears, and turned off the TV so I could listen better. The silence after that felt heavy, almost pressing against me. Then came a third sound. Not the handle this time, but a soft scratching, like someone dragging a fingernail down the glass of the back door window. I whispered to myself, "It's just the wind," but my voice cracked. The storm outside had picked up, rain hitting the house hard, but this sound wasn't random. It had rhythm. I stood up slowly and crept toward the back of the house. Every step on the wood floor seemed deafening. The kitchen light cast a faint glow across the linoleum, and I could see the back door from the hallway. Nothing there, at least not at first. Then lightning flashed, and for just a second I saw a shape, a person, standing outside the door. I stumbled back, knocking a chair over. My phone slipped out of my hand and hit the floor. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, facing the glass. I couldn't make out any details, just a silhouette, tall, shoulders hunched slightly, maybe wearing a hood or a coat. When the thunder rolled, I bolted upstairs, locked myself in my bedroom, and called 911. The dispatcher told me to stay put and that an officer would be there in 10 minutes. I waited, listening, every nerve on edge. The rain seemed louder than before, and the wind whistled around the house, but underneath it, I could hear faint footsteps on the porch, the creaking boards outside my bedroom window. That's when I realized something terrifying. The porch didn't wrap around to that side of the house. Whoever it was had to be standing on the narrow strip of roof outside my window. I didn't dare look. I couldn't. The dispatcher kept talking to me, asking if I was still there, but my voice barely worked. Then came a tapping. Soft, steady, against the glass. It was right outside my window now. The tapping stopped, and I heard it again near the front of the house, the sound of footsteps on gravel. Then, silence. The dispatcher told me officers had arrived. I waited until I saw the flash of blue and red lights bouncing off the walls before I dared to move. When I finally came downstairs, the 2 officers were already checking the perimeter. The back door was still locked, but smeared across the glass were long, like muddy streaks, handprints. There were footprints in the wet ground near the porch, size 11 or 12 by the looks of them, leading into the woods behind the house. The officers followed the tracks for about 30 yards before they vanished into the trees. They told me it was probably some drifter or someone casing houses, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't like what they saw either. They stayed for about half an hour, checking the locks and assuring me they'd patrol the area through the night. When they left, I felt a hollow kind of safety, like the calm after a tornado. The silence was worse than before. I tried sleeping in the living room, keeping every light on, knife beside me. I must have dozed off around 2 a.m., because the next thing I remember was waking to a sound that made my stomach drop. A voice. It was faint, almost whispering, from outside the front window. At first, I thought I was dreaming. Then I heard it again, clearer this time. A man's voice, low and slow, saying something like, "You left the light on." I couldn't breathe. I turned toward the window, and my heart nearly stopped. There was a shadow standing just outside the curtain. I grabbed my phone and called the police again, whispering so quietly I could barely hear myself. The dispatcher said they were sending someone right away. I was shaking so bad I could hardly keep the phone steady. The figure stayed there, motionless for what felt like forever. Then lightning flashed, and I caught a glimpse of his face, or what looked like one, pale, wet, eyes wide open, and a grin that didn't look right, like it was stretched too far. The thunder crashed, and when I looked again, he was gone. The police arrived minutes later, but once again, no one was there. The tracks in the mud were fresh this time, leading back toward the woods. One of the officers offered to stay parked nearby for the rest of the night, but I barely slept a minute. Every noise made me flinch. The next morning, I found something that made me question everything. Near the back door, in the thin layer of mud from the storm, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. It had been pressed against the window. The ink was smeared, but I could still make out the words, "You saw me." I didn't tell my parents about that part. When they came home Sunday evening, I said someone tried to break in, but that the police took care of it. My dad checked all the locks and replaced the back door handle, just to be safe. For a long time after that, I couldn't sleep alone. Even months later, I'd wake up in the middle of the night convinced I heard that same voice outside my window. Sometimes I'd dream of that face, pale and dripping, grinning in the dark. A year later, I moved out to attend college, and I tried to forget about it. But last winter, while visiting home for the holidays, I woke up one night to go to the kitchen for a drink. The snow outside was falling heavy, the house silent, and as I walked to the back door, I froze. There, pressed faintly against the glass, was a handprint. It wasn't mine. Story the end. It was late October when my parents went to visit my grandmother in Arizona. I was 17 and decided to stay home to take care of the house and our dog, Scout. It wasn't my first time being home alone, but it was the first time I'd be alone for an entire weekend. Our house was in a quiet neighborhood in Ohio, not far from a small patch of woods. It was one of those areas where everyone knew each other, and nothing bad ever really happened, or so I thought. The first night was uneventful. I ordered pizza, watched a couple of movies, and texted my friends until midnight. The air was chilly, and the wind made the trees outside sway against the windows, but I felt safe. Scout slept at the foot of my bed, occasionally twitching in her dreams. I fell asleep easily, confident that I'd survive the weekend without any issues. The next night, something felt different. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of Scout growling. It was a low, deep sound I'd never heard from her before. She stood on the bed, staring at the window. I sat up, heart pounding. Outside, the motion sensor light had turned on, illuminating part of the yard. For a moment, I thought I saw something move, just a flicker of a shadow near the tree line, but I couldn't be sure. "Probably a raccoon," I muttered, but my voice shook. I got up, looked through the window, and saw nothing but still branches and fog rising from the grass. I turned off the light, patted Scout's head, and went back to bed. The next morning, I noticed something odd near the kitchen door. A faint smear of mud on the glass, like someone had brushed their hand against it. It wasn't a full handprint, just streaks. I tried to convince myself it was from me letting Scout out earlier, though I didn't remember touching the glass. That evening, the house felt unusually quiet. I tried to focus on homework, but every sound seemed amplified. The creaks in the floorboards, the ticking clock, the hum of the refrigerator. Around 9 p.m., Scout started barking at the back door. Her tail was low, fur bristling, eyes fixed on something outside. I turned on the porch light, but the yard was empty. "It's just the wind," I said softly, though I didn't believe it. Around midnight, I decided to take Scout out one last time before bed. The night air was sharp, the sky clear and moonless. The porch light flickered once and went out. I stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. The woods behind our house looked darker than usual, dense, almost consuming. Scout sniffed the grass, ears perked, and then suddenly froze. She let out a low whine and backed toward me. I followed her gaze and saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the trees. It wasn't moving, just standing there. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of a tall person too still to be natural. My heart stopped. I yanked Scout's leash and ran back inside, slamming the door behind me. I locked it, checked every window, and turned off all the lights. I didn't sleep that night. Every noise made me jump. I kept checking the security camera feed on my phone, but it showed nothing unusual, just static and the faint movement of the trees. I told myself I was overreacting, that maybe it was just a trick of the shadows. The next morning, I went outside to check the yard. The grass was wet with dew, and near the edge of the woods, I found something that made my stomach twist. Footprints. Large, muddy footprints leading up to the house and then back toward the trees. My parents' car was still gone, meaning no one should have been there. I called the police, and an officer came by to take a look. He examined the prints and shrugged. "Could be a hiker who got lost," he said. "We've had a few reports like that lately. Probably nothing." He told me to keep the doors locked and call if I saw anything suspicious again. That night, I didn't want to be alone. I texted my friend Jake to come over, but he couldn't. "You'll be fine," he said. "You're just psyching yourself out." I wanted to believe him, but my gut said otherwise. At around 10 p.m., I was lying on the couch watching TV when the motion sensor light outside turned on again. My stomach clenched. Scout barked furiously at the window. I muted the TV and listened. A slow, deliberate knock echoed through the house, from the back door. 3 knocks. Then silence. I froze. My phone was on the coffee table. I grabbed it and dialed 911, whispering to the operator what was happening. She told me to stay on the line and find a place to hide. I crouched behind the couch, clutching Scout close, listening to the faint creak of footsteps on the porch. The doorknob rattled. Once, twice, then stopped. I could hear the dispatcher's voice faintly, asking if I was still there. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the distant wail of sirens approaching. The footsteps stopped. When the police arrived, they found no one around the house. They checked the woods, the yard, the street. Nothing. But when one of the officers shone his flashlight on the back door, he noticed something chilling, a greasy handprint on the glass, smeared downward as if someone had been pressing their face against it, looking in. They stayed for a while, made sure the locks were secure, and told me to stay with a neighbor if I felt unsafe. I spent that night at the Hendersons across the street, too shaken to go back inside. The next morning, I returned to check the house. Everything looked fine, except for one detail I hadn't noticed before. On the side of the house, near the basement window, there were scratch marks on the siding as if someone had been trying to pry it open. That day, I installed a second lock on every door and set the alarm system to high sensitivity. But the fear didn't fade. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow felt alive. 2 nights later, around 3 a.m., the alarm went off. The shrill sound jolted me awake. The control panel showed motion detected basement. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone and ran to the living room, dialing 911 again. The dispatcher told me to get out of the house immediately. I ran outside barefoot, Scout barking like crazy beside me. The police arrived minutes later and went inside with flashlights drawn. I waited in the cold, hugging Scout tightly. When they came out, one of the officers looked grim. "There's no one in there," he said, "but the basement window was open. Looks like someone tried to get in." That was the last night I stayed in that house alone. My parents came home the next day, and after seeing the damage, they were just as terrified as I was. The police never caught anyone, and no new leads came in. We ended up moving the following spring. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just a random intruder, someone looking for an easy break-in. But sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, certain that someone is outside, watching me. And every now and then, when I let Scout out at night, she stops at the edge of the yard, ears low, staring into the dark woods like she remembers something I wish I could forget. Story the end. It was late October in Pennsylvania, a few days before Halloween, when I stayed home alone for the first time in months. My parents had gone on a weekend trip to visit my aunt upstate, and my younger sister was at a friend's house for a sleepover. I was 20 years old, taking a break from college to work and save money, so I stayed behind. Our house sat at the end of a dead-end street surrounded by woods. It was peaceful most of the time, quiet, private. But when night fell, that silence could feel like a blanket pressed too tightly against your face. Friday night started normal enough. I made some instant noodles, put on an old horror movie, and tried to relax. Around 9 p.m., the wind picked up outside, whistling through the trees. The branches scraped against the siding, and every so often the motion light near the back porch flicked on from the movement. I didn't think much of it until Luna, my cat, started acting strange. She was sitting near the sliding glass door that led to the backyard, tail twitching, her eyes fixed on the dark beyond the porch. I followed her gaze but couldn't see anything. The woods behind our house were pitch black, just endless shadow. When I turned back to the movie, Luna hissed suddenly and darted under the couch. That startled me. She never hissed. I paused the movie and grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight to check outside. I slid open the door just a crack and shined the light onto the porch. There was nothing there, just wet leaves scattered across the boards. But when I turned the beam toward the edge of the woods, I saw something that made my stomach twist. A shape. At first I thought it was a tree, but it wasn't quite right. It was too narrow, too tall, and it was standing just at the edge of the light's reach, perfectly still. I blinked, and it was gone. I shut the door and locked it, closing the curtains tight. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was probably just a shadow, maybe a trick of the light. But when I looked down, I noticed muddy footprints on the porch. Bare footprints. They led up to the door and stopped right where I'd been standing. I backed away and called my dad, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I tried my mom. Same thing. I turned every lock in the house, made sure every window was sealed, and grabbed a kitchen knife, just in case. The hours crawled by. Around 11:30, I finally started to relax again. I told myself I'd call the police if I heard or saw anything else. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone when the power flickered once, then again. Then everything went black. The house went completely silent. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate, trying not to panic. I checked the circuit breaker in the basement, but everything seemed fine. The lights just wouldn't come back on. That's when I heard it. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The knocks came again, louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. Luna hissed from under the couch. I whispered, "Who's there?" Silence. I crept toward the door, flashlight shaking in my hand, and peeked through the peephole. Nothing, just the dark porch. I waited, holding my breath. Then the knocking moved, to the back door. Knock, knock, knock. My stomach dropped. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed my phone, and called 911. The operator's voice was calm, telling me to stay quiet and stay where I was. She said officers were being dispatched immediately. While I was on the phone, the knocking started again, this time at the window behind me. I turned slowly. Something was pressed against the glass. A hand, pale, thin. It slid down the pane, leaving a smear of dirt. I screamed and ducked behind the counter. The operator kept talking, asking for details, but all I could say was, "Someone's outside. Please hurry." I could hear footsteps moving along the back porch. Slow, heavy steps that crunched on the leaves and boards. Then came the sound of the sliding glass door handle rattling. Hard. "Please," I whispered. "Please, just get here." The operator told me to stay hidden. I crouched behind the counter, my heart pounding so loud it drowned everything else out. Then, without warning, the knocking stopped. Complete silence. The seconds dragged. The wind howled through the trees again, and for a moment, I thought it was over. Then I heard the creak of a door opening. Not the front door. The basement door. My whole body went cold. I had just been down there to check the breaker. It had been locked. There was no way anyone could have come up from there. I whispered to the operator, "He's inside." She told me to stay as quiet as possible. I heard slow, heavy footsteps climbing the basement stairs. Each step groaned under the weight. I held the knife so tightly my hand hurt. The door to the kitchen started to move, the knob turning slightly. I could see it from where I crouched. Then the door opened just an inch. I held my breath, too terrified to even cry. Through the narrow gap, I could see part of a face, pale skin, a dark eye staring right at me. I think I blacked out for a second because the next thing I remember is the sound of sirens outside and red-blue lights flashing through the windows. The footsteps retreated fast, thudding down the basement steps. I ran to the front door and threw it open as the police came up the driveway. They swept the house, guns drawn, shouting commands. I stood outside barefoot in the cold, shaking uncontrollably. They didn't find anyone. But they found something else. Muddy footprints leading from the basement door out through a small window that had been pried open from the outside. Whoever it was had broken in before I even called. The police searched the woods for hours that night and came back with nothing. When my parents got home the next day, they were horrified. My dad replaced all the locks and added new ones on every door. We even got motion cameras installed a few days later. For a while, things were quiet. I tried to convince myself it was over, but about 2 weeks later, when I came home from work one night, I found something waiting on the porch. A dirty handprint, pressed against the glass of the front door, the same size and shape as the one from before. I wiped it off, trying to shake the feeling that he or it had come back. But it kept happening. Every few days, I'd find new prints on the windows, the back door, even once on the side of my car. The police couldn't explain it. They said it might be kids playing a prank, but I knew better. One night, I stayed up late watching the live camera feeds on my phone. Around 2:17 a.m., one of the backyard cameras glitched. Static. Then it came back. There was someone standing on the porch. A man, barefoot, covered in mud, just staring into the lens. He lifted his hand and waved. I screamed and called the police again, but by the time they arrived, he was gone. The only thing left behind were fresh footprints in the dirt leading straight back into the woods. We moved out less than a month later. My parents sold the house fast, not even caring about the loss. That was 3 years ago. I live in an apartment now, far from any woods, but every once in a while, late at night, I'll hear faint knocking on my door. 3 slow knocks. Knock, knock, knock. And every time I look through the peephole, there's no one there. But sometimes, just as I turn away, I think I see something move in the reflection of the glass, a tall, pale shape standing perfectly still, waiting. Story the end. It was a chilly Friday evening in early December when 22-year-old Natalie Brooks found herself completely alone in her parents' house for the first time in years. Her parents had left earlier that afternoon for a long weekend trip to visit her aunt in Chicago, and her younger brother was away at college. The house, an old 2-story colonial on the outskirts of Madison, Wisconsin, suddenly felt much too big once the sound of her parents' car faded down the road. Natalie didn't mind being home alone most of the time. She actually liked the solitude. It gave her a break from constant small talk and family noise. She made herself dinner, a simple grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup, and settled on the couch with a blanket to watch a crime documentary. The wind outside whistled softly through the trees, and occasionally the house creaked as if sighing in its own old age. Around 9 p.m., Natalie got a text from her mom. "Everything good, honey? Don't forget to lock the back door. Dad said the latch sticks sometimes." She smiled, replied with a quick, "All good?" Enjoy the trip, and went to double-check the back door. She wiggled the latch and pushed until it clicked securely into place. When she turned off the kitchen light, the reflection of her face in the glass briefly startled her. She laughed quietly to herself. "Get a grip, Nat." By 11 p.m., the wind had picked up, and rain started to drizzle against the windows. Natalie dimmed the lights and prepared to go upstairs to bed. The documentary had finished, and she muted the TV while scrolling through her phone. That's when she heard it. 3 soft knocks. She froze. The sound had come from the front door. Her first thought was that it might be a delivery. Maybe her neighbor's package had been misdelivered again. She wasn't expecting anyone, and nobody in their right mind would come by this late in a storm. Slowly, she walked to the front hallway, her heart beginning to race. Through the glass of the front door, she could see only darkness. No shadow, no movement, just the faint glisten of rainwater running down the pane. She hesitated, then called out softly, "Hello?" Silence. Her stomach twisted. She waited another 10 seconds, then peered through the peephole. Nothing. The streetlight flickered, but no one was there. She told herself it was just the wind knocking a loose branch, or maybe the mail slot creaking. Feeling uneasy, but wanting to prove to herself it was nothing, she flipped the deadbolt lock for good measure and went back to the living room. The rest of the night was quiet until 1:23 a.m. when a sharp thud jolted her awake. She sat up on the couch, confused. She'd fallen asleep with the TV on low volume, and now the room was eerily silent except for the steady ticking of the wall clock. Another thud echoed from somewhere deeper in the house. Natalie grabbed her phone and checked the security camera app. Her dad had installed one above the garage and one facing the backyard. The front camera feed showed nothing unusual, just the rain flickering under the porch light. But the backyard camera feed was completely black. The app read, "Connection lost." Her pulse quickened. She tried to refresh it. Still nothing. Then came a new sound. Slow footsteps above her, on the second floor. Natalie's breath caught in her throat. She lived in that house her whole life. She knew exactly how the floors creaked when someone walked on them. These weren't settling sounds. These were footsteps, heavy, deliberate, pacing near her parents' bedroom. She stood, her hands trembling, and whispered into the quiet, "Hello?" The footsteps stopped. Her entire body tensed. She took a few slow steps backward toward the kitchen, grabbing the largest knife from the wooden block. Her phone buzzed suddenly, making her nearly drop the blade. It was a notification from the security system. Motion detected upstairs hallway. The app automatically switched to the indoor feed from the hallway camera. Her dad had installed it just a few months ago for safety. For a second, the screen showed nothing but the empty upstairs corridor. Then, just barely visible at the far end of the hall, a shape appeared. A figure completely still, standing half in shadow near the doorway to her old bedroom. Natalie's breath came in short, sharp bursts. She couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, head slightly tilted, as if listening. She turned off the TV, plunging the living room into silence. Her heart hammered so loudly she could hear it in her ears. Her first instinct was to call 911. She opened the phone app, but the screen suddenly went black. Battery dead. She swore under her breath. Her charger was upstairs, in her bedroom. A soft creak came from the staircase. The footsteps were descending now, slow and deliberate, like someone testing each step. She held the knife tightly, backing into the pantry door. Her hands were slick with sweat. When she peeked around the corner toward the base of the stairs, she saw nothing at first. Just darkness. Then, in the faint light from the kitchen, she saw it. Bare feet stepping onto the hardwood floor. She stifled a gasp and ducked into the pantry, easing the door almost shut, leaving a tiny crack to see through. The air inside was stale, and her own breathing felt impossibly loud. The figure stepped fully into view. A tall man, pale and thin, wearing a dark hoodie. His head moved slowly side to side, as if searching. He didn't make a sound. Natalie pressed a shaking hand over her mouth to keep from crying out. She watched him move toward the living room, each step unnervingly slow. He glanced around the furniture, then toward the back door. Her mind raced. She needed to get out, run to a neighbor's, hide something. But the pantry was directly off the kitchen. If she moved, the hinges would creak. The man turned toward the counter. He picked up her phone from where she'd left it charging earlier, tilted it in his hand, and then set it down again. She noticed with horror that his other hand held something small and shiny. A key. He had a key. Her heart sank. She thought of every possible way someone could have gotten it. Her parents' spare hidden under the flower pot, the one they'd told her to move weeks ago, but she'd forgotten. The man stood still for nearly a full minute. Then, very softly, he whispered something that froze her blood. Natalie. It was quiet, deliberate, almost gentle. He knew her name. She pressed herself deeper into the pantry, biting her lip until she tasted blood. Tears streamed silently down her face. The man's head turned slightly, as though he was listening for movement. Then, suddenly, he laughed, a low, rasping sound that didn't fit the stillness of the room. Natalie's legs trembled so hard she thought she might collapse. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the man turned and walked toward the back door. She heard the faint click of the lock and then the door opening. Cold air rushed in, followed by the sound of rain. Then silence. She waited. 5 minutes. 10. Her muscles ached from holding so still. She didn't dare move until she was certain he was gone. When she finally stepped out, her whole body shook. She grabbed her phone, praying it would turn on long enough to call for help, but the screen stayed black. Natalie ran barefoot out the front door into the rain, across the street to her neighbor's house. She banged on the door until lights came on inside. Her neighbor, Mrs. Donnelly, opened the door in a robe. Startled. "Natalie? What on earth?" "There's someone in my house," she gasped, nearly collapsing on the porch. Mrs. Donnelly ushered her in and called the police immediately. They arrived within 10 minutes, sirens blaring, lights flashing against the wet pavement. When officers searched the Brooks house, they found the back door wide open. Muddy footprints tracked from the back porch through the kitchen and toward the stairs, but they stopped halfway up as if the person had simply vanished. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing stolen. But when they checked the side of the house, the spare key under the flower pot was gone. The officer told her it might have been a vagrant or burglar who ran off when he realized she was home. Natalie nodded, but deep down, she knew that wasn't true. Whoever had been in her house had known her name, and he hadn't broken in, he had let himself inside. Her parents came home early the next morning, shaken but relieved she was safe. They changed every lock and installed new cameras. For weeks, Natalie couldn't sleep without lights on. Every creak of the house sent her pulse racing. A month later, she received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single piece of paper, damp and wrinkled from moisture. Written in shaky handwriting were the words, "You forgot the key again." She screamed and dropped the paper, her knees buckling beneath her. Her parents called the police once more, but there were no fingerprints, no trace of who sent it. The officer warned her that sometimes stalkers fixate for a while, then disappear, but that didn't comfort her. Even after she moved into her own apartment across town, strange things continued. The sound of soft footsteps outside her door late at night. Her doormat shifting slightly, as if someone had stood there. And once, when she came home from work, she found her front door locked, but the chain, which she never used, had been slid into place from the inside. There was never any proof, just fear, growing stronger each night. Sometimes, in the quiet hours past midnight, Natalie would hear faint tapping on her window or the subtle click of a door latch shifting, and every time her breath would catch, because she swore she could still hear that same whisper, soft and patient, just beyond the glass. Natalie? Story the end. It was the first weekend of December, cold enough that the air outside bit through my jacket every time I stepped out. My parents were going out of town to visit my aunt in Vermont and had asked if I wanted to come along, but I had finals the next week and told them I needed to stay behind and study. That was true, though I was secretly looking forward to having the whole house to myself. I was 19, old enough to handle being alone for a few days. We lived in a quiet neighborhood outside of Buffalo, the kind where you could go weeks without seeing your neighbors. The houses were spread far apart, separated by wide lawns and long driveways, and in winter, when the snow piled up and the roads iced over, everything became eerily still. The isolation that I once loved about our home suddenly felt heavier after dark. My parents left early Friday morning, telling me they'd be back Sunday night. My mom must have reminded me about locking the doors half a dozen times. I remember laughing it off, saying, "Mom, no one's breaking into a house out here." She gave me that serious look, the kind that always made me second-guess my confidence, and said, "You'd be surprised what people will do when they think no one's watching." Friday night started fine. I cooked dinner, played music, and settled in to study. Around 10, snow began falling thick and steady, muting all the sounds outside. It was beautiful, peaceful even. I stayed up late reading and didn't go to bed until nearly 2. Sometime after 3, I woke up to a faint sound. At first, I couldn't place it. Soft, irregular, like something brushing against the house. I lay there in the dark, holding my breath. Then came a slow scraping sound along the side of the house, like a shovel dragging lightly across the siding. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I waited. Silence. I told myself it was just snow or maybe a branch caught in the wind. I tried to lie back down, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was outside. I finally grabbed my phone and opened the blinds slightly. The snow had stopped, and the yard looked empty, but I noticed something odd. The motion sensor light on the side of the house had turned on. I stared for a long time, but there was nothing there. Finally, I convinced myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon, and went back to bed. It took me nearly an hour to fall asleep. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach twist. Outside my bedroom window, in the fresh snow, were footprints. They led from the edge of the yard straight up to the side of the house, right below my window. They stopped there. No prints leading away. I just stood there, staring out at them, my mind spinning. I checked all the doors and windows, every lock. Everything was secure. I didn't know what to do. Call someone? Tell my parents? It sounded crazy to say that footprints had appeared outside my window, especially when there was no other sign of anyone being there. So I did nothing. I brushed it off as maybe a prank or just something I couldn't explain, and I went about my day. That night, the sound came back. I was lying on the couch, half asleep with a movie playing, when I heard it again, the scraping, only this time it was slower, heavier. I muted the TV. The sound was definitely coming from outside, along the living room wall. Then 3 distinct knocks, slow, deliberate. I froze. It couldn't be an animal. Animals don't knock. I grabbed my phone and texted my friend Olivia, who lived a few miles away. I think someone's outside my house. She called me immediately. Her voice was sharp, worried. What do you mean someone's outside? I don't know. I keep hearing noises, like knocking. She told me to call the police. I hesitated. What if it was nothing? What if I'd imagined it? I was alone, anxious, probably on edge. But then I heard it again, 3 knocks, louder this time, right below the window behind me. My heart jumped into my throat. I bolted upright and ran to the kitchen. I dialed 911, whispering into the phone, trying to stay calm. The dispatcher told me to stay inside, lock the doors, and wait for the officers. I did exactly that. The minutes crawled by. The silence outside felt unbearable. I stood in the kitchen, staring at the back door, half expecting it to burst open. Then I heard it again, footsteps in the snow, moving slowly across the deck. I could hear the crunch of each step, the deliberate pace of someone walking close to the house. And then, silence. I waited. No movement, no sound. When the police finally arrived, they checked the property. No one was there. No tracks, nothing. The fresh snow showed no sign of footsteps, even though I'd clearly heard them. The officer asked me if I might have imagined it, maybe from stress or lack of sleep. I wanted to argue, but I just nodded, embarrassed. After they left, I triple-checked every lock again. It was past midnight. I sat up until nearly dawn with every light on in the house. Nothing else happened that night. Saturday morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. On the deck railing outside the kitchen door, there were prints. Fingerprints smudged into the thin layer of frost. 10 distinct spots, like someone had gripped the railing and leaned over, peering inside. I didn't tell anyone. I couldn't. It sounded insane. Instead, I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was an old mark, maybe from me or my dad earlier in the week. But I knew it wasn't. The frost had just formed overnight. That night, it got worse. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up to a sound that made my entire body lock up. Someone was walking upstairs. Slow, heavy steps, back and forth. I lay there frozen, staring at my ceiling, listening. The house was dark and still, but those footsteps continued. They weren't creaks or settling noises. They were deliberate. I reached for my phone, but my hand was trembling so badly that I dropped it on the floor. The steps stopped. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After a long pause, the steps resumed, this time coming down the hallway. My heart slammed against my ribs. I scrambled out of bed, clutching the baseball bat I kept by the dresser, and locked my bedroom door. I pressed my ear to it and listened. The floorboards creaked just beyond the door. Someone was standing there. I whispered, "Who's there?" My voice was shaking so badly, I barely recognized it. No answer. Then, slow knocking. 3 knocks. Right on my door. I backed away, tears stinging my eyes. I could hear breathing on the other side. Slow, shallow, human breathing. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Silence. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, gripping the bat until my hands went numb. Finally, I gathered enough courage to whisper, "I'm calling the police." No response. After what felt like forever, I dialed 911 again, barely getting the words out. The dispatcher kept me talking while officers were sent out again. I could hear her asking me if there was anyone who might have a key to the house. I told her no. When the police arrived, they found the front door unlocked. That stopped me cold. I knew I'd locked it. I checked it a dozen times. The officer said that there was no sign of forced entry. They searched every room, every closet, the attic, the basement. Nothing. The only thing they found was something strange near the back door. A single wet footprint. Barefoot. Human. The officer asked if I might have walked there myself. I hadn't. I hadn't gone near that door all day. After they left, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room, lights on, staring at the doorway until the first light of dawn crept through the windows. When my parents came home Sunday, I tried to tell them everything, but they didn't really believe me. My dad said I was probably overtired and anxious from studying. My mom just looked worried, but tried to reassure me. They told me maybe it had been a delivery person or a prankster, but I couldn't shake what I knew. Someone had been in that house. A few days later, I came home from class and noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the back door, faintly etched into the condensation on the glass, were the words, "See you soon." I stood there for nearly a minute, unable to breathe. The handwriting was long and crooked, as if written by a finger dragged across the glass. I wiped it away immediately and told no one. That night, I couldn't stay there anymore. I packed a bag and went to stay with Olivia. When I came back a week later with my dad, everything seemed normal again, except for one thing. The footprints in the snow that winter never appeared again, but every time I was alone, no matter what time of day, I'd hear faint tapping against the walls. Not loud enough for anyone else to notice, but enough for me to know it hadn't stopped. Someone had been there, someone who liked to watch. Story the end. It was late October, the kind of night when the air felt just cold enough to make the windows sweat, and the wind seemed to whisper through the cracks of old houses. My parents had left for a weekend business trip to Chicago, leaving me, 17 years old, responsible and confident, alone in our two-story house in the suburbs of Indiana. I'd been alone before, but never overnight. They left Friday morning, and I had school that day, so the house didn't really feel empty until I came home that evening and realized every light, every sound, every bit of comfort had gone with them. The first few hours were fine. I made myself a frozen pizza, texted a few friends, and turned on Netflix. The silence of the house made the hum of the refrigerator oddly loud, but it was bearable. I turned on some music while scrolling through my phone. By the time I finished dinner, it was already dark outside, and the house felt too quiet. I remember thinking how big the place suddenly felt. It started around 9 p.m. I was sitting on the couch, half distracted by a show, when I heard what sounded like the faint squeak of the front door. I froze, listening. We had one of those heavy doors that stuck a little at the bottom, so it always made that same dragging squeak when opened. I muted the TV and listened hard, but the noise didn't repeat. I thought maybe the wind had pushed on it, or maybe the wood expanded with the temperature drop. Still, I went to check, because that's what you do when you're home alone and trying to prove you're not scared. The door was closed and locked. I turned the deadbolt again, just in case, and walked back to the couch. Nothing seemed wrong. I told myself to stop being paranoid. I tried to focus on my show again, but I couldn't get the uneasy feeling crawling up my neck. A few minutes later, the sound came again, but this time from upstairs. A dull thump, then another. My room was up there, along with my parents' room and the guest room. The sound wasn't heavy, more like a soft knock against the floor. I stood at the bottom of the staircase, staring into the darkness above. "Hello?" I called out, trying to sound brave, but my voice cracked slightly. Silence. My heart was beating fast. I started up the stairs slowly, each step creaking louder than usual. The hallway light flickered when I turned it on. Everything looked normal. I peeked into my room first. Nothing. I checked my parents' room. Also nothing. The guest room door was half open, which was odd because it was usually closed. I reached out to push it open, and something shifted inside, just a tiny, quick sound like fabric brushing against something. I flicked on the light. The room was empty. I backed away, my stomach twisting. I knew I'd heard something, but there was no one there. I checked the closet. Empty. Under the bed. Nothing. I told myself maybe I'd left a window open and the curtains moved or something. That had to be it. I closed the door behind me and went back downstairs, locking the door to the hallway that led to the bedrooms. I laughed at myself for doing it, but I needed the illusion of control. It was nearly 10:30 when the next thing happened. I was in the kitchen refilling my water when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It said, "You left the upstairs light on." I froze. My hands went cold. The text didn't have a contact name, just a number I didn't recognize. I stared at the message, too afraid to type back. Slowly, I turned toward the staircase. and sure enough, the light upstairs was glowing faintly under the door I had locked. I called my mom immediately, but she didn't answer. I called my dad. No response. My mind was racing. Was it a prank? One of my friends messing with me? I texted my best friend Ryan asking if he was screwing around. He swore he wasn't and offered to come over, but he lived 20 minutes away. I told him I'd be fine. I wasn't. I decided to call 911, but before I could even dial, there was a new noise. Not from upstairs this time, from the side of the house. A slow scraping sound, like someone dragging something along the siding. My heart pounded. I crept toward the window by the living room and pulled the curtain back just a sliver. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I saw movement. Someone standing in the side yard, tall, thin, wearing something dark. They weren't moving, just standing there, facing the house. My breath caught in my throat. I ducked away from the window and backed into the hallway. I could barely think straight. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers. The dispatcher answered, calm and steady, but I could hardly get the words out. "There's someone outside my house," I whispered. She asked for my address and told me to stay on the line. I told her I was alone, my parents were gone, and that someone was trying to get in. She said officers were on their way. While I was talking, I heard it again, the front door squeaking. I turned toward it and saw the doorknob turning, slowly, deliberately. I could see the metal glinting in the dim light. I ran and locked myself in the downstairs bathroom, shutting off the light and pressing my ear to the door. I could hear faint footsteps on the hardwood floor outside. They moved slowly across the living room. The dispatcher was still on the line, whispering to me to stay calm. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Then, silence stopped. I waited, barely breathing. And then, faintly, I heard the sound of someone whispering my name. It was right outside the bathroom door. I covered my mouth, tears running down my face. The whisper came again, soft, hoarse, dragging out the syllables of my name like it was trying to savor them. I couldn't even answer the dispatcher anymore. I just stayed frozen. A few minutes later, the sound of sirens grew louder outside. Red and blue lights flashed through the bathroom window. The whispering stopped instantly. I stayed where I was until I heard the loud knock of a police officer calling out for me. When they searched the house, they found the front door unlocked and the curtain by the side window torn slightly, as if someone had been pulling it aside to look in. But there were no footprints, no sign of forced entry, no one in sight. One of the officers asked if I knew anyone who would play a prank like that. I shook my head. I showed them the text, but when I tried to show the number, it was gone, deleted from my phone like it had never been there. They stayed for a while, checked the property, and told me it was safe to go back inside. I didn't feel safe, though. Every shadow in that house looked like someone standing still. Every creak sounded like a footstep. I barely slept that night, sitting on the couch with every light on until sunrise. The next day, my parents called and said they'd be home late Sunday night instead of Saturday. I didn't tell them about what happened. I didn't want to scare them. I just wanted the weekend to be over. Saturday passed quietly, too quietly. I avoided looking outside, kept my phone close, and checked every lock a dozen times. Around evening, I started to feel stupid again, like maybe it had all been in my head. Maybe the number really was a prank. I started to relax just a little. At 11:07 p.m., I was in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard something that made my blood run cold. The upstairs hallway door, the one I had locked, was creaking open. I sat up, staring at the door to my room. My throat went dry. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam caught the faintest glimpse of movement, something pulling back around the corner just out of view. I didn't think. I ran. I bolted down the stairs, barefoot, nearly slipping, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't stop until I was outside, sprinting across the lawn toward the Henson's house across the street. I pounded on their door until Mr. Henson opened it, half asleep and alarmed. He let me in immediately when he saw my face. The police came again. They searched again. This time, they found something. Smudged fingerprints on the inside of my bedroom window. The lock had been jimmied open with something thin, maybe a knife. There were dirty shoe prints under the window outside. They told me whoever it was probably broke in through the window and had been inside the house with me that first night. They never found out who it was. I moved into the guest room downstairs after that. I slept with the door locked and the lights on. Even when my parents came back, I couldn't explain the fear that still clung to me. They thought I was being dramatic until one morning, about a week later, my mom found a folded piece of paper wedged under the welcome mat. It said in messy handwriting, "You shouldn't have called for help." The police came one last time, but there were no leads. No security cameras on our street. No one suspicious seen. Just a message left by someone who knew exactly how to get inside, and when I was alone. Even now, years later, I still check every door and window twice before bed. I don't like being in quiet houses. I don't like dark hallways. And sometimes when the wind squeaks the front door just right, my whole body freezes the same way it did that night, waiting to hear if someone is whispering my name from the other side. Story, the end. It was the first weekend of November, a quiet, cold Friday evening in Ohio. The trees outside my house were almost bare, their last few leaves clinging to the branches and scratching against my bedroom window whenever the wind picked up. My parents were away for the weekend visiting my grandmother, and I had the house to myself. I was 17 then, responsible, mature, or at least that's what my mom liked to believe. I'd stayed home alone plenty of times before, but something about that night felt different from the start. I remember it clearly. The house was too quiet. Normally I enjoyed the peace, but that night it felt heavy, like silence pressing against my ears. Around 8 p.m., I ordered pizza and watched a movie. My dog, Jasper, a big golden retriever, lay curled at my feet. Everything was normal until I heard a faint knock. It wasn't loud, just 3 soft taps against the front door. I muted the TV and listened. Nothing. I thought maybe it was the wind. Then the knocks came again, 3 slow, deliberate taps. Jasper's head shot up, ears perked, growling low in his throat. I stood up, heart pounding, and walked to the door. The porch light was off, so I switched it on and looked through the peephole. No one was there. The driveway was empty. I opened the door a crack and called out, "Hello?" The cold air rushed in, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard whispering, soft, almost like someone talking from far away. I quickly shut the door and locked it. Jasper was still staring, growling quietly, his fur standing on end. I turned off the porch light and tried to shake it off. Maybe some kids were playing a prank. The pizza arrived half an hour later, and the delivery guy joked about how dark my street was. I laughed nervously, paid him, and went back to my movie. Around 11 p.m., I started feeling uneasy again. I heard faint creaks from upstairs. I lived in a 2-story house, and every noise from the second floor traveled through the vents. At first, I thought it might just be the house settling, but then I heard slow, steady footsteps. My stomach tightened. I knew I was alone. I grabbed my phone and dialed my mom. No answer. I called again. Nothing. I texted her, then tried my dad. Still nothing. The footsteps stopped, and I told myself it was my imagination. I decided to check anyway. I picked up a flashlight and crept upstairs, Jasper right behind me. The hallway light flickered once when I turned it on, which sent a shiver through me. I went from room to room, my parents' room, the bathroom, the guest room. Nothing. But when I got to my room, the door was open. I knew I'd left it closed. I stood there for a moment, flashlight trembling in my hand. I pushed the door open, my heart pounding in my throat. My room looked exactly the same, nothing out of place. Still, the feeling that someone was there lingered. I sat on my bed and tried to calm down. Jasper suddenly growled, deep and low. He was staring at my closet. The closet door was open just a few inches. I didn't remember leaving it like that. I slowly approached it and pulled it open wider. It was just clothes and shoes, nothing else. I exhaled, feeling stupid for scaring myself. But then I noticed something on the floor, a wet footprint. It was large, like a man's bare foot, and it led from the closet toward my window. I froze. The window was closed and locked, but the footprint looked fresh. I backed away, grabbed Jasper, and ran downstairs. I called the police immediately. The operator stayed on the line while I checked the locks again. The police arrived within minutes, searched the entire house, and found nothing. They suggested maybe I tracked the print in myself somehow, but I knew I hadn't. The print was too big, and I'd been wearing socks all evening. After they left, I tried to sleep on the couch with Jasper beside me. The house felt wrong. Every creak made me jump. Around 2 a.m., I started hearing scratching sounds coming from the walls, faint at first, then louder, like someone was dragging their fingernails along the inside of the drywall. Jasper barked furiously at the wall, pacing back and forth. I turned up the TV, hoping to drown it out, but the noise continued for hours. Eventually, it stopped, and exhaustion won. The next morning, I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was my mom. She apologized for missing my calls. Apparently, they'd lost service the night before. I didn't want to scare her, so I just said everything was fine. That day was calm. I did chores, watched TV, and even laughed at myself for how freaked out I'd been. But when night fell, the fear crept back in. I was lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when I noticed something strange. The front door was slightly open, just an inch, but enough for a thin sliver of cold air to seep in. I knew I had locked it. I approached slowly and pushed it shut, locking it again. When I turned around, the TV flickered. For a split second, the reflection on the screen showed something behind me, a tall, dark figure standing in the hallway. I spun around, but nothing was there. My heart was racing. Jasper barked and ran to the back door, growling again. I followed him, flashlight in hand, and saw the back door was unlocked too. I locked it quickly and checked every window. All were secure. Trying to calm down, I turned off the lights and went upstairs to my room. That was my mistake. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of breathing. Not my own, slow, raspy, uneven breathing. It was close. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I saw a movement at the foot of my bed. A shadow. Tall. Still. I froze, too terrified to move or even blink. Jasper whimpered and backed away. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but before I could grab it, the figure stepped closer. I could see it now, bare feet, wet and dark against the carpet. My heart stopped. I screamed, bolted from the bed, and ran for the stairs. Jasper barked furiously. As I turned back for a second, I saw the figure vanish into the darkness of the hallway. It didn't walk or run. It just disappeared. I didn't stop running until I was in my car. I locked the doors and called 911 again. The police came, searched the house top to bottom, but again, nothing. No footprints this time, no signs of forced entry. They said I was probably dreaming, but I knew I wasn't. I could still smell the faint, damp odor of earth and mildew where it had stood. After that night, I refused to stay there alone again. When my parents came back, I told them everything. They were skeptical until my dad checked the locks. The back door had deep scratches near the handle, like someone had been trying to pry it open with bare fingers. He couldn't explain it. For weeks after, strange things kept happening. Lights would flicker even after replacing the bulbs. The door to my room would open on its own. Sometimes, when I was in the shower, the bathroom door handle would jiggle softly, like someone testing it. Jasper refused to sleep upstairs anymore. He'd stay by the front door, whining at night. One night in December, my parents went out for dinner, and I stayed home with Jasper. I had the TV on, volume low. Around 9:30, I saw movement on the porch through the window, just a shadow passing by. I stood up, heart pounding. Then came that same three-knock pattern on the front door. Knock, knock. I didn't move. Jasper growled, teeth bared. After a minute, silence. Then a whisper came through the door, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Can I come in now?" I grabbed Jasper and ran to the kitchen, dialing 911 again. But before I could speak, I heard the back door creak open. My blood ran cold. I hung up and ran to the garage, slamming the door behind me. I stayed there until I saw the police lights through the windows. This time they found footprints. Bare, wet human footprints leading from the woods behind the house to the back door. They followed them for about 30 feet before they stopped abruptly, like the person vanished into thin air. After that night, my parents had motion-activated lights and cameras installed all around the house, but nothing ever showed up on them. Not once. The motion sensors would trigger sometimes, but every video was blank, just the empty yard or the dark hallway. We moved out 6 months later. My parents said it was because they wanted something closer to the city, but I knew the truth. They were scared. Even now, years later, I still think about that house. The 3 knocks, the wet footprints, the whisper at the door. I never found out who or what it was. Sometimes I dream about it. I'll wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, certain that I heard those 3 slow knocks again. And every time, I wonder if someday, no matter where I live, I'll hear that voice outside my door again, whispering the same chilling question. Can I come in now? Story the end. It was late November, and the first real cold front of the season had rolled through. The trees outside were stripped bare, the sky gray and endless, and the air had that sharp chill that crept through the walls even when the heat was on. I was 19 then, and staying at my parents' house in Northern Virginia while they were away visiting my grandmother in Florida. They were supposed to be gone for a week. I had stayed behind because of college classes and work at a nearby hardware store. I didn't mind being alone. I had grown up in that house, an old two-story colonial-style home tucked near the end of a long wooded road. It was quiet, maybe too quiet, but I always thought I liked the silence. The first couple of days went smoothly. I followed the same routine every morning, made coffee, went to work, came home, and microwaved leftovers. At night, I'd sit on the couch in the living room watching movies or scrolling on my phone. The only sound came from the faint hum of the heater and the occasional gust of wind shaking the windows. The house had always made noises, the sort of old house creaks that I grew up hearing and barely noticed anymore. But by the third night, those sounds started to feel different. That evening, I was sitting at my desk upstairs working on an essay when I heard something downstairs, a faint, rhythmic tapping. It was soft but steady, coming from somewhere near the kitchen. I stopped typing and listened. The sound went on for a few seconds, then stopped completely. I told myself it was probably the branches scraping against the siding again. The wind had picked up earlier, and I knew there were a few loose ones hanging low near the kitchen window. I ignored it and kept typing. 10 minutes later, it came again. Tap, tap, tap. I sighed, got up, and headed downstairs to check. The kitchen was dark, except for the glow of the streetlight filtering through the blinds. I flicked the switch, flooding the room with light, and stepped closer to the window. There was nothing outside. No branches touching the glass, no sign of wind, just the empty yard and the forest beyond. I decided to leave the kitchen light on that night. Around midnight, I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard something else. This time, it wasn't a tapping, it was the distinct sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate creaking against the old wooden floorboards downstairs. I froze. At first, I thought maybe it was the house settling again, but it was too steady, too intentional. One step, then another, then a pause, then two more. My heart started racing. I reached for my phone, but the signal was weak. 1 bar, maybe 2, flickering in and out. I hesitated to call the police because what would I even say? I think someone might be walking around my house. They'd probably assume it was nothing. So I grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand, took a deep breath, and crept out of my room. Every step I took down the stairs made the wood groan. When I reached the bottom, the sound had stopped. The house was silent. I shone the flashlight across the living room, into the kitchen, the dining area. Nothing. No sign anyone had been there. Still, the air felt wrong. It was that kind of heavy quiet where you could almost hear your heartbeat. I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. I even made sure the deadbolt on the back door was turned all the way. I felt foolish after a while, so I went back upstairs and crawled into bed. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. The next morning, I found something strange. The back door was cracked open, not wide, just enough that the cold air had drifted in, leaving a small trail of frost on the tile near the threshold. I stared at it for a long moment, trying to remember if I had locked it the night before. I was sure I had. I pushed the door closed, locked it again, and checked it twice before leaving for work. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I came home just after sunset. The house felt off again. It's hard to describe. It wasn't a sound or smell or anything specific, just an atmosphere. Like walking into a room where someone's been arguing and the tension still lingers. I made dinner quickly, then double-checked every lock in the house before heading upstairs. It was around 11:30 when I heard something that froze my blood. A whisper. It was faint, but I heard it clearly through the vent, like someone murmuring just below my floor. I muted my TV and listened again. The voice was low, almost impossible to understand, but I caught a word or two. It sounded like a man's voice, mumbling in a slow, deliberate rhythm. I jumped up and grabbed my phone, this time ready to call the police, no matter how crazy it sounded. But before I could dial, the voice stopped. The heater kicked on, and the sudden rush of air drowned everything out. I stood there shaking, staring at the vent, waiting for it to return. It didn't. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing downstairs, whispering to themselves in the dark. By the fifth night, I was completely exhausted. I had told one of my friends about it earlier that day, and he joked that maybe someone was living in the walls, laughing like it was an urban legend. But the way he said it stuck in my head. What if someone was in the house? It wasn't impossible. The place was old, with a huge crawl space and an unfinished basement that connected to a storage area under the stairs. My dad had always said it was a maze down there. That night, I made sure every light in the house was on. I sat on the couch with my laptop, streaming a show, trying to convince myself everything was fine. But around midnight, the power flickered. Just for a second, but enough to make every light dim and the screen go black. Then came the tapping again. This time, it wasn't coming from the kitchen window. It was coming from behind the couch, from inside the wall. I jumped up, knocking over a lamp. My chest tightened, and I could hear the tapping clearly now, like fingertips or maybe knuckles, rhythmically knocking from inside the drywall. I backed away slowly, staring at the spot, and the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my car in the driveway until sunrise. The next morning, I called my dad. I told him everything. The footsteps, the whispering, the open door, the tapping in the wall. I expected him to laugh, but he didn't. He went quiet for a moment, then said something that chilled me to the bone. I should have told you before, but last winter, your mom thought she heard someone moving around the house when I was on a trip. We had the police come check it out, but they didn't find anything. We figured it was just animals in the walls. Animals. That word echoed in my mind all day, but what kind of animal whispers? That night, I invited a friend over. I couldn't be alone again. We ordered pizza, played video games, and tried to make light of everything. Around 1 a.m., while we were sitting in the living room, we both heard it, the sound of something moving downstairs. My friend looked at me, eyes wide, and whispered, "You hear that?" We muted the TV. The noise came again, louder this time. Not footsteps exactly, more like dragging. Something or someone was moving through the basement. I grabbed the flashlight and told him to stay behind me as we crept toward the basement door. I had locked it earlier, but now the latch was undone. My hand was shaking as I pushed the door open. The smell hit me first. A sour, musty odor, like rotting wood and damp clothes. We went down the steps slowly, one creak at a time. The basement was pitch black except for the narrow beam of the flashlight. At first, there was nothing, just boxes, old furniture, and the hum of the water heater. Then I saw it. A section of the drywall near the far corner had been cut open. The edges were jagged, like someone had pried it loose from the inside. And inside that opening, something moved. My friend whispered, "What the hell is that?" I pointed the flashlight closer. There were piles of old food wrappers, empty bottles, a torn blanket, and a man crouched in the space, his face pale and filthy, eyes wide like a trapped animal. I froze. He blinked against the light, his expression blank, and then he hissed through his teeth, scuttling backward into the crawl space. My friend shouted, and we bolted upstairs, slamming the basement door shut behind us. I locked it, then called 911, screaming that someone was living under my house. The police arrived within minutes. They went down there armed, and when they came back up, they said the man was gone. They found evidence he'd been there a while. A sleeping bag, stolen food, even some of my family's clothes. The opening in the wall led into a narrow crawl space that connected all the way to a small access panel behind the kitchen cabinets. The cops figured he'd been sneaking in and out for weeks, maybe longer. They never caught him. The officers told me that whoever he was, he probably watched us enough to know when we were home and when we weren't. The idea that he had been walking around while I slept upstairs made me physically sick. I couldn't stay there another night. I packed a bag and left for a friend's apartment the next morning. When my parents got home, they decided to sell the house. My dad tried to act like it was just a freak incident, but I could tell he was shaken too. He kept saying, "I can't believe he was down there all that time." It's been years since then, but I still can't sleep in silence. Every little creak, every rustle makes my skin crawl. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I still hear it. The faint sound of tapping somewhere deep in the walls, like someone still trying to get out. Story the end. It was the second week of December, and the cold had already sunk deep into the small Illinois town where I lived. My parents were going to a Christmas party out of town and staying overnight at a hotel. I'd just turned 19, a college freshman on winter break, and I told them I'd be fine staying home alone. I liked having the house to myself. Quiet, no interruptions, no one nagging me about leaving lights on or dishes in the sink. They left around 6 p.m., my mom kissing me on the cheek and reminding me to lock all the doors. My dad double-checked that the back gate was closed. They were careful people. I wasn't. But that night, for some reason, I decided to follow their rules. I locked every door, every window, pulled every curtain shut. Then I settled in with some leftover lasagna, a blanket, and my laptop on the couch. The house felt different when it was just me. Every sound was sharper, every creak in the wood more pronounced, but after a while, I forgot about it. I was halfway through a horror movie marathon, Insidious or something like that, when I noticed something that made me pause the movie. The front porch light was flickering. It was one of those motion sensor lights that only came on when someone or something moved close to the door. I stared through the window, half hidden behind the curtain. The light was on, steady at first, then it blinked twice and went dark. A few seconds later, it came back on. I waited, squinting through the narrow slit in the curtain. Nothing. The yard was empty, the street silent except for the wind. I told myself maybe a raccoon had triggered it, or the wind had blown something across the sensor. Still, I got up, checked the door, and made sure it was locked tight. When I came back to the couch, I noticed something strange. My phone was sitting on the coffee table where I'd left it, but the screen was lit up. There was a text. Unknown number. You alone tonight? I froze. I didn't recognize the number. No name, no previous texts. I typed back, "Who is this?" But before I hit send, another message came through. "I can see you." I felt my chest tighten. I looked up immediately, eyes darting toward the window. The curtains were still mostly closed, but there was a small gap where I'd peeked out at the porch light. I ran over and yanked them shut completely. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. My first thought was that someone from school was playing a joke on me. Maybe one of my friends got the number from a group chat. But I didn't laugh. I texted back, "Whoever this is, it's not funny." No reply. I waited a few minutes, pacing around the living room. The silence felt heavier now. I turned off the movie and just sat there, staring at my phone. Then, from somewhere near the kitchen, I heard a soft thump. Not loud, just enough to make me stop breathing for a second. I stood up slowly and moved toward the kitchen doorway. It was dark in there except for the faint orange glow from the street light outside, filtering through the window blinds. I didn't see anything unusual until my eyes adjusted and I noticed that the back door curtain was moving slightly. It wasn't the wind. The door was closed. I turned on the kitchen light and froze. The back door, the one I know I had locked, was standing open about 3 inches. I grabbed the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, a kitchen knife, and backed away, my phone in my other hand. I called 911 immediately. My voice shook as I told the dispatcher that someone had opened my door. She asked if I could see anyone. I said no. She told me to go upstairs, lock myself in a room, and stay on the line until officers arrived. I did exactly that. I went up to my room and locked the door. I turned off the light and crouched beside my bed, still holding the knife. The dispatcher's calm voice in my ear was the only thing keeping me from losing it completely. For a few minutes, the only sound was the wind outside. Then, faintly, I heard footsteps. Downstairs. Slow. Cautious. The floor creaked. The steps were soft, like someone was walking barefoot. I covered my mouth with my hand, trying not to make a sound. The dispatcher kept talking, telling me the police were close, but her voice was just noise in my head now. The footsteps reached the base of the stairs. Then they stopped. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours. Then I heard it, the soft sound of breathing. It was faint, but I knew it wasn't mine. Someone was standing at the bottom of the staircase. I couldn't see them, but I felt them there. Then, slowly, the footsteps started again. Coming up. Each step made the wood groan. I remember counting them. 1, 2, 3. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. When the steps reached the top, they stopped again. My bedroom door was only 10 feet away from the staircase. I stared at it, watching for shadows under the gap. And then I saw them. 2 feet, bare feet, stopped just outside my door. The toes were dirty. The skin was pale, almost gray. The handle turned slowly, quietly. I held the knife tighter, ready to fight, though I knew I wouldn't stand a chance. The dispatcher was asking me if I was still there, but I couldn't answer. I just stared at the door, praying the lock would hold. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away. I heard the sound of something brushing along the wall, then faint movement heading back down the stairs. A few minutes later, the dispatcher said the police were outside. I didn't move until I heard them knocking and shouting. When I finally opened the door, I could barely stand. They searched the house from top to bottom. The back door was wide open, snow blowing in across the floor. There were footprints, bare, wet prints, leading from the door through the kitchen and up the stairs. The officers followed them, but halfway down the hall, they just stopped. No exit, no window, nothing. It was like whoever had made them disappeared mid-step. They stayed for hours, checking every inch of the place. One of them noticed the text messages and took my phone to look at them. When he tried to call the number, it didn't ring. It wasn't in service. I stayed with my aunt that night. I couldn't bring myself to go back. The next morning, my dad called to say they were coming home early. I didn't tell him everything, just that someone broke in. He was furious but relieved I was okay. When they got back that evening, they changed the locks immediately. For a few days, nothing else happened. I tried to convince myself it was over. Maybe the person was a drifter, someone looking for shelter. That's what the police said too. But the explanation never sat right with me. 3 nights later, I got another text. Unknown number. Why did you lock it this time? I dropped the phone. My hands went numb. I showed my dad. He called the police again, but by the time they traced the number, it was disconnected. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard something that made my blood run cold, the faint creak of the back door. Again. This time I didn't call anyone, I just listened, every light off, heart pounding so hard I thought it might stop. I didn't hear footsteps, but I knew someone was there. I could feel it. And then from outside my window, a soft whisper, "You look different up close." I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The next thing I remember was my dad shaking me awake hours later. It was morning. He said he found footprints again, fresh ones, right outside my window, bare in the snow. We moved 2 months later. I thought that would be the end of it. But a week after we settled into the new house, I got one more message from a number I didn't know. "I found you." I blocked it immediately. But every night before I fall asleep, I still hear it sometimes, that slow creak of a door, that whisper from the dark, that voice that sounds almost amused. "You locked it this time." Story the end. It was a Friday evening in late November, one of those nights when the air felt thick with cold and the streets of our small Pennsylvania suburbs seemed almost too quiet. I was 17, still living with my mom, and for the first time in a long while, she was going to be gone for the whole weekend. Her sister had fallen and broken her wrist out in Pittsburgh, and Mom was driving over to stay with her for a few days. It was supposed to be uneventful, just me, the house, and our dog, Bruno. I remember her saying, half joking, half serious, "Keep the doors locked. You know how quiet it gets around here." She said it with a smile, but I could tell she was thinking about that break-in that happened earlier that month on Oak Ridge Drive, just a few streets away. Some guy had apparently entered through a back door in the middle of the night while a family slept upstairs. They never caught him. It had been the talk of the neighborhood for weeks. Still, I wasn't too worried. We lived on a cul-de-sac, surrounded by retired couples and tidy lawns. Nothing ever really happened on our street. Mom left around 6 p.m., the sky already dimming to purple, and I promised to text her when I locked up for the night. Bruno lay curled on the couch, his tail thumping lazily as her car pulled away. The sound of her tires crunching down the driveway faded, and suddenly the house felt a lot bigger. The first few hours were peaceful. I microwaved leftover pizza, played a few video games, and let the TV play in the background. Around 10 p.m., I turned everything off and just listened. The quiet in that house was different when you were alone. You start noticing small noises, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional pop of the heating ducts, the faint ticking of the living room clock. I let Bruno out one last time before bed. The backyard was fenced, the grass covered in a thin layer of frost. He sniffed around for a bit, then came back in, nails clicking on the kitchen tile. I double-checked the locks, even the sliding door. Then I went upstairs to my room, plugged in my phone, and scrolled until my eyes grew heavy. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, maybe around 2:30 in the morning. What pulled me out of sleep wasn't a sound at first. It was the silence. The kind of silence that feels wrong. Bruno, who normally snored quietly at the foot of my bed, was sitting upright, ears stiff. He was staring at the door. "Bruno?" I whispered, half asleep. He didn't move. His head tilted slightly, and then I heard it too, a soft, slow creak from somewhere downstairs. The house wasn't old enough to make those kinds of sounds on its own. My heart started pounding immediately. I held my breath, waiting for it again, thinking maybe it was the wind or the pipes or the refrigerator cycling on. Then it came again, another creak, deliberate this time, like someone stepping carefully on the hardwood floor of the living room. Bruno's low growl started deep in his chest. I sat up and listened. There it was again, a footstep. Slow, then another. I could picture exactly where it was, right near the bottom of the stairs. I reached for my phone and checked the time, 2:47 a.m. The screen's glow felt too bright. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I didn't want to make a sound. I texted Mom first. "I think someone's in the house." Then I texted my friend Daniel, who lived 2 blocks over. "Dude, I'm serious. Someone might be here." I waited, staring at the phone, hoping for an immediate reply. Nothing. Bruno's growl got louder. Then he jumped off the bed, claws scraping against the floor, and started toward the hallway. I wanted to stop him, grab his collar, hold him back, but I couldn't move. I just sat there frozen and staring at the open bedroom door, listening as he padded halfway down the stairs and barked. That sound shattered the silence. His bark echoed through the whole house. One sharp, loud warning. Then another. Then a sudden yelp that made my blood run cold. The sound of his claws scrambling against the floor. And then silence. "Bruno?" I whispered, voice nothing. Just the heavy, suffocating stillness of a house holding its breath. I slid off the bed as quietly as I could, grabbed the aluminum baseball bat I kept by the dresser and crept to the top of the stairs. The lights were off downstairs, but the faint glow from the streetlight outside spilled through the living room window, casting long shadows. I couldn't see Bruno anywhere. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. Not Bruno's. Slow, unsteady, like someone trying to stay quiet. Every instinct told me not to go down there, but Bruno wasn't barking anymore. He never stopped barking unless something was seriously wrong. I took one careful step down. The wood creaked under my weight. I froze, holding my breath. Whoever was down there would have heard that. Then, from the direction of the kitchen, came a sound I'll never forget, the click of the back door's lock being turned. Someone was inside. I bolted back up to my room, slammed the door, and locked it. My hands were shaking so violently that I could barely hold my phone. I dialed 911 and whispered into it as quietly as I could, explaining that I thought someone had broken into my house. The dispatcher's voice was calm and steady, but I could barely focus on what she was saying. She told me to stay where I was, keep the door locked, and that officers were on their way. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. Downstairs, there were footsteps again, faster now, moving through the living room, then the kitchen. Something clattered, like a chair being bumped. Then silence. I stayed on the line, whispering updates to the dispatcher, trying not to cry. It felt like forever before I heard the faint wail of sirens in the distance. When the red and blue lights finally flickered through my window, relief washed over me. I ran to the window and peeked out just in time to see 2 squad cars pull up. Within seconds, flashlights cut across the yard, and someone shouted, "Police? Anyone inside?" I yelled back, "Upstairs! I'm upstairs!" The front door burst open, and heavy boots stomped through the house. I heard them calling, "Clear," as they moved room to room. After what felt like an eternity, one of the officers called up to me that it was safe to come down. I opened the door slowly, still gripping the bat. The first officer I saw, a tall man with a beard and a flashlight, met me halfway down the stairs. "You okay, kid?" he asked. I nodded, even though I wasn't. Then I saw Bruno. He was lying by the kitchen doorway, his body stiff, his eyes half open. I dropped the bat and ran to him, sobbing before I even reached him. "He's gone," the officer said quietly. "I'm sorry." There was a small smear of blood on the tile near his mouth. I didn't want to look any closer. The officers searched the entire house. Every door was locked, every window latched. The back door showed no signs of forced entry, but the lock, the one I was sure I'd before bed, was unlatched. They asked if anyone else had a key, and I told them just my mom and me. The lead officer suggested maybe Bruno had heard something outside, gone downstairs, and startled himself, but that didn't explain the lock, or the breathing, or the sound of footsteps. They stayed until nearly 5 a.m., checking the property and writing their report. Before they left, one of them, Officer Harris, pulled me aside. "You said you heard the lock turn?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, "right before I called 911. He nodded slowly, like he didn't want to scare me. We found footprints in the frost outside the kitchen door. Someone was definitely there, but it looks like they left before we arrived. He said they'd send someone by later to take prints, though I doubted it would matter. The ground was already starting to thaw. When Mom got back the next day, she was frantic. She hugged me so tightly I couldn't breathe, then cried when she saw Bruno. We buried him in the backyard under the oak tree. I didn't tell her about the breathing, or the way I'd seen the lock turn. She already blamed herself for leaving me alone. For weeks after that night, I couldn't sleep properly. Every creak made me tense. Every car driving past our house made me glance toward the window. But it wasn't over. About a month later, on a Saturday morning, Mom asked if I could grab the spare key from the basement storage box. We kept an old metal safe down there for small valuables and spare keys. When I opened it, I found something that didn't belong, a thin, worn leather glove. It was small, too small for my hands, definitely not Mom's. Inside the glove was a folded piece of paper. My stomach turned when I unfolded it. In shaky handwriting, it said, "You shouldn't have locked the door." I dropped it immediately and stumbled backward. My breath came in short, panicked gasps. Mom came running down, asking what was wrong, but I couldn't even get the words out. When she saw the paper, her face drained of color. We called the police again. They took the glove and note, said they'd add it to the previous case file, and promised to increase patrols near our street. But deep down, I knew they wouldn't find whoever left it. We replaced every lock in the house that week. I still couldn't shake the feeling that whoever it was had been inside before, maybe even before that night. Months passed. Spring came and went. Life settled into something resembling normal. Mom stopped checking the doors 3 times a night, and I tried to convince myself that whoever it was had moved on. Then one night in late July, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of my phone vibrating. It was a text from an unknown number. "Miss me?" There was no name, no photo, just those 2 words. My stomach flipped. I didn't reply. I didn't even want to breathe. I blocked the number immediately, turned my phone off, and crawled into the corner of my room, gripping the baseball bat again. For the rest of that night, I stared at the door, waiting for the handle to move. It never did. The next morning, I showed the text to Mom. She wanted to change numbers, even move, but we couldn't afford it. She called the police again, and they said there wasn't much they could do without proof of a threat. A few days later, we noticed something else strange. Every morning, between 2 and 3 a.m., the motion light over the garage would flicker on. We assumed it was a raccoon or stray cat. But one morning, when Mom went out early for work, she found footprints again. Bare footprints this time, leading from the edge of the driveway up to the kitchen window. We didn't sleep at home that night. The police did another sweep, but again, there was nothing they could do. The prints were smudged, and the motion camera we bought wasn't recording properly. A few days after that, I was home alone again, just for a few hours this time. It was late afternoon, sunlight still spilling across the kitchen. I was on the couch when I heard a soft thump from upstairs. My first thought was the window had swung shut. But when I stood up, I heard it again. Lighter this time, deliberate, like someone walking barefoot on carpet. I froze, heart pounding, eyes darting toward the staircase. "Mom?" I called, even though I knew she wasn't home. No answer. I took a step forward. The floorboards above me creaked. Then came the faintest sound, a soft, drawn-out exhale. That was enough. I ran outside, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 again. When the police arrived, they searched every room, every closet, the attic, even the crawl space. Nothing. But in my mom's room, the window was open. The screen was pushed out. Officer Harris came again, the same one from before. He didn't say much, just told us we were lucky whoever it was hadn't done more. That night, Mom and I stayed at a hotel. A week later, we moved out. We didn't sell the house right away. Mom couldn't bring herself to go back there, but sometimes I'd drive past it, just to see. Once, maybe a month after we left, I drove by around dusk. There were lights on inside, the curtains drawn back. For a second, I thought maybe the realtor was showing it. Then, as I slowed the car, I saw a shadow move across the upstairs window, my old bedroom window. It wasn't my imagination. The silhouette was there, motionless, watching. I pressed my foot to the gas and didn't look back. We live 3 towns over now, different locks, different windows, different neighborhood. But every night before bed, I still check the doors 3 times. And sometimes, just sometimes, when the house is quiet and the heater clicks off, I think I hear it again, that slow, deliberate creak of a footstep on the floorboards. Story the end. It was the middle of February when everything happened. One of those freezing, quiet stretches of winter where the streets in our little Ohio suburb looked deserted after dark. I had just turned 20 and was living with my parents again while I saved up for community college. They were both traveling that weekend, Mom to visit her sister in Michigan, Dad on a work trip to Denver. So I was left to watch the house. They trusted me completely. I'd done it before without any problems. Our home sat near the end of a cul-de-sac surrounded by a small patch of woods. It wasn't rural exactly. There were neighbors within shouting distance. But in the winter, with the trees bare and the air so quiet, it could feel like you were miles from anyone. The house was a 2-story colonial with a big living room window that faced the driveway and a small back deck that looked over the woods. I always liked the house more when everyone was home, when you could hear the hum of the TV or my dad walking upstairs. But that weekend, it was just me, a half-empty fridge, and the creaks of the heating system echoing through the vents. Friday night started normally. I ordered pizza, played video games, and watched a movie. Around midnight, I started to get that strange heavy feeling you get when the house feels too quiet, like you suddenly notice how isolated you really are. I paused my movie halfway through because I thought I heard something outside. It was faint, like a crunch of snow on the driveway. I muted the TV and listened. Nothing. I told myself it was just a raccoon or the wind. But something about it made me stand up and walk to the front window. The motion light above the garage had flicked on. I squinted through the thin curtains, expecting to see maybe a cat or a delivery truck passing. Instead, I saw nothing. Just the empty stretch of driveway covered in patches of ice. The air looked still. I stood there for a full minute before the light clicked off again. I exhaled and told myself I was just spooking myself for no reason. I went back to the couch and turned the movie back on. By the time I went to bed, it was around 2 a.m. I left a few lights on downstairs, something I always did when I was home alone, and shut my bedroom door. My room was at the back of the house with a window facing the woods. That always made me uneasy, so I kept the blinds closed tight. I woke up sometime around 3:30 a.m. to a faint sound. It was that soft metallic click the front door made when the handle was turned. I froze. My first thought was that maybe Dad had come home early, but that made no sense. He would have texted me. I listened again. Nothing. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. The house was dead silent except for the faint hum of the furnace. My phone said 3:37. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. After a minute or two, I convinced myself it had to be the heat expanding the door frame or something. Still, I got up, grabbed the metal baseball bat I kept by my dresser, and cracked my door open. The hallway was empty, lit faintly by the nightlight down by the stairs. I walked slowly down, every step creaking. When I reached the bottom, I flicked on the hallway light. Nothing looked disturbed. The front door was locked, the deadbolt in place. The back door in the kitchen was locked too. I double-checked the windows. Everything seemed fine. Feeling stupid, I set the bat by the couch and sat down, trying to calm my nerves. I scrolled through my phone for a while until I got tired again, then went back upstairs. The next morning, everything seemed normal. I slept late, made breakfast, and tried to shake the weird feeling from the night before. Around noon, I got a text from my mom saying they'd arrived safely. I didn't mention anything about the noise. I didn't want her to worry. By evening, I'd almost forgotten about it. Then around 10 p.m., it started snowing. Big, heavy flakes falling against the windows. I turned off the TV and just listened for a while. There's something peaceful about snow when you're inside, the way it muffles the outside world. At some point, I realized I hadn't heard any cars for hours. That was when I heard it again, a faint, crunching sound outside. Slow and steady. I muted the TV. The sound came from the side yard, near the woods. My pulse started hammering as I stood up and went to the kitchen window. I pushed the curtain aside just a bit. For a second, I didn't see anything. Then I noticed a shape near the edge of the trees. Someone, tall, wearing a dark coat, was standing halfway behind a tree, barely visible through the falling snow. They were just standing there. No movement, no flashlight, nothing. Just a dark figure blending into the tree line. I stared for several seconds, waiting for them to move or call out. When they didn't, I pulled the curtain closed and stepped back, my hands shaking. I grabbed my phone and called 911. The dispatcher asked if the person was on my property. I said they were near the woods behind my house. She said a patrol car would drive by to check it out. 10 minutes passed. I kept peeking through the blinds, but the figure was gone. When the officer finally arrived, I watched from the window as he shined a flashlight through the trees, looked around the yard, and eventually came to my door. He was friendly, middle-aged, and looked skeptical when I told him what I saw. He said there were no footprints besides the ones from the mailman earlier in the day. Maybe it was a shadow or a trick of the light. I knew what I saw, though. He told me to keep the doors locked and call again if anything else happened. Then he left. After he drove away, I locked every window and turned on every light in the house. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching from outside. That night, I slept with the bat beside me again. I woke up around 4 a.m. to a sound that made my stomach drop. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from downstairs. I froze. It wasn't the heating system, and it wasn't the house settling. These were heavy human footsteps. They stopped. Then a few moments later, the floorboards creaked again, closer to the stairs this time. I grabbed my phone, opened the 911 screen, and sat completely still, trying not to breathe. The footsteps came halfway up the stairs, paused, then retreated. I heard a faint rustling sound, like someone brushing against the wall. I called 911. The dispatcher kept me calm, told me to stay in my room and lock the door. She said officers were on their way. It felt like forever before I saw the red and blue lights flash through the blinds. When they knocked, I didn't even move until they called my name. When I opened my door, there were 2 officers with flashlights and hands on their guns. They swept the house, but again, nothing. No sign of forced entry, no footprints in the fresh snow by any door. One of them said maybe I had a mouse or raccoon in the walls. I could tell they didn't believe me. After they left, I sat on my bed with the bat in my lap until sunrise. When my parents called that morning, I told them everything. Mom wanted to come home early, but Dad said it was probably just me being jumpy. He promised they'd be back the next day. I tried to get through the day normally. It was bright and sunny, and for a while I actually started to feel better. But around 5 o'clock, I went outside to shovel the driveway and noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were footprints in the snow behind the house. Not animal prints, human ones. They started at the back edge of the yard near the woods and went right up to the kitchen window. Then they turned and led to the basement door. My stomach twisted. I hadn't gone back there, and the cops had checked everything. These prints were fresh. I ran inside, locked every door, and went straight to the basement door. The lock was in place, but when I tugged on the handle, I realized the screws on the latch looked loose, like someone had been trying to pry it. I called the police again. When they came, they found the prints too. They looked around the woods for a while, but came back empty-handed. The officer said whoever it was probably just wandered off after realizing the doors were locked. That night was the worst of my life. I stayed downstairs, lights blazing, sitting on the couch with my bat and my phone. I kept the TV on low for background noise. Around midnight, I heard something again, this time from inside. It came from the basement, a dull scraping sound. I muted the TV and listened. The sound came again, like something dragging across concrete. I stood up, heart racing so fast I felt dizzy. The basement door was just 10 feet away. I could see the knob trembling slightly, like someone was pressing against it from the other side. I called 911 again, whispering to the dispatcher that someone was in my basement. She told me to leave the house immediately. I wanted to, but the only way out was past that door. I backed away slowly toward the front door, grabbed my keys, and slipped outside into the freezing air. I ran barefoot down the driveway, heart pounding, until I saw the cruiser lights coming down the street. The officers searched the house from top to bottom. This time, they found something. In the basement, near the far wall behind a stack of old boxes, there was a small broken vent cover. It led to the crawl space that ran under part of the house. There were footprints in the dust. Someone had been in there. The officers searched the crawl space and found an old sleeping bag, food wrappers, and a half-empty bottle of water. Whoever had been staying there had been living under my house for who knows how long. They never caught him. The police guessed he might have been a drifter or a homeless person who found a way in weeks earlier through a loose panel on the side of the foundation. I kept thinking about all those nights I heard creaks and thumps I thought were the furnace or the house settling. How long had he been listening to me move around above him? When my parents came home the next day, they were terrified. My dad reinforced every lock and sealed the crawl space. I tried to move on, but for months after, I couldn't sleep without checking every corner of the house. Even now, years later, I'll sometimes wake up at night and swear I can hear faint scraping sounds from beneath the floor. Every time I remind myself the crawl space is sealed, that no one could possibly be there. But deep down, I can never be completely sure. Story the end. It was the middle of November in a quiet suburb of Dayton, Ohio, when I found myself home alone for the first time in months. I was 23, still living with my mom while saving up to move out, and that Friday evening she left to visit my aunt in Kentucky for the weekend. I had the house to myself, which should have felt relaxing, a rare bit of privacy in a place that always felt full of noise and other people's routines. It was a 2-story, mid-century house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Our neighbors were friendly enough, but the kind who kept to themselves. The houses were close together. Yet at night, with all the lights off and the fall wind blowing, it somehow felt like you were the last person alive on the street. Mom had left around 5 p.m. Before she left, she did what she always did, ran through a checklist like I was still 16. Lock the doors, don't answer for strangers, make sure you close the blinds at night, she reminded me. I smiled, told her I wasn't an idiot, and waved as she backed out of the driveway. At first, everything was peaceful. I heated up leftover lasagna, poured myself a soda, and queued up a few episodes of a crime show on Netflix. The sun dipped below the tree line around 6:30, and by 7, the house was covered in that deep blue evening light that made the living room feel smaller. It started raining softly outside, a steady patter against the windows, and for a while that background noise was comforting. But after about an hour, I began to notice something strange. It wasn't loud or obvious, but every so often, between the sounds of the rain, I thought I heard something faint, like footsteps. Not heavy ones, just light creaks from upstairs. At first, I brushed it off. Old houses make sounds. The air conditioning clicks on, the wooden beams expand or settle. I told myself that. But after about 10 minutes, the creaks came again, slow and deliberate, like someone pacing. I muted the TV and listened. The rain was steady, but beneath it, I swore I heard a soft rhythmic thump, floorboards protesting under shifting weight. I got up and stared up the staircase. The hallway at the top was dark, the kind of dark that made it feel like it was swallowing the light from the living room below. I held my breath, waiting for another sound, but everything went silent again. I stood there for almost a full minute before shaking my head. It had to be the wind, maybe a loose shutter or something. Trying to shake off the weirdness, I went back to the couch, turned up the volume, and forced myself to focus on the show. But I couldn't really settle. My ears were straining for every little creak or sound. It must have been around now 9 when I got up to make some tea. The kitchen light was bright compared to the dim glow of the TV, and as I filled the kettle, I realized I hadn't locked the back door yet. Mom would have scolded me if she knew. The rain had picked up outside, now tapping in rapid bursts against the glass of the sliding door that led to our backyard. I reached for the lock, slid it shut, and pulled the curtain closed. As I turned away, I froze. There had been something. A reflection, or maybe not. Just before the curtain closed, I thought I'd seen movement outside. A figure? It had been quick and the rain distorted everything, but for a split second, I was sure I saw something pale just beyond the patio, something that wasn't supposed to be there. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and peered out the window. The yard was empty. The wooden fence stood still, dark and wet from the rain. The only movement came from the branches of the old oak tree swaying in the wind. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself. I made my tea and went back to the living room. The show had lost its appeal. I tried switching to YouTube, but my attention kept drifting to the hallway leading to the back door. I told myself I'd do one last round, check all the doors and windows, and then go to bed. Everything was locked. The front door, the garage door, the small window in the downstairs bathroom, the kitchen window. Satisfied, I turned off the lights, leaving only the one by the staircase on. I climbed upstairs, brushing my teeth and changing into sweatpants. My bedroom was at the far end of the hallway, next to Mom's room. I shut my door but didn't lock it. Never liked the idea of being trapped if there was a fire or something. I lay down, scrolling on my phone for a while. The rain's steady rhythm lulled me, but every once in a while, I thought I heard something faint beneath it, almost like whispering wind near the windows. I must have fallen asleep around midnight. When I woke up, it was 2:17 a.m. I didn't wake because of a sound at first. It was something else, a feeling, that heavy, prickling sensation that creeps up when you're being watched. My room was pitch black except for the faint glow of the alarm clock. I couldn't see anything, but the air felt different, too still. Then came the sound. A soft, drawn-out creak from the hallway floor just outside my door. I held my breath, heart pounding so loud I could feel it in my ears. Another creak followed, closer this time. Someone, or something, was in the hallway. I slowly reached for my phone, thumb trembling as I lit the screen. 2:18 a.m. The light was small, but it illuminated just enough of the ceiling and wall to show there was no movement inside the room itself. I strained my ears. The rain had stopped completely. The only sound now was the faint groaning of the floorboards and breathing. It was faint, but definitely breathing. Low, uneven, like someone trying to stay quiet. I could feel my mouth go dry. My first instinct was to whisper out to say, "Mom?" even though I knew she wasn't home. I didn't. Something told me not to. The breathing shifted, moving slightly away from my door, then closer again. I forced myself to move, inching my legs toward the side of the bed where my phone charger was plugged in. I quietly unplugged it, keeping the phone light dim, and opened the camera app. I pointed it toward the door crack, which glowed faintly from the hallway light. There was something. A shadow just outside the door, still enough that I thought maybe I imagined it. Then, ever so slightly, it moved. It leaned forward. I didn't see a face, but the shape, the curve of a shoulder, like the slight tilt of a head. It was human. Someone was standing there, inches away from the door. I stifled a sound, clutching the phone against my chest. My brain scrambled for what to do. I didn't have a weapon. I didn't even have a lock on the door. The only way out was through the window, but it was a 2-story drop into the wet yard below. Then came the faintest sound imaginable, barely a whisper, but unmistakably real. "I see you." The voice was raspy, breathy, and right outside the door. My body froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I wanted to believe I misheard it, that it was my imagination twisting shadows and silence into something evil. But then the doorknob turned. Slowly. It creaked as the metal shifted under invisible pressure. I could see the knob move down and hold, like someone was testing it. Then, after a few seconds, it stopped. The silence afterward was worse than the sound. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. though it was probably just minutes. I texted my friend Kyle with shaking hands. "Someone's in my house. Please call the cops." He replied instantly, "Teef, you sure?" Before I could answer, a floorboard cracked again. This time it was moving away, slow, deliberate steps retreating down the hall. I waited until the sound was gone, then quietly got up. I grabbed my baseball bat from the closet and crept toward the door. My entire body was trembling. I opened it just a crack. The hallway light was flickering faintly, casting weak yellow shadows against the walls. There was no one there. I stepped out, heart hammering. The air was freezing cold, far colder than it should have been, like the heat had shut off. The stairs were empty. I could see the living room below, dimly lit from the streetlight outside. Everything looked still. I started to move toward the top of the stairs when I heard it again. Footsteps, but this time from downstairs. Soft, quick pacing near the kitchen. I leaned over the railing and looked down. There was a shape moving in the shadows, tall, hunched slightly, gliding more than walking. I stepped back before it could see me. My phone buzzed in my hand and I nearly screamed. It was Kyle again. "Cops are on the way. Stay put." I typed back, "It's downstairs." No reply. The thing or person was still moving below, circling slowly like it was looking for something. I could hear drawers opening softly, the shuffle of objects being moved. Then silence again. Then it started coming up the stairs. One slow step, then another. The sound of a wet shoe pressing against wood echoed in the narrow hallway. I bolted for Mom's room, shut the door, and locked it. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped the phone once before picking it back up. I called 911. The operator's calm voice nearly broke me. 911, what's your emergency?" "There's someone in my house," I whispered. "I'm upstairs." "They're coming up." "Stay on the line," she said. "Can you tell me your address?" I did, whispering fast. She told me officers were en route and that I should stay quiet and somewhere safe. Then came the sound outside the door again, slow, dragging footsteps across the carpet. The handle turned, rattled. I backed away until I hit the dresser, gripping the bat with both hands. The door shook slightly as pressure was applied, but it didn't open. I could see the shadow under the door, 2 feet, unmoving. Then, softly, that same whisper again. "You shouldn't be awake." My entire body locked up, my vision tunneled. The shadow lingered for what felt like forever. Then, just as suddenly, it vanished. I stayed there, whispering to the operator who kept asking me to describe what I saw. I couldn't. I didn't know what I saw. A few minutes later, I heard the distant wail of sirens. Relief surged through me so hard I nearly collapsed. The footsteps were gone. When the officers arrived, I heard them shouting from downstairs. "Police! Anyone here?" I unlocked the door and ran down the hall. There were 2 of them, flashlights scanning every corner of the house. They found the back door slightly open. I swore I had locked it. The curtain was drawn halfway back, like someone slipped out quietly. They searched the yard, the basement, even the attic. Nothing. No footprints in the mud, no signs of forced entry, nothing missing. The officers told me it might have been a drifter or someone sheltering from the rain, though they admitted that was odd given there was no sign of breaking in. They stayed for another 20 minutes, then told me to stay with a friend for the night. I went to Kyle's. We stayed up until dawn, replaying everything. He tried to convince me I'd dreamed parts of it, that sleep paralysis or panic could make you imagine noises and shapes. But I knew what I heard, what I saw. The next day I went home with Mom. She was furious, thinking I'd left the door unlocked. I tried to explain everything, but she just said, "You probably scared yourself? The house creaks? That's all." That might have worked, except for what we found later that afternoon. When Mom went to make coffee, she opened the cabinet next to the fridge and screamed. Inside, sitting neatly on the middle shelf, was one of my socks. It was wet, and stuffed inside the sock was a small folded piece of paper. I pulled it out and opened it. The handwriting was jagged, smeared from moisture. "You lock your doors now?" "Good." The police came again, but there was nothing else to go on. No prints, no DNA, nothing, just that note and my sock. They told us it might have been a prank, but I could see from the way the older officer looked around the house that he didn't believe that either. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump. I started keeping a knife by my bed. Mom stopped leaving me alone for a long time. It's been a year since then. We changed the locks. added cameras, even replaced the back door. But sometimes, especially late at night when the rain starts falling again, I swear I hear it, those faint, deliberate creaks from the hallway floorboards upstairs. And every time I lie still, holding my breath, waiting for it to stop. It never does. Story the end. It was late October, and the air had that crisp, uneasy chill that always seemed to carry with it an undercurrent of warning. Uh, like the kind of cold that doesn't just touch your skin but presses against your chest. The kind of cold that made you second guess your locks and the strength of your doors. I was 16, home alone for the weekend for the first time since my parents had moved upstate for a small retreat, leaving me in the care of the house I had practically grown up in, but never truly felt like my own. I had been looking forward to it for weeks. Freedom, movies, junk food, and the kind of solitude that only comes when no one else is around to question the strange things you do at home. My parents left Friday afternoon, waving from the car as they drove off, laughing and promising me they'd be back Sunday night. My neighbors were all out of town for the Halloween weekend, which meant the streets around my suburban block were unusually quiet, save for the occasional rumble of a passing car or the scuffle of leaves in the wind. The silence in my own house initially felt like relief, a long exhale of air I didn't know I'd been holding in. I spent the first few hours of being alone catching up on shows I wasn't allowed to watch during the week, snacking on chips and listening to music loud enough to fill the house, but not loud enough to drown out the occasional creaks that older homes made. By 8, the house was dark except for the soft glow of the TV. I had just finished a horror movie marathon and was feeling a bit edgy, but in that thrilling, alive kind of way. That's when I first heard it. A faint tapping, almost like nails against a window, came from the living room. I froze. My mind immediately tried to rationalize it. Probably a branch brushing against the window. I had a few trees in the front yard that were whipping violently in the gusts that had started up outside. I leaned forward and squinted through the dark glass, but there was nothing there. Nothing. I shook my head and laughed softly at myself, muttering, "Get a grip, it's just the wind." But my stomach had that sudden, icy twist that you only get when you feel watched. I told myself I was imagining it, that my brain was playing tricks after the horror movies. About 20 minutes later, it happened again, louder this time. A deliberate rapping, like someone trying to get my attention. I jumped up and switched on all the lights in the living room, my phone, flashlight in hand. I checked the windows and doors, locked, nothing out of place. My heart was racing, but I forced myself to calm down. Neighbors could be home early, I whispered, but no car had pulled up and no movement disturbed the shadows outside. I decided to check the back door, the one leading to the small backyard. It was locked, too. I ran my fingers along the handle. It was secure. Then I heard it, a low creak of the back gate swinging open. My pulse hit my throat. There was no wind back there to make that happen. The gate was heavy and old. It never moved unless you pushed it. I froze for a long moment, trying to convince myself it was still the wind. Then the wind died down completely. The silence was suffocating. I texted my friend Mark, the only person I trusted to not panic me with your doomed messages, and told him what had happened. His reply came almost instantly. "Dude, it's fine. Probably just the house settling. Go lock the doors again and chill." I tried to follow his advice, but the tapping returned. This time it was louder, closer, coming from the kitchen. I crept toward the kitchen, my phone casting shadows along the walls. Everything looked normal. Nothing had been moved. My hands were shaking, and I was certain by now that someone had to be inside. No one could be messing with the windows from outside without me seeing. My stomach sank as I thought of what that meant. I was alone. No one could hear me. I grabbed a knife from the drawer, the only thing remotely heavy and sharp that I could use. Every noise, every creak, every whisper of the wind made me jump. Then I heard it, a shuffle upstairs, a slow, deliberate step. I froze, trying to convince myself it was just the old house settling again. But it wasn't a creak or a groan. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps across the upstairs hall. I called 911, whispering into the phone, my voice cracking. The operator tried to calm me, asked for my address, told me not to hang up. I stayed crouched in the kitchen, knife in hand, every muscle coiled like a spring, every sense on fire. I could hear the steps stop. Then the tapping started again, but this time at the top of the stairs. Someone or something was at the top of my stairs, tapping slowly, deliberately. Minutes felt like hours. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and unsteady. Then silence. I didn't dare breathe. And then a voice, soft, barely audible but unmistakable. Hello? I froze. It wasn't a voice I recognized. It wasn't the wind or a TV sound. It was human, too low to be a prank, too deliberate to be imagined. Hello, it repeated, this time a bit louder. My phone slipped from my hands in my panic, clattering to the floor. I couldn't move. I wanted to run, but every instinct screamed to stay quiet. Then the footsteps came down the stairs, slow and heavy, the kind of steps someone takes when they know you're listening. My mind raced. What do you do when someone breaks into your home while you're alone? I had no plan. I was just frozen, gripping the knife like it would magically make me invincible. The doorbell rang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. The operator on the line yelled through the phone for me to get out, get to a safe room if I could, and that the police were on the way. I bolted toward the master bedroom, the only door I could lock, and slammed it shut, throwing myself onto the bed. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. I could hear movement in the house, the kitchen door opening, someone rifling through the drawers. I whispered into the phone, trying not to cry, "Please hurry, they're in the house." And then it was quiet again. Too quiet. I held my breath, listening. The front door opened and closed. Someone had left. The sound of the car pulling out of the driveway followed. The operator told me to stay put and wait. I could barely move, barely think. By the time the police arrived 20 minutes later, I was hyperventilating, drenched in sweat, despite the cold. They searched the house thoroughly. Nothing was taken, no sign of forced entry, no fingerprints. They chalked it up to a possible prowler who had been scared off, but I knew what I heard. I knew what I felt. The tapping, the footsteps, the voice, the deliberate movement through the rooms. Someone had been inside my house while I was alone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every shadow, every distant sound outside made me flinch. I stayed up until morning, watching the street through the curtains, convinced I would see someone lurking there. I never did. But the feeling didn't leave me. The house, which had always been my safe space, now felt like a trap. When my parents returned Sunday night, I could barely speak. I just clung to them, shaking, telling them fragments of what happened. They tried to reassure me, said I was probably just scared and imagining things, but I know what I heard. I know what I felt. That house will never feel safe again. Weeks later, I would find small things out of place. A door slightly ajar that I swore I'd locked. A window unlocked that I could have sworn was closed. And sometimes when I was alone, I would hear it again. The faint, deliberate tapping, as if someone was still in the house, still watching, still waiting. It's been years since that night. I moved out, went to college, and lived on my own in apartments and dorms. But every time I am home alone, every time the house is quiet, my skin crawls. The memory of that tapping, the steps, and the voice remains. And I know deep down that someone or something once inside my home will never truly leave. Story the end. It was a Thursday evening in late October, and the air had that crisp edge that makes the neighborhood smell faintly of fallen leaves and wood smoke. I was 17 at the time, in the last month before my senior year of high school, and my parents had gone away for a long weekend to attend a family reunion in Ohio. The plan had been simple. I would stay home, look after my younger sister, Emily, who was 12, and handle the mundane responsibilities of a household for a few days. My parents had left with an insistence on safety, a stack of grocery money, and an almost apologetic tone, as if leaving me alone was a burden to them, but a necessity for the family event. I assured them I could handle it, of course, although the truth was I hadn't really been alone in a house this big since I was 8. The house itself was an older colonial on the outskirts of a small Ohio town, one of those homes that looked charming by day but cast long, stretching shadows at night. The streetlights barely reached the end of our long driveway, and the surrounding trees swayed in a way that always made the house feel slightly isolated, even though it was technically part of a neighborhood. My parents' friends sometimes joked that the place was inviting to spirits, a line I laughed off, too self-conscious to admit that I liked the idea of it at the time. Emily and I settled into the routine quickly. I had stocked the fridge and pantry with our usual snacks, our small collection of frozen dinners, and enough candy to keep a 12-year-old from complaining about missing out on Halloween festivities. Emily, naturally, was glued to her phone or some streaming service, and I tried to keep busy with homework and chores. The first night was normal, quiet, even pleasantly so. I remember thinking how calm it felt, like the house itself was holding its breath in anticipation of the weekend. It was the second night, around 10:30 p.m., that things began to feel off. Emily had gone to bed, and I was in the living room finishing a late homework assignment. The house was otherwise silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards above me. I had learned early on that old houses make noises, but this was different. There was a tapping, soft at first, almost imperceptible. I paused, pen in hand, trying to convince myself it was just a branch brushing against the window. But then the tapping came again, this time a little louder, coming from the front door. I froze. The door was locked. My parents had always been insistent on that. I rationalized that it could be a neighbor or some kid playing a prank, but when I peeked through the peephole, there was no one there. The street outside was empty, the darkness unbroken. A chill ran down my spine, and I stepped back. I tried to ignore it, focusing on my homework. But minutes later, I heard it again, a sound that was unmistakably someone trying the door handle. My stomach dropped. I quickly checked all the locks. Everything was secure. I could see the small chain lock in place through the peephole. Whoever was out there wasn't getting in, at least not easily. I considered calling my parents, but their flight was hours away and my own fear made me hesitate. I decided I would wait it out. I double-checked Emily's bedroom, ensuring the door was locked, and I took a flashlight with me as I returned to the living room. The tapping had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Around midnight, I heard the sound again, this time upstairs. My house has a second floor with 3 bedrooms and a small hall that connects them. The sound was coming from the far end of the hallway, near my parents' room. My first thought was Emily had gotten up and was messing around, but when I called out, there was no response. I stepped cautiously toward the stairs, flashlight in hand. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the wall by the stairway was a small handprint in dust, as if someone had pressed their palm against the surface recently. But there had been no dust there when I checked earlier. My mind raced. I went to grab the phone to call 911, but the line was dead. Not a dial tone, just silence. I remember my thoughts spinning. Break-in, robbery. What would I do if someone was in the house? I grabbed a kitchen knife, the only weapon I felt I could handle. Then I heard it, the faintest whisper, so low I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. It sounded like a voice saying my name. I froze. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. Silence. Then the whisper again, slightly louder. "Come here." I bolted back into the living room and locked the door to the hallway. I could hear footsteps pacing upstairs, slow and deliberate, as if someone was walking exactly where they wanted me to notice. My heart was hammering, and I crouched behind the couch, the knife trembling in my hand. I tried to tell myself it had to be some neighborhood kid, maybe breaking in through the windows or vents, but every logical thought was drowned by fear. Then I heard something that made me scream. A window on the first floor, the one in the kitchen, shattered. Glass scattered across the floor, and the cold night air rushed in. I ran to Emily's room, grabbing her and telling her we had to hide. She was crying, but obeyed. We barricaded ourselves in the bedroom, piling chairs and dressers against the door. For what felt like hours, we listened. The house seemed alive with footsteps, whispers, and the occasional metallic clink, like someone testing the locks. I kept the flashlight under my chin, casting shadows that made the room look even smaller. Emily was trembling against me, whispering, "Who is it? Why are they here?" I had no answer. I couldn't even convince myself it was human. At some point, the footsteps stopped. Everything went silent except for our heavy breathing. I tried to gather courage to peek through the cracked door, and when I did, I saw something that still haunts me. The living room light was on, even though I remembered turning it off. A shadow moved across the room, not like a human shadow, but more like a figure condensed from darkness itself. It was standing by the stairs, looking directly at us. I slammed the door and pressed against it, hoping it couldn't open. Minutes felt like hours. Eventually, the sounds faded, the shadow receded, and silence returned. We stayed barricaded until dawn, only leaving when the first rays of sun spilled through the curtains. The house seemed normal again. The broken window, the dust handprint, and the feeling of being watched were gone, or maybe dulled in the daylight. I called my parents as soon as they woke up. They were shocked, but insisted it was probably a burglary attempt, that I and Emily had done the right thing staying in the room. Police came later and investigated. They found footprints outside, but they didn't match any known criminal records. Nothing else was missing, except for a few small items on the counter near the kitchen window. The investigators suggested it might have been a scare tactic, someone trying to intimidate, but nothing about it ever felt normal to me. Years later, I moved out, went to college, and tried to forget that weekend. But every time I'm home alone, the memory returns. The tapping, the whisper, the shadow at the stairs. Emily remembers it too, although she doesn't like to talk about it. We agreed early on not to mention it much, to pretend it was a one-time intruder. But something about that night wasn't human. I can't explain it, and I've never been inside that house alone again after dark. Even now, I can recall the sensation of watching from behind that bedroom door, knowing someone or something was waiting, observing, maybe even enjoying our fear. The memory makes my skin crawl, and I know that the house holds on to that night, like it's part of the walls themselves. I never saw the figure again, never heard the whisper after that morning, but the unease never fully left. Sometimes at night, I think about what could have happened if Emily or I had left that room, if we had confronted it, or if we had done something different. The rational part of me tells me it was a person trying to scare us, maybe even a criminal looking for easy targets. The irrational part, the part that still wakes me up in a cold sweat, knows it was something else entirely, something that wasn't supposed to be there, and that might still be lingering in that house, waiting for another night when it can scare someone home alone again. It was one of the first times I realized how terrifying it could be to be home alone. It wasn't the creaks or the shadows that frightened me most. It was the certainty that we were being watched, that whatever was in the house knew exactly where we were, and that it could have reached us if it wanted to. There is a difference between feeling fear and knowing fear, and that night I knew it in a way I can't describe. Even now, when I visit the neighborhood, I avoid looking at the house. It's the same colonial, quiet, and unassuming in daylight, with the faint smell of wood smoke sometimes drifting across the yard. Neighbors pass by, oblivious to what I experienced. But I can't. I know what it felt like to be truly alone in that house, with something waiting, something patient, and something that had chosen us for reasons I will never understand. No one has ever experienced it the way Emily and I did, and I hope no one ever will. That weekend changed me. It made me wary, cautious, hyper-aware of sounds and movements in the dark. I never stayed home alone for more than a few hours after that. I never let Emily stay home alone. And I never believed in the idea that a house is safe just because the doors are locked. Because that night, I learned the terrifying truth. Sometimes being home alone doesn't mean being alone at all. Story the end.